Wake up, kid. You know what it is. Been dreaming about this since the first time you put on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome to day 3 of the NFL Draft on Franchise Sports Media. I'm Joe Arrigo, and we have a huge show. It's the marathon show. Today is the day where the guts, the heart, and soul of the team is all put together. You get the core players. You get the guys that you may not have heard, but these guys, the scouting world spends hours upon hours upon hours doing their homework on, doing their due diligence. Today is their day. This is where your team gets built. Once again, I'm Joe Arrigo with Franchise Sports Media. Joining me today is the Raider realist, CJ Baldwin. What's up, CJ? How you doing, brother?
Hey, man.
You awake?
Early start. We're here. I'm here.
Yes,
yes
sir.
I am.
Yes, sir. We got our guy, Kalani Lua. What's going on, big Kalani?
Just waking up myself, wiping the boogers out my eyes, because it's about to be a long day, brother.
Yes, sir. Joining us is Zoe Huddle, Lorenzo Reyna.
What up? Hey, Joe, 2 of my West Coast sleepers got drafted last night. 2 of my West Coast sleepers,
We're gonna talk.
baby.
We're getting into that in a minute. Your Zoe Huddle was on point, and we got Jerron Turner joining us for the day as well. What's up, Jerron?
What's going on, people? It's good to be back.
What's going on, man?
All right, so let's talk about some elephants in the room, and let's go back to yesterday before we look forward to today. CJ, you had 12 hours to rest, maybe less because I know we talked for a little bit after the draft. And, let's go to what we're going to talk about. What we were talking about yesterday. 12 hours later, how do you feel about the Raiders draft as it currently stands?
Well, much better than I did after Thursday, after day 1. Just particularly the Merrick draft pick. I mean, to go up and get your guy who's probably going to be the day 1 deep safety starter, that was probably the single biggest need in terms of what they addressed and what they still had to address with the draft, and to be able to get a guy that, I personally had number 2 overall, but someone who's probably best suited to play in the position he's going to play in. Yeah. I did a little bit more work on Kuntz. I came away a little bit better knowing how he's going to be deployed. They're not going to have him rush out there, and there's no pretense of him being anything more than a designated pass rusher. And he seems to have a skill set that would lend itself to some success with that. And Diablo is one of those guys I've really liked in this whole process. It's going to be the whole conversion time, how long it takes for him to be able to get comfortable playing more down in the box and then sort of moving backwards as a will linebacker. But that was another pick that I was overall happy with. Obviously, you guys know from the way I spoke on it, I would have stumped for Elijah Molden. But since we didn't get him, you got the guys that you have in-house. And I think that they give the Raiders on defense a speed bump eventually that, again, we just have not had for a long time.
All right, I agree with what you said. I think especially, when we talk about Elijah Molden and him not, he would have been a difference maker. When you look at, I was talking with Jerron off camera about I'm gonna say Diablo just because I think it sounds better. Okay, Diablo is a guy that we talked about it yesterday. You're a lot like Cam Chancellor, I think, when he, and the game is different from when Cam first came in. When him and Aaron Rouse came in, they were kind of like tweeners. Now in Gus Bradley's defense, the way he used them, he showed that they could be very special and they could fit a specific mold and do a specific job. I think he's going to be really exciting. I think him and Muse and Javen White, you got 3 guys now that are going to be playing.
Looks like we lost him for a sec, but yeah, it's the idea that we got those 3 guys that are going to give that defense a little bit more speed and versatility. If nothing else, it looks like at least from the start, the special teams is going to have some more players as well. I know that a lot of people don't necessarily think of the idea of drafting for special teams, But hey, that was one of the unsung things that we haven't had since 2016. Guys
True.
that, turn the field over, stopping kicks, and the great coverage that we had that year with Holmes and guys like that, that we haven't necessarily had since. So it is a bigger deal than a lot of people give it credit. It's one of those things where it's always great until you don't have it. Then it's like, well, why don't we have this? So
See, you literally just took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say, you don't really pay attention to it. It's like an afterthought. But when you're watching a game and you see what happens on special teams, you're like, wait a minute, why don't we have better guys out there?
Exactly.
You're absolutely right there. You're absolutely right that it might be the third option in what we're thinking about, but it's very vital and important to your overall team success and how you feel positioning and everything like that. So, so some of the guys we're getting, they might start off there. Hey, look, check the Hall of Fame hall. There's a couple guys that have started off on special teams. So I think we'll see how guys turn out, but it's a vital and important need for everything.
And guys, I want to add too. So I could breathe a sigh of relief for Raider Nation with the picks that they had yesterday. I mean, I love the Mooring pick. And again, I know we touched based on it yesterday. TCU running a 4-2-5. I mean, the Raiders are very, very similar in that regard as well with what Gus Bradley wants to do. So, and just the fact that you pair him with Arnett, you pair him with also Mullen on that side, it's like, he could be getting the ball a lot sooner than we think.
Well, that's the thing too. Mooring, there was talk that he slipped because of a back issue. From what I understand, and it's been reported that there is no back issue. The back is good. He's ready to go. And that leads me to guys that slipped into today, guys that we're surprised about. Jabril Cox. Now, I think it's been reported now that he had a shoulder surgery, and it's taken a little longer to heal, and the medicals aren't able to be viewed by teams, which we talked about openly yesterday. Guys will slide because the medicals can't be checked by teams. So, and they said that it's a tricky heel. So, his slide could go into possibly, mid to late fourth round, even in the fifth round. And the other one is Sean Wade, the defensive back from Ohio State. And I say defensive back because I think he may end up playing that safety, a hybrid safety nickel role versus outside corner. Because you go back a year ago, and we talked about it yesterday, Sean Wade was potentially a first-round pick if he comes out the draft. He goes back to Ohio State. His tape last year, quite frankly, just sucked. There's no other way to put it. And then his workouts have been not even average at best. His teams came away unimpressed. Jerron, I know you're an Ohio State fan. I want both guys. I know you're high on Cox. I know you're high on. Talk about both of those guys and what, when healthy, they could bring to the table.
Jabril Cox, you broke up a little bit. Who's the second one?
Sean Wade,
you're talking about?
the corner from Sean Wade. Yeah.
So Jabril, I mean, we've seen it from LSU the last couple of drafts, the last two linebackers they put out. They've been stars. They've been studs. They've been, captains of the defense. Jabril Cox is that same type of guy. He's a sideline guy, but a lot of his tape he's covered was number 3 receivers. He's covered number 2 receivers. He'll take backs out the backfield that he's not supposed to be able to match up with, but his speed, his quickness, and his ability to change direction is all excellent. And the shoulder, that to me is a non-issue. If the Dolphins took Tua last year and he had a knee injury, then this shoulder thing shouldn't be that big of a deal considering how much medical advancements have made it possible for guys to come back off an injury. Just look at guys like Adrian Peterson when he tore everything in his knee. He came back and ran for 2,000 yards. I get this is a linebacker. He's got to be physical, but this is a shoulder. They can repair that. He can come back and be what they need him to be. Now, if they go the other way and they pick up Sean Wade, Sean just needs – I think what happened last year and what happened for a lot of these Ohio State guys was lack of tape and lack of good tape. Well, not even good tape, but just lack of it. You got 6 games, 8 games compared to a guy from Alabama who had 13 games. So you look at Sean, okay, he played 6 games. At the end, it's sporadic. There's a cancellation here, a game here. Then it's another 2 weeks before he plays again. But you look at him in the playoffs, he wasn't tested by better teams. Teams really didn't go after him the same way. When they had him man coverage, he did stick his guy well, but they went after everyone else, especially in the Alabama game. I mean, who are you going to cover? They just decided to wherever he was at, they threw to the other guy. Then they switched him, they threw the other guy. So he's not a lost cause, but he's similar to what we got out of Arnett. He's going to come to the Raiders. He's going to be put in a system that they're not used to because they don't teach a lot of zone coverage at Ohio State. It's a lot of man. So he's going to have to get used to doing things that he's not used to, and he'll make those mistakes after the first year. He's got to improve. If not, they got to cut him. But it's the same thing Arnett's going through because last year it's unacceptable to have a corner not go with a single receiver in a cover two and give up a 50-yard pass to lose the game. That's unacceptable. So it's got to be determined if they take Shaun Wade and they keep Arnett, they got to play. They're going to play on the outside, but they have to learn the zones and they have to be able to play that, especially with the type of speed that they drafted in the last 2 rounds yesterday with Kuntz and Diablo and Mourning. They're all exceptionally fast. And you can they can rely on them, especially inside if they're playing zones. We can't have guys trying to be superheroes out there. But they're good picks. They're workable picks.
CJ, thoughts?
I echo the same sentiments in the sense that what you get is a discrepancy with a lot of people to really clearly establish. Last year was almost, I can't call it a throwaway, but in many ways you don't get an adequate sort of grasp as to a lot of. It was a completely unprecedented situation that a lot of teams got thrust into. Like Jerron said, 6 games is really not a measuring stick, a barometer to really give a guy who was not just first round. A lot of people had him top 15 in 2019. I mean, he was first half of the draft, and then suddenly he's sinking like a stone here. I don't think it really falls off the cliff from that one year to the next. There has to be some balance in there. I think he's going to be a great pickup at this point, whoever ends up taking him. Whatever flaws that you saw on tape are offset by someone who basically is a first-round talent, just as far as his ability to play. So, that part of it, I have, I'm absolutely sold that somebody's going to get a great deal with him, with a guy like Davion Nixon, like the running back from North Carolina named Michael Carter, who I had as a second-round grade. And then most of all, Jamar Johnson. I'm going to keep coming back to that.
Yeah.
I think that there are some players here that are going to go off the board at positions of real sort of need with the modern game that are going to make really early contributions. And I'm fascinated just to kind of see how fast they go, because there's a few guys towards the back half as far as, my team that I'm kind of hoping stick around until 162, which always seems like it's far away, but in day 3, it just never is.
The picks fly off the board. We're so quick day 3.
Yeah.
Kalani, your thoughts on Wade? Well, hold on real quick, John. Let's get Kalani's thoughts on Wade in Cox's injury.
With Cox's injury, it's unfortunate because he was dominant at North Dakota State. Okay, you're not playing against the top competition. Okay, I'm going to go to LSU, play for the Tigers in the SEC, and show you what I can do. And he held his own. Was he a mega superstar? Not necessarily, but you heard nothing but positive reviews of his play from coaches, from teammates, from analysts. So he showed, no, I could play at this particular level. The shoulder injury, I get it, but then it reminds me of other players we've seen in the past who injuries made them slip, and then you look back and say, why didn't we just take them? Specifically, look at Jalen Smith for the Cowboys. Has that injury in the bowl game against Ohio State. Oh, my God, and it was a horrific one. He goes in the second round to the Cowboys. They take a flyer on. This was a guy who was potentially top 5 pick, goes to the Cowboys in the second round, gets with the professional medical team. He's able to focus on just football year round. Now he's one of the top linebackers, or throughout his career, he's been a consistent linebacker for the majority of his career. He's had some inconsistencies, but for the most part, you look at it and say, man, if we would have spent the 15th or 20th pick on him, that would have been a great pickup for us. So sometimes I just wonder if injuries scare teams too much. Like we were saying yesterday, you're not just drafting these guys for next season. Like, it's not just next season and that's it. I want you for the next 8 to 12 seasons, hopefully. So if next season is a red shirt, that shouldn't necessarily be a red flag for you to run. As far as Wade, that's a tricky one because I don't want to echo everything you guys have said, but I almost have to. This guy's shown that he's a legit top-tier talent. Whatever happened last year, I don't know if they maybe got reports of maybe, hey, you know what, he's a good kid, but he's very unmotivated. Or I forget who the player was that we were talking about yesterday. But if he's not around the right talent and the thing isn't going well for him, he doesn't give his all. I don't know if maybe that's putting him off. But it is going to be very interesting to see where some of these guys go. And the last one before I go, he suffered an injury and he's still available. Dylan Moses, linebacker out of Alabama. Yep. This was a guy who was a first-round talent. He had an unfortunate knee injury. He even came back to show that he's recovered and fully there. Not so much, but he's a year and a half removed from that. I definitely think a team is going to find themselves a terrific get at the linebacker position, whoever takes that chance on Dylan Moses.
I love Dylan Moses. And I want to say this about Shaun Wade. You look at the guys that played corner, and that was at Ohio State that he was playing with. You have Arnett. You have Denzel Ward. And those guys, maybe he didn't get thrown at a lot because they weren't. They were throwing at the opposite guy. They were throwing at Arnett, who was making plays while he was there. So they weren't throwing out because they were throwing out Ward. He was playing more in that slot. They put him outside in the boundary. That's where I think the problem came in, and I think teams started picking on him a little bit last year. And you look at the Alabama game; they went right at him. They said, we're attacking him. Nick Saban specifically said, Shaun Wade, you're my bitch. Like, literally, that's what he did. And Sark did the same thing. This is the guy watching film who we're going to target, who we're going to go after. And I think, too, with his workouts, it just showed that maybe that he wasn't as athletic, and the stuff, some of the stuff they seen that they thought it would make that jump in on tape wasn't as clean as they would have hoped that he hopefully would have cleaned up. He didn't. So that leads to Kalani. Is this guy serious? Is he a hard worker? So it leads to that. Jerron, you had another thought because we got a guest coming in a little bit.
I was just gonna say if they wanted to go other ways than Shaun Wade, there were guys like I was looking at the other day, lack of tape. San Diego State, Darren Long Jr., big corner, real physical and exceptional in everything that he did, but he didn't have a lot of tape. He was at San Diego State, small market. And then they got a guy, Kerry Vincent Jr., out of LSU, another 6'1" corner, 190 pounds, sectional 40 time. He's really fast and he's really lanky. He got good ball skills. LSU is DBU. There are other ways to go. There are still corners out there and DBs out there. I mean, like Dylan Moses, Jabril Cox, a lot of these guys are falling or whatever due to injury, lack of tape, whatever it is. There are options for the Raiders, especially in the back end of this draft, to really pick some guys who could be, special team starters or day one start. There are still guys out there, if they don't feel good about certain people, to continue to pick up guys that can add to their team speed and physicality.
All right, so what I want to do right now is bring in a guest. I didn't tell anybody he was coming on either. One of my good friends, my brother, we did a show together, Q&A. We got your boy Q joining us right now. What's up, big dog? What's up, brother?
What's happening, man? How you guys doing?
What up, brother? What's up, man?
Chilling, man. Chilling. Ready for day 3 of this draft, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Man, how you holding up after 2 days? You've been grinding with everything with Locked On.
Man, brother, I'm telling you, I didn't think I was going to go to bed at all for Thursday night / Friday morning, but, it is what it is. That's what we signed up for, right? So, yeah, it's been good, man. I got up this morning, did a little bit of yard work around the house, and now we're back at it. So let's get it,
All right, so I'm going to fire the first question, and we talked about this the last 2 days, really yesterday, more so yesterday than anything. If Leatherwood and Moore pick were switched, would Raider Nation have been so pissed off at where the first round pick was versus second round pick and where the draft is? Or is it legitimately, where things stand, is everything cool and worked itself out, do you think?
No, yeah, if it had been switched around, it would have been a lot better. You know what I mean? That's just the reality of it is I think everyone realizes that Leatherwood is a second round guy. There's no other way to look at it. He's a second round guy. Now, with that being said, I wish what the Raiders had done is pulled the trigger on the trade that Mike Mayock alluded to when he said that, it didn't like the trade value. But look, if you trade back to 23 with Minnesota and then get Leatherwood and you get an extra pick, okay. What's the big deal? But they outthunk it. They thought about it too much and decided not to pull the trigger. And that's where my big problem was. I know Leatherwood's a good player. Joe, I like Alabama players. I follow Alabama. I really like Alabama players, but I realize he has he has a few holes in his game, including pass protection, and he had a lot of penalties the last 2 seasons. So, I mean, he's not a polished product, which, I mean, he'll get better, and I think it's going to be a good player. I think he's going to help out the run game in a major way. But if you had traded back to 23, picked up an extra pick, and then you were able to do what you've done on Friday, then yeah, you're cooking with grease, man, and Raider Nation's feeling good. But instead, you just stayed there. You didn't trust. I guess you didn't. I don't know. I guess you didn't have as much confidence in him still being there. But I think sometimes you got to try to roll the dice.
Yeah, I know with Morrig there was the potential or the rumor that his back was a little dinged up or not. I know that's down in your neck of the woods. I know you're not in where TCU is. I know you're closer to Baylor, but what do you think? Is that the much ado about nothing? You think he's good to go? I know what he said. I know what the Raiders said, but what do you think? Do you think he's good to go?
I think so. I was on because I follow TCU pretty close, and I know that Merrick is a dude. I mean, he's an absolute player. And I was on that the post pro day, his Zoom call, and he said, yeah, my back was a little dinged up. I got a little tight, but I'll be fine. And I feel pretty good that he's going to be good to go. Obviously, backs are always something you're going to be concerned about, but I think he'll be okay. He's a heck of a player, man. They got a real stud. I couldn't believe that he was in the second round as late as they was. So that was a great pick, great value as well. So excited about that pick.
You guys can talk. You guys can ask the questions too. It's not just Joe and Q. Q&A over again.
I didn't know how many questions you had, Joe, but I'm sitting here listening, and I'm like, wait a minute. This voice sounds familiar. Wait a minute. This breakdown sounds familiar. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Is this Q Myers that I've been hearing on Raider Nation Radio? And sure enough, it is. Granted, it says your boy Q, but I mean, I don't know, man. That could be a good nickname or whatever. So great to have you on the show, man. Thank you and everything like that. But in seeing the reaction, just in general, not just for the Raiders, but just in general, from the fan bases. I mean, do you maybe put how the draft is gone because of the pandemic, or were fans just putting their own mock drafts in their own minds of where teams should go, and because teams then do that, they think, oh, it's a failure. You don't know what you guys are doing. Or do you think the pandemic calls for everything to just be a little bit different?
No, I think what you said last is spot on. I think we have so much access to different mock drafts, and we have so many accesses to all these different draft experts and all these, PFF, and you can go and put your own draft together. And I did this draft, and they gave me an A for taking Trayvon Merrick in the first round, and they gave me a C for taking Leatherwood in the first round. So, we get in our minds, and I'm guilty of it as well. I get in my mind exactly where I believe a guy is supposed to go, and then when I see him go somewhere else, it's like, wait, hold on, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, with that being said, going back to Leatherwood, I still think, and I believe till I go to my grave, that they pulled the trigger too high on him. But I mean, whatever. It is what it is. Friday really made the draft look a lot better for the Raiders. There was questions going into it. They were almost one of those, what are you guys doing type situations. And then also when they did on Friday, it's like, hey, okay, now they got something going. And that's why Mike Mayock is the GM of the team. I kind of get the sense, without being in the war room, of course, we're just kind of speculating. I kind of feel like Mike Mayock had a lot more to do with the day 2 picks. You know what I mean? Like I kind of feel like some of his natural instincts and player evaluations really kicked in on day 2.
That makes sense.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Sorry,
go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead, man.
What is the hang up with the tackle? What's the hang up with him?
What do you mean?
So since he got picked, people have been going in on the Raiders picking him. So what's the hang up?
It was just too high. He was on everyone's big board, was ranked like in the 60s and 80s or late 40s, and they took him at 17. I mean, so it was, and again, it was similar to Damon Arnett last year. He wasn't on anybody's radar, so when it's not on your radar either, all of a sudden it catches you off guard and you think, wait, what in the world's going on? My biggest issue, again, I like Leatherwood, and it's funny because I had put together, right after the national championship game, I did a podcast, and I said, National Championship Raiders. Who could I see from this game playing at the silver and black next year. And Leatherwood was one of my guys, but I did not say that, at number 17, I thought, okay, this is a guy that they could probably get a little bit later in the draft, especially with it being a deep offensive tackle draft. So I thought, again, he could be a day 2 guy. Well, he is a day 2 guy, round 2, maybe middle of the round. And, they end up taking him in the first round. The other thing that I think Raider Nation's a little upset about, the other thing that bothered me a little bit, if you take that trade with Minnesota like they tried to do, and they wanted to move up to go get an offensive tackle, just say that they take Leatherwood there, which I don't think they would have, but just say they would have. You still had Christian Darrisaw. You still had Tevin Jenkins. You still had quality offensive tackles that you could have grabbed that are big-time player. Liam Eichenberg that you could have played. It's not like this dude is a natural right tackle. You got to kick him over to the right side. He played left tackle for Alabama. And then the other thing, and Mike Mayock said it Thursday night, he said that he's going to be the starting right tackle day 1. Let's hope he can keep the job. So that lets me know that if he can't, they're going to kick him inside. So then you look at it, you combine all that together and say, wait a minute, this is a guy you took at 17 who might not work out at the position you want him to be, and you're going to have to kick him inside. So then you took a first-round pick, number 17 overall, for a right guard. That's the problem. That's not value. And people were hammering me on Twitter like, well, what do we know about value? And I was like, well, I can count. I can add. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the value is not there. At 17 for a tackle, value. Guard, not really. And look, he's going to be a tackle to begin with. We just hope that he is going to end up being the starting right tackle for a long time. And if so, 3 or 4 years from now, everyone will say, hey, that was a really good pick.
Well, I'll say what, because you weren't on yesterday, and I know you didn't hear it, but TQ talked to some people in Alabama where he knows a bunch of the people, and he said that Alex Leatherwood was played where Nick Saban asked him and needed him to play. Right. It wasn't like he said, I'm just a left tackle, or they want to kick me inside the guard. They needed him there. And and to NFL teams, that showed versatility. Yeah. That showed that he can't play either side. They feel he can't play either side. And the one thing that TQ keeps echoing, and I wish he was here to say, because he can eloquate it more clearly than me. Nick Saban is in Dabo, they're the gods right now. Guys call them, and whatever they say goes. I mean, you see what Belichick's doing in New England. He gets Mac Jones and Barmore right there in the first round. They fall right into his lap. He gets 2 guys that he knows everything about due to his relationship. You see the Clemson guys coming off the board. You see the relationship that Urban Meyer has with Sweeney, and his first 2 picks are Clemson guys. And he'll probably take a couple more today as well. So I think those relationships come into play. But just going back to the Raiders, what do you want to see today? What do you want to see out of them today? What do they need to do?
I love what they did on Friday. So I think it opens up what they could do today. You know what I mean? I mean, they go and get that safety. They go get Trayvon Merrick. That was huge. And then you get Kuntz, who's he's just a guy who's going to get after the quarterback. He's a pass rush specialist. So we all know that the Raiders need to get after the quarterback, and so that's going to be able to add to the rotation. I'm excited about that. And then you get, Diablo and it's just like, or Divine. Divine Diablo. He could kind of play all over the field. So it looks like that the defense got a lot better on Friday. I feel like they have a lot of opportunity now just to add talent to the team. You know what I mean? Like they're not pressing now. It's not like they go into today saying, we got to find our safety. We've got to find a guy who can get after the quarterback. Now it's like you legitimately can say, I'm going to go get the best pass rusher, or I'm going to go get the best player on the board right now. I think that they'll address the offense at some point. I think they'll still have a wide receiver at some point come off the board. Maybe even a running back come off the board at some time. I think that they have options now, though, because they did what they did on Friday. Friday was a really, really good, like Ice Cube says, today was a good day. That's what happened on Friday. Today was a good day. Like Mike Mayock and John Gruden went to bed and looked at their wives and was like, today was a good day. And
it was a good night for him too, probably.
Chill.
Wasn't going there, but okay, I get it, man. It's all good.
Okay, you know me really well, some more than others, so you know where I'm gonna go with everything if I get the opportunity. Man, Q, you know what? We don't talk as much, but I love you, bro. I'm beyond happy for you with everything that you got going on. And the success that you're starting to people are starting to recognize that we've known for a very long time, bro.
Long time.
I love you to death, bro. I can't wait for you to get to Vegas whenever that is. and we
Promotion, man. I'm working on it.
I know.
I wake up every morning and say I'm one day closer to Vegas. Every day I wake up and say that. So that's the motivation right there. I promise you.
And man, congratulations to your son too on college, man. That's huge. Baller out here in Fresno.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. Western Oregon, man. He committed to Western Oregon the other day. Had a little bit of conversations with Eastern Washington as well, and ultimately decided the best fit for him was Western Oregon, and the coaches can take good care of him. So pretty excited, man. So yeah, it's the next step. I told him, I said, you've already exceeded what I've done in life. So just keep on grinding, man. So yeah, very proud of him.
Brother, tell everybody if they don't already know where they can find you and where they can listen to you, bro.
Yeah, I'm on radio, Fox Sports Central Texas, 3 to 6 p.m. Central Time, and Monday through Friday. Then the Locked On Raiders podcast I do Monday through Friday. It's out 2:15 every morning. It's out. I'm not gonna miss a day. At your boy Q254 on Twitter. I send a link out of my of everything I do every single day. Every single day, you can go to my Twitter. You'll see the link right there, and bink and click on it. I'm also doing Locked On Bets, another show I do on the Locked On Networks with Lee Sterling, talking a little bit of gambling. So like I said, every day, everything is a motion to get to Vegas. So I'm putting it all together, man. I got the Raiders, I got the bets, I got what I mean. It's going.
Yeah.
Thing I'll be running around with some UNLV conversation with you on a franchise. So it'll be
hey, you got an open invitation, bro. You from day one, you are a part of the franchise. People don't realize that, but anytime, man, you got the link for today. If you have time, I know it's gonna be a busy day. Feel free to jump in anytime. If you want to come in and just chop it up and see what we got going on. I know Squeeze would love to see you and talk with you as well. So, brother, thank you for taking some time out joining us this morning. And hopefully you'll join us a little bit later today, brother. Absolutely. I appreciate you guys, man. Keep on doing what you do. You're doing a good job. Thank you, brother. That's my dog, my brother, Q Myers, your boy Q from Locked On, man. That's love right there. We did Q&A together. Hopefully we can put that back together and keep that thing moving forward. But
Joe, you ain't right. Joe, you ain't right.
Why am I not right?
Because you bring in people on here that some of us, while we at work, be listening to them, be like, man, you right, you nailing it. And then they pop up on here, man, we ain't shaved, we ain't got lined up correctly, I ain't brushed my teeth yet. You wrong, brother. You wrong, man. You can't hear me. I ain't fully prepared, man. That's wrong. That's wrong, brother.
That's the smell coming through the computers, your teeth, your breath.
Hey man, hey, it's early in the morning, okay? Don't get mad at me. I'm here for you. Don't get mad at me how I behave, okay? I'm here.
Man, look. No, see, we have guests coming on today. We will have some more. Some just was confirmed later, but yeah, I mean, Q's a friend, man. That's my bro. And not only are we close, we have a bond and share an experience that not too many people do. And I won't get into Q's situation, but everybody knows mine with my son. So, it's one of those things where, Q's me, we've been through hell and high water together. And I love that dude. So I had to bring Q on. Let's bring in Zoe. Let's get Zoe back. There you go, brother.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi hates me, dude. I don't know what it is. My Wi-Fi hates me.
That's cool. Zoe, let's go to Zoe Huddle, and then let's talk about a couple of the guys that you did. Let's talk about first Osa. Since he was taken,
he was the first one. He was the first one between him and Nahshon Wright.
Yes, let's talk about Osa real quick. That was one of the guys you were really high on. Talk about him and what you've seen and what you liked.
Yeah, so it just goes to show you what Dallas wants to do defensively. They want to scrap that 3-4 that wasn't working under Mike Nolan. They want smaller, twitchy. They want guys who could be more versatile all across the line, and Osa brings that. So, I mean, USC game, if you watch the film closely, he's going against guys who are like 30, 40 pounds heavier than him, and he still won the leverage battle. He was still able to get the trench penetration, forcing USC running backs to redirect. And then also on stunts as well, he's even more quicker there and more twitchy. So I would imagine in the case of the Cowboys that they're going to utilize him the way they used Ndamukong Suh in Super Bowl 55 for the Buccaneers. So I would imagine that it's going to be a similar scenario with Osa. But, I mean, I love the pick. Yeah, like he's I mean, at 280 pounds, people tend to shy away from those type of defensive tackles, but I think they can thrive if you put them in one-on-one scenarios. And I think that's where Osa dominates.
He reminded me, and I said this yesterday, of I don't like using the analogy poor man's, but a poor man's Kenny Clark. I mean, he plays a lot like Kenny Clark did. Okay, there you go. You back up? You back, Zoe?
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's talk about Nashawn Wright. I mean, this is a guy that we're kind of hoping he slid to the Raiders because we were gonna try to bring him on the show, behind the scenes stuff. But Nashawn going 99th overall, that caught a lot of people by surprise. But he's got great tape. I mean, you did the Zoe Huddle on him, and it was a freaking great breakdown about Nashawn. Talk about Nashawn and what you've seen in Zoe Huddle.
Yeah, so 6'4" guy, and normally when you think of a corner who's 6'4", sometimes scouts shy away from the fact that maybe he doesn't bend as great. Maybe he's a little bit on the his weakness is his hips and his hip angles, but the guy is skilled. The guy is skilled at sinking low and staying squared and also squeezing on routes. I mean, I saw it in the last 7 games. In fact, there was a period where in 2019 he had given up 5 touchdowns, but after I want to say it was after the Arizona State game, he just went on a tear where he only allowed 1 touchdown for 28 quarters of play. And mind you, he was going against receivers that were very similar in size, going against small receivers. And it's crazy because, I'm sure a lot of DB coaches can attest to this. When you're a taller corner going against somebody who's 6 feet, 5'11", sometimes you have a harder time with, their releases and also just, keeping them at bay. But Nashawn, from what I've seen extensively on film, he was really skilled at staying squared and still forcing the incompletion or interception. And one of the guys he picked off was Jacob Eason, who is now in the NFL. But I'm also with you, Joe, as well. I was thinking 6th round, 7th round for Nashawn, but he ended up going in the 3rd round. But you also look at the fact Dan Quinn worked with Richard Sherman years ago. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes with Nashawn.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where I had Nashawn, going 6th round.
CJ, where did you have him? 6th, 7th?
About 6th round grade. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking 6th, 7th round, and I mean, in my article, I had him in the 6th, 7th, and ended up going in the 3rd round. But hey, if Jerry Jones is reading our stories, I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, that's the only nice thing I'll say about Jerry Jones. Other than that, I don't care for his nungas. All right, I don't care for his nungas. Okay? Yeah, that's the only nice thing I'll say about Jerry Jones. And Jerry Jones, read more franchise sports media stuff, right, Joe?
Shit, invest in franchise sports media, Jera.
Boom. Send us the big D.
No, I don't want Jera's big D. You see, here we go. I don't want it.
You know what, Dallas? You know what, Dallas? Kalani's like that too. All right. We'll stay in Sin City. We'll stay in Sin City.
Hey.
So
Dallas pissed me off also when I went to their airport, so I get it. I get it.
So let's flip it now. The Jaguars are on the clock. It's about 3 minutes to go.
Okay.
The picks are gonna come in fast and furious. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm not gonna do what Gus is in here today, so you may not get the pick on the screen. You may get it in the private chat. If I can type it in there in time. But look, Who do you think? Who do you think is the best available guy right now? I have, Dylan Moses. I think is one. I'm partial to Cam Bynum. I know we did a Zoe Huddle on him. Zoe, I know you did something on Cam. I think those are 2 guys that are really good ball players. That
and it looks like the pick's in. Joe, it looks like the pick's in. I just don't know who it is, but Jabril Cox, I believe, is still available, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he is. There's an injury question with him, though. His shoulder.
And then Diamador Lenore. Diamador Lenore is another one who's still available, too.
So Kalani, you're going to be mad.
I didn't even write down.
I know I miswrote his name, but yeah. So this is a pick that I love the reaction of Kalani. Jaguars are going Jay Tuafale from USC with the first pick in the 4th round. Big defensive tackle. He's a guy that didn't play last year. due to the COVID opt out. But when he was on the field the year before, he was a dominant defensive tackle in the Pac-12. CJ, let's go to you first. I know he was in your top 100, so I know that you need to think. Talk about Jay and what you see with him.
What I love with him is, for a guy that's built the way that he has a great quick first step, which is great for his inside stuff because he does have a club and a swim move. He's unique in that he's got some polish to him already. He keeps himself really low, which allows him to sort of gain leverage one-on-one when going against certain guards. Pretty good motor, but he can get lost in the sauce when plays get strung out. And he doesn't hold his pivot very well against certain types of double teams. And ultimately, his technique on the whole can probably be refined a little bit better. But I think for where he is right here, this is a great get for Jacksonville. I like that pick there.
I think had he played, honestly, CJ, I think had he played in 2020, he would have boosted his stock a little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you have those guys who opted out, and I mean, understandably so with the concerns and all that. But you brought up a good point with Jay. Like sometimes, like technique wise, he does get a little bit sloppy. Like sometimes I did catch him on a few instances where he was relying more on strength and power, but not an array of hand moves or also like the quick twitchness. But I think he could get coached up. I think another thing too, and then going back to what I was saying about Osa as well, I think it's going to be dependent upon how Jacksonville utilizes him, because I think if you line him up actually as a 5 technique, he can actually do damage there.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
What do you got, Kalani?
I'm very curious. I'm very curious to see because the coaches in Jacksonville, coming from college, and that mind, I brought up yesterday, that mindset in college isn't necessarily to prepare you for the next level. So as CJ and Zoe was pointing out, how they utilize him, are they going to try to coach him up and work on those fundamentals and techniques? Or are they simply going to say, this is what you do, this is what we're going to have you do for us, and maybe he doesn't improve as he should, but I was very high on him going into this season because of what he did the year before. For somebody his size, he definitely knows how to make a home for himself in the backfield, which again is something you certainly need in today's NFL. I was really hoping he would have been there for us, but he is a very talented player. As you said, Joe, CJ had him in his top 100. So for him to be down at 160 is a long shot. Stuff does happen. But kudos to the Jaguars on picking him up right here. Big, strong body guy. He's definitely going to give those teams in the AFC South a lot of nightmares if he works on his technique and fundamentals and gets that motor going.
Jerron, what do you got?
I think everybody mostly hit it looking at his tape over and over again. He relies way too much on his strength. For a guy that size with arms that long, he needs to throw those hand moves. And in the NFL, he might be 315. Every guard you're going to play is about 315. They're going to shot, reshot, put those sets inside of his pads and drive him away. So he's going to have to really get good at either getting hands off of him or using his hands to make a lane for himself, especially and coming quick off the ball. But there's a lot there. The guy's big, he's long, he's obviously strong as an ox. So what they're looking for him, especially if he sits in there, sit him down in front of the linebackers and he's taking up a man and a half or something like that, then there's a place for him in that system, especially with Urban Meyer. When you look at Ohio State and their defensive tackles, they've been enormous for a reason. They keep them off the middle linebacker, no matter what else they do. So they have to do that. Use your strength, eat double teams, keep them off of my mic. There's a place for him out there, but he's got to get better with these. And no defensive lineman eats without his hands being good.
Yeah.
And I'll add this too. So one of the things that I saw on film, and I'm sure you caught it too, CJ, there's a play where Tufele actually beats Panay Sewell into the passer. But here's how he beat him. It's like he stayed low. He used the leverage technique. He wasn't trying to out-muscle him. But it's plays like that. If he could do it more on a consistent basis, he could do some damage in the AFC South. I agree with you, Jerron.
One of the things that I think that the Jaguars did a great job is who they've drafted. I mean, you look at who they got yesterday. You add Cisco, Little, Campbell, and now Tuafele. He's got really good pieces and guys with high potential. I think Little was a reach, but that was just, my opinion a little bit. I think that's a Trent Baalke special. The Jets are on the clock. Jose Volante, a good friend from Straight Bet Sports, is in there. They got a good running back, Michael Carter, UNC. Your guy went, CJ.
Yeah, I'm surprised he actually lasted this long. I know it's the thing with running backs, but he's kind of similar to a guy that the Jets have had in the past, in Bilal Powell. Great balance the way that he runs. He protects the ball, maybe the best ball security in America in terms of the usage to the security rate. He's really good in the pass protection. They can use him in the return game right away. The thing that probably held him back is that he lacks top-end breakaway speed. Everything else in his game is really, really solid, though. That's one of those guys where, he's an immediate contributor for them, as a third down guy, as a spell guy, as someone maybe in the return game. I like that pick a lot for them. Another weapon, basically, for Wilson.
Yeah, I think as a change of pace running back, he's going to find himself a good home. I don't know if he'll work himself into being an every down back or the primary back, but as a change of pace guy, we've seen for several teams who employ a running back by committee, he could give you that dagger in the gut where you're just like, oh, come on, man. So this was a good pickup here. And like CJ said, because of the position, you are going to get quality guys later in the draft just because of how the position is looking. So for some of these teams, don't be scared to go out there and get yourselves a running back. There's some good ones out there, and we've seen you don't necessarily need the top guy, but if you have some guys that could gain some yards in key moments, you're going to be a tough team to beat.
What I like about him is his vision. I mean, that's something that doesn't get talked about. The guy has really good vision. He's a great one-cut back. He sees the hole, he'll hit his one cut, and he can go either direction. Doesn't have that top-end speed, but that's okay. I mean, if you're going to be a guy that's going to work yourself around, look at Jamal Williams now with the Detroit Lions. Doesn't have top-end speed, but he found himself very valuable in his former offense. That's kind of the direction you're seeing the NFL go. Tevin Coleman's another one. When he was in San Francisco, not great top-end speed, does something very well. And because of that, he was able to have some type of success, Lorenzo.
And it goes to show you, too, and you kind of hint at it, Robert Saleh, as we know, he was running the defense, but the 49ers were pretty run-heavy. And so with this pick, it goes to show you that maybe, just maybe, they're going to emphasize run first, kind of get Zach Wilson settled in, and then later down the road, put the ball in Wilson's hands. So, I'm with you guys. I like the pick. I like it as a third down, change of pace kind of type. Maybe perhaps in goal line packages where you could swing him out, maybe hit a screen pass his way. But, this is a likable pick on my end as well.
And right now, the Falcons are – go ahead, CJ. Go ahead.
Just quickly, that's the whole idea. Saleh's going to be one of those guys. He wants to get ahead and let his defense basically finish games like they did in San Francisco. He's going to steal that blueprint.
Well, Atlanta just picked Darren Hall from San Diego State, cornerback. I know a lot about Darren. He's from my neck of the woods in the IE, went to Rancho Cucamonga High School. He was one corner, and UNLV starting nickelback Aaron Lewis was the other corner at Rancho Cucamonga High School. Darren's a coach's kid, was a part of the Ground Zero family, did a lot of stuff with Ground Zero, 7-on-7 team. This was a rare breed as well. Worked out with them a little bit, but Darren Hall's he's a very smart corner. I think he was very underrated, technically sound. Jerron, I'm gonna go to you, then we'll go to Lorenzo with them. Jerron, talk about Darren Hall. I know you liked him a lot.
I'm pissed they took him. I wanted him on the Raiders. The guy is a solid corner. And they just showed his stats: 134 tackles, like 2 seasons, with 6 interceptions and 31 pass breakups. The guy knows how to play football. For goodness sake, and to have a corner that wants to tackle, the impact of that in the running game. Guys like, well, if we beat him to the perimeter and we get one-on-one with this corner, well, the corner wants to hit you. And then he can cover you. He was a guy, he was a sleeper. It's just a lack of tape that made him fall this far. He was a diamond in the rough, and they got lucky. The Falcons got lucky taking him before anybody else got to him. Dang, I wanted that guy.
So,
yeah, I'm with you, Jerron. It would have been nice to see him in Las Vegas, but I want to dive into like the smarts, the IQ. It goes back to high school. I'm sure you saw a lot of tape on him, Joe. Even then, he knew how quarterbacks think. He knew how receivers think. And if I'm not mistaken, he started out as a receiver before switching over to corner. Well, when it comes to guys like that, they're going to know the route tree. They're going to know what strengths receivers have. And he brought that element to San Diego State. And if you follow San Diego State extensively, they have a defensive identity. I mean, it was him and it was Tariq Thompson. I know Tariq hasn't been drafted just yet, but with Darren, Darren also was going against a lot of spread teams. I mean, Hawaii was one. Fresno State also liked to spread the football around, try to feed it to the receivers right away. San Jose State as well. So, maybe Hall's not a guy who will blow you away athletically, but in terms of like football intelligence, the guy's there. And it's kind of, to me, Joe, it's kind of similar to last year when the Falcons surprised a number of people by drafting Jalen Hawkins from Cal at this pick. Well, Jalen was another like high football, high intelligent guy, and also had the ball hawking background. So I see something similar with Hall, except he's more the cornerback version of it.
Darren, I watched Darren in high school. They play against Upland. I'm an Upland alum. I love everything about his game. I think the knock on him coming out is that he wasn't a burner at his height. I mean, he's not extremely tall. He's like 5'9", 5'10". That was the knock on him, and if that kind of had him slide. But you're talking about IQ. It is really, really off the charts IQ with him. I mean, and that's the one thing about him and that high school secondary, and what he went down there, give Hunky Cooper a lot of credit for getting him down to San Diego when he went down there. Las Vegas legend Hunky Cooper, he got him down there, and I tell you what, Darren was a problem for a lot of the Mountain West schools. He would have been a really good fit for the Raiders. He can play man, he can play press, he can play off, play in zone. He can do it all. Technically sound. I mean, he literally has been coached up the right way. And he's a guy, I think it's going to be interesting, CJ. Another Hall playing cornerback for the Falcons.
not me, Angelo. Yeah. So.
I wanted to.
Go ahead, man.
Oh, go ahead, CJ. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I deferred to you guys.
No, I was going to ask this because he used to be a receiver. I know it's not easy. I know it's not, guys. I know. But why isn't we don't see more college coaches go into that wide receiver room and say, give me your fit for sixth guy, and let me see if I can bring them over here to the secondary and get them going. Again, I know it's not easy. It's a position change. It's defense. I get that. But I just wonder why we don't see that more, because, the Hall here, Sherman was another one. Belichick did it with Brown at the NFL level. Like, these guys, a lot of these guys have played different positions as they got older. They just progressed in one more so than the other. But we always see these DBs being the smaller guys, and yet these college teams are flooded with 6'1", 6'2", 6'3" wide receivers who aren't getting any burn. And I just wonder how come we don't see more college coaches say, hey, young man, I know you're not getting a lot of run over here. Try to come over here. Let's see how you do. Maybe, just maybe.
Well, Kalani, so I'll add to that. So going back to Jalen Hawkins, he was actually a receiver in high school at Buena Park, and maybe I think Joe might know a little bit about that as well. Like, Hawkins was part of a stacked group of Buena Park receivers, but he was recruited to play DB. He was recruited to play safety. And so I wouldn't doubt that the conversation that Wilcox and Cal had was, well, we see more as a natural fit for safety. We see the backpedal, the football intelligence, the fact that wide receivers. So, but I'm with you. It's like, sometimes for a lot of recruiting classes, they'll add like 4 or 5, maybe 6 wide receivers. Let's be realistic. Not all those guys are going to see the field right away. So then there is the potential of a position switch. But are those guys willing to swallow their pride and move over to the other side of the field or enter the transfer portal? So you do bring up a good point, Kalani.
Well, Darren Hall, in Darren Hall's case, Darren made the switch in high school from receiver to corner. He was playing corner in high school. Like, so he was, when he was working with Armand down at Ground Zero with Rob Bourne and Terrell Lambert and Tyron Brackenridge with Rare Breed and going and getting his work in, more so with Ground Zero. He did get the work in with Rare Breed as well. He was learning DB technique. Same thing with Aaron Lewis. They trained together. They worked together. They're best friends. They grew up together. So they were putting in that work together. So that transition happened in high school. So from high school to college, you guys know it's way different than it is if you go from college. You get into college and you're a receiver. Then year 2, you're like, hey, I got to go play corner. Now you got to go learn your technique. Another guy, and he was a first-round pick, Eric Stokes, got to college and they converted him from receiver to corner. And that's a guy who's still technique-wise, he's still learning how to do it. If that happened a few years earlier, he may be a little more refined and probably would have been drafted even higher than when he was. But that transition isn't as hard, I think, from receiver to corner, but running back to corner or something else, I think it's a little more difficult. But and I'll say this, just to play devil's advocate, I think the reason why kids and young men don't make that switch from of the 5th wide receiver to going to play corner is teams run spread and they go 50 personnel. You're one guy down. So if you're in spread and you're the 5th, hey, I'm the 5th, I'm in the slot, I can still eat because they're spreading the ball around and I'm still going to get my touches. Versus me going and being a number 3 corner and making myself look stupid because I don't know what I'm doing out here because I played receiver my whole life. So
I think it is more than anything is that whole. Yeah. It's like I've spent my entire time basically getting to this level at this position. Now you want me to drop all of that, and I think a lot of that sort of is seeped into a lot of the mentality, and some of it rightfully so.
Yeah, and it's a glamour position. Everybody wants to be a receiver. Just like if Kalani, this at the level you're coaching right now. At the youth level, your best player is either going to be a quarterback or a running back. Yeah. Everybody's going to be a running back, and then they get to the high school level. It's like, nah, you're a receiver. No, guess what? Yeah. You're a D lineman because you're a little too big, or you're not really a quarterback. So we're going to move you to safety or move you outside of wide receiver or even linebacker because that's where you project more. It's the same thing. It's just at a bigger level. Everybody wants to be a receiver now. Look at high school numbers. As a high school coach, and I was coaching, I had more receivers than any other position on the field. I mean, I had like 15, 16 receivers. It's like, jeez, you guys aren't gonna play receiver for me. I'm gonna get 7 of you in, maybe 8. That's it. That's the rotation.
Hey Joe, real quick, going back to Nashawn Wright. Nashawn Wright was a receiver. A lot of people don't remember that he was a receiver, but making the conversion to corner in the end, he becomes a 3rd-round draft pick, a surprise pick for the Cowboys. But, again, it's like you have a room with 15, 16 receivers. I'm sorry, half of them are going to have to play on defense, especially if they can't catch. The old rule. If you can't catch when you're playing receiver, you're a DB.
Exactly. And go ahead.
To add to that, what it is, as far as I would see it, is like you're seeing a discrepancy. Like, there's obviously going to be a large room in it as far as receivers are. But when you're looking at, like, receivers going to DB, there are a lot of different athletic abilities DBs have to have than receivers. So a lot of those guys get disqualified because they either don't want to tackle, don't have those fit, like their hips are either stiff, their feet aren't good enough. There's always little stupid things that disqualify half of that room from like, all right, he can't go over there and play. If we put him out there, he's just going to shy away from contact. He can't really play the ball from the opposite end, stuff like that. But I mean, it's a good point to bring up. There are a lot of guys that play receiver that are just football players that could play offense if they're not getting ticked. I just don't think they reach out and ask them.
I'm one of those guys, and sometimes I get in trouble with the youth team that I'm with. I'm one of those guys that unless you absolutely can't do anything else, I'm trying you everywhere else on the field. You know what I'm saying? If you're a running back, maybe you can't play in the secondary, but I'm trying you at linebacker. If you're a linebacker, hey, you know what? I don't need you to catch the ball at the backfield, but I'm going to try you at running back, and I just need you to power up the middle or whatever the case may be. And sometimes I see some of these guys who are obviously athletic, obviously can play the game, but, like you guys were saying, maybe stiff hips, slow feet, or dedicated all their lives at this one position, and they don't want to let it go to go someplace else. I totally get that, but I just feel like, man, to get to that next level, you almost got to be totally honest with these guys and say, listen, you're not going to make it as a wide receiver. You're just not. You're decent there, but at the pro level, you're just not going to make it. You need to try to move to another position. You look at someone like a Darren Waller. He was a wide receiver at Georgia Tech, was supposed to be the next Megatron. Wide receiver wasn't going to be him at the pros. He goes to tight end, one of the best tight ends in the NFL. Richard Sherman played wide receiver at Stanford. And Grant, don't get me wrong. I know these guys play those positions more than likely coming up, like you guys have pointed out with other players. I just see some of these guys, and my mind automatically goes to just like with the pick, James Hudson, former defensive lineman, switches the offensive line, still needs some work, but a lot of potential there, and a lot of potential in him. So he gets the right coaching and whatnot. That could be a guy we look at in a couple of years and say, man, that dude's killing it. So I wish more guys would do that.
The Lions pick is in, and after the Lions pick, Lorenzo, I want to get your 5 biggest draft crushes. So we haven't done that yet today. So the Lions pick USC wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, bodybuilder John Brown's son, brother of Equanimous St. Brown.
God.
Yes, sun god is in Detroit where the sun don't come out. Ain't no sunshine in Motown.
It's so cold in the D.
Sing it.
Hey,
and you can sing it a Reaper Franklin song too.
Oh yeah, good. Hey,
Did he opt out last season?
No, he played last season, and he had a good year. It was solid. In fact, I think in the first quarter, I don't know if it was at the Stanford game, he had 4 touchdowns, over 100 yards in the first quarter. He had some crazy, just dominated. It was crazy.
Yeah, but the problem is, CJ, when you look at a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's kind of streaky. It's almost like watching Hollywood Brown with the Ravens. He has his games where like he looks flat out dominant, almost like first round-esque, but then he has a severe drop-off in the following game. Now, Oregon game, he had Pac-12 title game was one of those games where he stood out. Unfortunately, USC lost that game, but Amon-Ra is kind of way too hot and cold for me. But it could work because his head coach, even though his head coach wants to bite off kneecaps, he is an offensive guy, and you have Jared Goff. So I mean, I like the pick. And another thing too that I'll add about Amon-Ra, he's a little bit more of a feistier receiver. Like he's kind of like that tone setter, kind of like maybe a Steve Smith kind of type. Whereas like Drake and Michael Pittman, when he was with USC, they were more finesse. They were more like, head and above shoulders, like more athletic, more superior above everybody else. But, I think this is a solid pick for the fourth round for Detroit.
I'm glad that you brought up Jared Goff because he reminds me of a guy that he made a lot of hay with in Robert Woods. And for some of the reasons you just described. He's a really good possession receiver, but he's pretty explosive after the catch. He surprised me with how much he had for a guy who doesn't always, he doesn't have the elite speed. And like you said, he has an issue sometimes of not necessarily playing to his potential, but the technique and he plays without any wasted movement. Those things are going to project well in that offense to be able to just get open because Goff's going to get the ball out. So if you're able to sort of get yourself open and the way that he does and can kind of run after the catch a little bit, he was my 82nd guy. So they got value for getting him in the 4th round.
He's not explosive at all. He's not that explosive wide receiver considering he's 5'11", 196. I would say he's more Golden Tate or even a lesser version of Marvin Jones II. I think a guy that just left Detroit to go down to Jacksonville. Those are 2 guys that I think he really fits that mold. He'll do the dirty work. He's got no problem. He's a tremendous run blocker. He's freakishly strong. His dad has really done a great job with all of the brothers, with Equanimous and Osiris St. Brown, to get them, locked in and get their weight right. And what I love about him, he's got confidence. The positives, he's got confidence. There's no short of confidence on Amon-Ra. So for me, going to Detroit is a good fit considering who's running the team now. Kalani, I know you're a USC guy. Talk about what you think about Amon-Ra.
No, it's the same thing as well as what you were saying. He's not going to blow you away with his speed, but he'll come up and pop you in the mouth. He kind of reminds me of a lesser version of like what Hines Ward would do in that particular case. I'm going to come out there and I'm going to block you, and I'll take pride in it. And when I'm looking at what the Lions are doing as far as the players they're bringing in, they're getting guys who fit the mold of what the coach wants to do, and that's so important. You don't just want to get guys or just bodies. No, let me get guys whose mindset and play style fit what we want to do. Obviously, want to bite people's kneecaps off. Well, I need a receiver that's willing to put secondary guys in the mouth and do so. So I'm very excited for St. Brown because I definitely think he landed in a position where they're not going to ask him to be a burner. They're not going to ask him to take the top off defenses. They're going to ask him, work in between the numbers, move the chains, and then come up and hit that safety or hit that nickel corner in the mouth when our running back is out there. So I think he could develop into a reliable third down receiver for Goff going forward, and then obviously in the run game support. So they definitely got themselves, as CJ said, a very good value at this particular position and an overall good player and a good character. I think he's going to be one of the guys on the team that he leads by example from what his father instilled in him and his brother as far as work ethic and character. That they definitely got a gem here.
So one of the things we did on day one, we didn't really do it yesterday. We talked about our 5 biggest draft crushes, and we got Lorenzo in here, and Zoe, you're a draft guy. You like me, work with 24/7, or I worked with them, and then now you're, you watch these guys from the youth, from the high school level all the way through college, and where they're at. Who are your 5 biggest draft crushes that you've had in your draft Nick experience?
Like five overall, you would say?
Yeah. It doesn't matter which 5. Just who are the 5 guys that you were so high on that this is the guy?
Yeah, so obviously Trevor's one. Panay Sewell. I was very high on Panay Sewell. He, to me, if it had Trevor Lawrence actually chose to come back for this upcoming season, I would have actually slugged Panay Sewell as the number 1 overall pick. And for the longest time, there were a lot of mocks that had him listed that high. Now, the receiver class, I kind of feel like that last year's receiver class was a lot better, but it's kind of hard. It's kind of difficult to choose who really stood out to me there. But
I'm
talking
in the history, your history of watching the draft. Who are your 5? Yeah, your 5. Like mine, number 1 guy was Randy Moss. CJ's was Derrick
Randy's
Henry.
mine.
Derek Harvey. No, don't give me credit for Derek Henry.
I'm not gonna do that to you. I'm not gonna do that to you. Peyton Manning's one. Trying to think who else I could think of, an offensive lineman. Tony Baselli. I think Tony Baselli was actually a pretty solid pick for Jacksonville years ago, and unfortunately injuries kind of derailed him. But he had a dominant career at USC. I could think of Julius Peppers as well. He revolutionized the position, and I'm partial to this guy, Charles Woodson. Charles Woodson also is an all-time favorite. And he wears a good number, Kalani, 24. You know who wears 24 on the Raiders?
Yes, sir.
Although I wasn't going to say Jonathan Abram, but, I'll cut Abram some slack. But, yeah, Charles Woodson.
Yeah, see, one of the things, let me just jump in here real quick before we get to that Cowboys pick. But one of the things I've been hearing as far as coming back to the Raiders draft, a lot of the feedback I've had is, why did we draft guys that are going to be special teams guys in the 3rd round? And I was like, man, if I have to explain the logic of this, of how you develop guys, I was like, just look up Cam Chancellor's rookie stats. And then I just, that's been my kind of copy and paste. His first year, he was exclusively special teams. Second year, when they were ready to play him, he was a Pro Bowler. Richard Sherman, his rookie year, was primarily special teams. He played some, 3rd, 4th string. Second year, he was developing. 3rd year, he was all pro. It's like sometimes guys have to get into a system, learn it a little bit. Sometimes you have incumbent guys who are veterans who they're not going to necessarily step in and take a job from right away. But the whole point about the draft is that you're also putting guys in positions to where they can develop to be ready to play a position maybe a year down the line. Maybe when your cap stuff has been settled and a guy can be moved on from, or there's all of these different things. And it boggles my mind that people, even like at this point, when we're looking at the 5th and 6th round, they're going to be like, who is that guy? Well, he can't play right away. It's like, no, maybe a guy's not always drafted to be a penciled-in starter. You're looking at 53 roster spots, 55 now if you want to go that far. And the idea
Yeah. Hey, guys, real quick. So, hey, I enjoyed talking to you guys this whole time. So I don't know if Joe already knows this, but I'm actually heading down to Sierra Canyon. Got a huge basketball game to cover. Gonna do some live Twitter updates. But hey, I enjoyed talking to you, CJ, Kalani, Jerron. I mean, I know I've talked to you in the past, Jerron, but hey, I enjoyed it, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Take it easy, my man. Have a good one with that game.
All right, Zoe. Thanks for joining us, bro. Lorenzo Reyna right there, Zoe Huddle. Yeah, he's calling the Sierra Canyon St. Joseph's game on TV. Or for them. So he gets to watch some really good high school nationally ranked high school basketball game. So that's dope. So yeah. So CJ, but I agree with you. People don't realize how important special teams is. They just think that, there's the guys that can't get on the field. Let's throw them out there. No, there's guys who literally their whole job is to make a ton of money just playing special teams. I mean, I think the Patriots, I forget the guy's name, but this is an article like he may be the best special teams player ever. The guy was drafted in 2008. Was it Slater, I think? Yeah. And all he does is he's a gunner. He's just a gunner. And all he does is just go hit guys. I was actually I was back, was it in 97, 96, 96. It was I was in Upland. We were, Friday night we went bowling, and Lenny McGill was in there. Lenny was a gunner for the Packers. It was the night before, and he had just retired. He played in the NFL probably like 5-6 years. And Lenny had never said, Lenny McGill. He's like, yeah. And I said, I'll introduce myself. And my boy was like, who's this? I go, man, I use him to kick everybody's ass in Madden to come bang somebody on special teams. He goes, that's how I made my money. I mean, that's the big thing. Like special teams is so important, and you got it. And what that does in the big picture is it shows depth. It shows that your team has depth finally. And if you have a good special teams and really depending on the defense, a lot of 3-4 teams normally have really good special teams because you carry more linebackers than you do D linemen. Yeah. Traditionally. So therefore you have more athletic guys on defense. And I think that's what the Raiders are doing. I think you're starting to see that now. With Javen, with Muse, with Diablo. Those are 3 guys on special teams that are going to come down and hit you in your mouth. And go ahead.
Just want people. Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned all 3 of them. It's like sometimes you've got to think maybe a year ahead. Littleton's contract's not guaranteed after 2021. Kwiatkowski's contract isn't guaranteed after 2021. Morrow's only coming back on a 1-year deal. You're looking at potentially having to replace a lot of guys. What better way to do that than to have 3 guys who can be projected to play in your system already in-house? It's like sometimes you have to think bigger picture. The NFL is a revolving door in terms of the way that finances and contracts work. And sometimes a guy, you can have him with an eye towards the future, and then in case you need him to come in, like the idea that every time you go into a draft, you're drafting 5 or 6 starters, like you said, that's kind of a net negative. If you're looking every year in needs of having to draft starters and instant players, that means you're not doing something right with the development of the actual personnel you have. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there because I really like those two picks because they fit needs. They fit specific, actual schematic needs. Kuntz has to be a guy that bursts off the line. Just that's all you need him for. Go get the quarterback on 3rd down. Be a guy who can come in, put your hand down, pin your ears back, go get the quarterback. Diablo can go play special teams right away. If you need him in a pinch, he can go and play as maybe a 3rd box safety if you actually are playing a scheme like that. But you don't have to have them pressed for service right away. You've got guys already in-house that are projected to play those bigger roles. So, yeah, just wanted to sort of speak on that.
I totally agree with you, man.
I got you.
Victor Cruz, Rondé Barber, special team guys.
Big time. Absolutely. Yeah, they were. Jabril Cox. Cowboys just took him. So the Cowboys got two of the top linebackers in the draft with Cox and Micah Parsons. Jerron's head's down. Jerron, talk about Jabril Cox and what you like and what you don't like.
Obviously, we could do out the injury, but the guy's a sideline football player. And a guy can do pretty much anything you need him to do in the defense. Now, they took Micah Parsons, another extremely athletic linebacker that can do anything, and they took the other one that can do anything on the field. I mean, the only thing about the guy, he may be a little light in the tank right there, He brings a little bit of boom, but we're talking bigger running backs, bigger linemen. I mean, especially if you look at Tampa Bay, they got 225-pound running backs that can really run out the gym, but the guy's not afraid. The guy will come down and hit. He can run with receivers deep. He can play the ball in the air. He can read well. He can play outside the box. He can play inside the box. There's so much versatility with the guy. And then you put him next to Micah Parsons, which is just a bigger, better version of the same guy. You're looking at guys like Van Der Esch has been hurt. They lost Lee to retirement, and Sean Lee was a really athletic linebacker, and now you've replaced him with two of them. Speaking of what CJ said, you now took one, turned into two. And eventually one of those two guys, Van Der Esch and I'm forgetting the Smith, Van Der Esch or Smith, one's going to be gone soon. And now you have two guys, in case you lose both of them, you're going to put them in. They're going to learn the system, and they're really retooling that defense. And again, another guy I want to see on the Raiders, but that was a great pick for them. And they're trying to fix that defense. They needed two guys on the inside, and they got them.
Couldn't agree more. You know, the thing that jumped out, the only thing I'll add to that is the way that he plastered the tight ends. I mean, that's going to be one of those things where he covers tight ends really well. So he's going to have an immediate sort of value because he does something that they really, really, really struggled with last year, and that was the interior, the middle third of the football field, the hash mark to hash mark. They got absolutely cooked last year in those spots. So anybody that can come in and help with that, they got two of them. Yeah, I hate giving Dallas their props, but that's a fantastic pick.
They've had a great draft. I mean, they've done a great job. Dan Quinn has reinforcements. I bet Mike McCarthy's loving it. I don't think he's ever had a draft like that at either stop he's coached at, where they're making that defense a priority. You know, the thing I like about Cox is he just balls. North Dakota State then dominates over there and says, you know what? I want to go play with big boys. I'm going to go down to LSU. Goes on there and does the same thing. Like, you can't keep them off the field. Those are the type of guys that you want to build your team around. And that's I think it's a great job by the Dallas coaching staff. I think that they really went out of their way and they targeted specific guys and kind of, again, let the board talk to them and fall to them. And that's exactly what they did. They stayed true to their board. Jabril Cox he's just a dog out there. So, I mean, there's one guy, and a guy that's following, Dylan Moses. I mean, I don't know where his free fall is going to stop, but at some point, you know, you'd have to think it's going to be soon. He's a guy that if he didn't get hurt, he probably comes out last year and is a first, second round pick. Now it's day 3 and he's still on the board. Thank God he had the Lloyds of London insurance policy, because I mean he's going to get some type of money for not being drafted as high as he once was. But if you're Dylan Moses and the Moses family, you have to be ticked off right now.
Oh, no doubt, without question.
Without doubt.
I've seen a couple of guys, just to be completely blunt, that I like Moses better than. And it makes me wonder if there's any specter of what Kalani was talking about. Because, they've been inside linebacker factory, but there's been guys that have had really mixed results. And that's one of those ones that maybe you can point more to, because Saban likes his guy built in a certain mold. And they've been really particular about that. But I like Moses. And he's not like Reuben Foster or Rolando McClain, where he comes in with like baggage or anything like that. This is just more about physical history. But I liked him better than Werner. I liked him better than Chaz Surratt. And they've been taken well ahead of him. So it's like, yeah, there is a real question as to what's the why here, Because like I said,
real quick, I'm going to stay on the Dylan Moses talk, but the Rams just took a guy who, in my prerogative, has taken every little step to do what he needs to do, because he's the great new addition, and that's Bobby Brown III.
So many things I could say.
There's no way you didn't practice that.
No way you didn't practice that. They called the goal.
So, Kalani, go ahead and jump on the Dylan Moses talk. I know you have a very strong opinion about it.
It's one of those where it's a couple folds. One, it's very unfortunate for him and his family, but boy, I'll tell you what, they are just giving this boy motivation. We talk about some of these athletes who were taken later in the draft. We say, why didn't you take them earlier? Well, you look at someone like Tom Brady. Tom freaking Brady still hates the fact he was 199, that he was a 6th round, that 7 other quarterbacks were chosen ahead of him. Richard Sherman still hates he was a 5th round pick. So sometimes being drafted later is that motivation, that constant chip on your shoulder you're always going to carry with you. The other part is obviously the injury history, which I do get it, but it's not like he went through his whole college career being injured. It's not like he came out of high school with injuries, college with injuries. It was one injury, and he's a year away removed from it. And with a knee injury, we definitely see once you get past that first year, you definitely get back to more like being yourself going forward. But I also say this, and it's to what CJ brought up with some of the other players. You look at some of these Alabama linebackers who have come to the NFL, all this pedigree from Nick Saban, Alabama, not really the leaders of these defense that we're thinking of. Some of them, like C.J. Mosley, he had moments in Baltimore where it looked like he was taking that next step. But then he goes to the Jets, and granted, it is the Jets, right? But he didn't take that next step. You look at some of the other guys, Reuben Foster as well, and it's like, okay, is that also part of it? Not just the injury, but hey, Nick, we love you, and we know you're good, but some of your linebackers, especially these guys who we are supposed to be the leaders of the defense, they haven't made that transition to the NFL at a high rate yet. Now, I say all that to say, if Dylan Moses is there when the Raiders is on the board, boy, I am running to the podium to yell that
162?
Right then and there.
Yeah.
I'm
Because his fall
so,
reminds me almost identically of Mac Wilson a couple of years ago. It's the exact same situation. Mac Wilson was a guy that, top of the first, second round, easy. He ended up 155, and he's been starting with Cleveland pretty much from the moment he got there. And it's one of those deals where somebody's going to get themselves a great player if he's deployed right.
Absolutely, guys. New England's on the clock, or the pick is in, and it's something that I think Jerron and I know a little bit about. It's a player we know. I've met him a few times. I came to Centennial after he left, but former Las Vegas Centennial High School running back, Oklahoma running back Ramadre Stevenson is the first Vegas kid off the board and he just got drafted by the New England Patriots, who drafted another kid last year that I have a very good relationship with, and that's J.J. Taylor. So New England's loading up on the running backs from the Arrigo camp. But Jerron, your dad was his positional coach for a while at Centennial. Coach Mike Turner. Talk about what you know about Ramadre, because I know you guys have a long history together.
So what I've heard from my dad and then Coach Leon Evans, who was his head coach, they said they knew this guy was NFL material. He had attitude and grade issues. They tried to work that out, but he went to JUCO. He came back. He said, "Coach, you were right," and he fixed a lot of his off the field issues. Went to Oklahoma and just became a what can I do type of guy, and what can I do for the program instead of what the program can do for me type of guy. And he became a running back that, he could always be the one cut. He's sizable, but he's still shifty. He can run through you, run around you. The type of running back that he reminds me of that New England has been lacking is a LeGarrette Blount type of running back. They've been missing that, and they need another guy like that. And with Ramadre, the only difference between him and LeGarrette Blount is Ramadre's faster. So you have a guy who's same size, real fast, good hips, good feet, one cut runner. And they brought in 2 tight ends. They're really going to double down on what they were good at throughout the 2010s era, which is being able to run the football, especially in between the tackles, and getting the ball to really talented tight ends. And this just helps them rebuild. It's a good pick that nobody was really talking about. Even today on the top 10, everybody was talking about other guys. Madre just kind of fell to the back, and the Patriots found a chance to snatch at him.
The thing that jumped out to me the most had nothing to do with even the stuff that I saw on tape. He only had 165 carries in college. He has no wear and tear whatsoever going to the next level. Like, that's going to be – because he's built like – he reminds me of Gus Edwards, the old Gus Bus in Baltimore. And he's got that sort of like to where he knows how to get right up the field. And that's another one of those great location, great usage. If anybody's going to use him properly, it's going to be Belichick and those guys in that offense, because they're definitely going to be trying to run the ball a lot. He's going to get a lot of early touches the way that's going to be set up.
Yes, sir.
We like the player. Joe's really holding that thought, but I was going to say,
I mean, he's going for dramatic effect. He's going for that dramatic effect.
There's another guy that got taken that while Joe really mulls that over.
He didn't even blink it. That is awesome.
Chris Rumpf, the guy that I had 62nd overall, went to the Chargers, and yeah, I don't like that a lot. That's another one of those guys where they're replacing some of what they might end up losing in Melvin Ingram. He's one of those. He reminds me of Leonard Floyd. He gets on my tackles. He uses his arms really well, and he's a really slick pass rusher. And it looks like they're trying to be more aggressive as far as what they're doing. He's probably a little too thin, but he seems like a guy that they're going to use the same way we use as far as Kuntz, ideally, which is just go rush the quarterback. They've already got enough on their line already to where they're not going to need him to come and plug and play, even if Ingram ends up signing elsewhere. So that was one of those notable ones because I had him really high. He was the second highest behind Davion Nixon, basically, who I guess now I'm kind of on that watch. If he gets to 162, I think the Raiders just have to take him regardless. That's just way too much value for a spot.
Now, CJ, you said that you don't necessarily like the pick. Is it because what he does doesn't fit what the Chargers are trying to do?
I don't like the pick
maybe they're not going to utilize
because he's going to get after some of our guys. I like that pick for them a lot.
Okay, that was going to be the second part.
I don't like that as a Raider fan. That's a great pick for the Chargers because it's another guy. It used to be an arms race. Now it's a get the arms in the grass race. You just need as many rushers as you can. In our division, with the way that the quarterbacks are, you've got to go get the guy down. And they just added another guy that's going to be able to contribute in that way fairly early. He was really productive at Duke, and I could see that really sort of happening for them. So let's see who's.
Yeah, it's you look at what's there. Get after the quarterback, obviously, and I don't know where we're at. I mean, where you guys are at, but I just saw who the Eagles picked up, and to me, I think that's another good pickup for them as well to add to that secondary. We'll get into that whenever Joe or CJ, whoever's running it, we'll get into that when that comes up. But that's also the key part of it as well. Is you look at your own division and you say, okay, what do we need to stop the teams within our division, right? And if you're in really any division, but it's because we're talking about the Raiders. Okay, we don't know what Denver's going to do, but we got Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. We're not going to stop these wide receivers with the next Legion of Boom. We can get after these quarterbacks. So for all these teams trying to load up, that's the way to go about it. Just get these guys in there across the line at the linebacker position. And if nothing else, kind of like what you said, CJ, until your fundamentals and you get a little bit stronger, just rush the pasture. That's all we're going to bring you in here to do. Pin your ears back and go after the QB and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, there's no need to overthink it at that point. You get value like that comes to you. That's kind of the whole point. Today is a day of you get guys like you're not really drafting as much for need. It's just, man, I really like what this person can do or maybe what they can project to. And I've seen a lot of good picks. I like what Dallas did with Cox. I like what the Chargers just did there. One of those deals where you could just get a guy who's just too good not to take. Man, that's the idea.
Jerry Jones with Cox. Go figure.
Hey, you gotta have balls to go get a Cox.
you know they love Cox and Big D.
Cox, Big D, all in the same. Oh Lord, oh, it's a match. It's a match made in well, I'm not gonna.
It's a match made in the fact.
Yeah. Hey guys, well, let's do this. And I want to apologize, everybody. There's a power surge where I was at, and it kicked the whole neighborhood off for a brief second, so the internet had to reload. So I apologize for leaving abruptly. What I'm gonna do right now, we're gonna take a quick break. We didn't do it for an hour. I know that's not having Gus here. We just kind of run on and run on and run on. So we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna play a couple commercials. We're gonna come right back, get to Washington's pick, get into the Raiders pick, who's coming up in about 40 picks, and break down some more of the draft right here on the Franchise Sports Draft Show on all the Franchise Sports media platforms.
Wake up, kid. You know what it is. Been dreaming about this since the first time you put on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back to the draft show on franchisesportsmedia.com. Kalani's trying to give a free plug to Vegas Strong.
Number one youth football program in the nation, baby.
I'm just messing with you.
Hey, look, I was about to say, was that another power outage?
Man, so you know, I'm looking at, you know, the draft and where things are, and I think I want to, Kalani, you know, I want to talk to you about your 5 biggest draft crushes, because we didn't get a chance to do it the other day, and I know you watch a lot of the draft. You're a draft guy, so give me your 5 all-time draft crushes and give me a story with it. Story time with Cousin Kalani.
All right. Well, folks, it started on a dark and cloudy night. No, I'm just kidding. No. Number 5 for me was Kellen Winslow, the tight end from Miami. I've watched football for a long time, but it wasn't until my high school years where I kind of started to understand that a little bit more about the game, you know, and all the process. So from there, going forward, when I'm watching a draft, you know, I understood things more and more as the years went on. I really loved Kellen Winslow, man. I loved his attitude. I loved his skill set. At Miami, he was an absolute dog. At one point early in the season, I forget the year, But they were talking about he might be a Heisman Trophy candidate. You know, he struck the poles in the end zone, and they was like, could he be the first tight end to possibly do so? I thought going into the NFL, he literally was going to be right up there with Tony Gonzalez, Shannon Sharp, and then Antonio Gates. You know, I thought he was going to be the guy. Unfortunately, some things happened, and very, very unfortunately, he has some other things happen to him in life that he's paying for now. But at the time coming out, I thought Kellen Winslow was going to be a dog. Another guy that I really fell for was Stanford linebacker Shane Scove. Yeah, I really went for Shane Scove. My eyes opened up in 2 games. When he played my Trojans on I can't remember what particular day. It might have been Saturday or even during the week, but it was a nighttime game. I swear to you, every single time we was on the offense, he was around the ball. And I'm like, are we not blocking him? Are we running towards him? But he was just so around the ball. I thought he was going to be another great linebacker at the next level. He suffered an injury, but I thought same thing. Okay, you know, he'll get to the NFL and work out. And that year, I was doing a pre-draft show with somebody else, just some buddies. And I just remember talking about it, like even the 4th round, I was like, yo, Shane Scove is going to be a steal. He's going to be a steal. Well, I got fleeced once again on that particular one. But he was definitely somebody I thought was going to be something. Now, this is another linebacker who I thought you could not have told me anything different about him at the next level. USC linebacker Ray Maluga, I thought was going to be the next Junior Seau. I thought he was going to be right after Ray Lewis, Patrick Willis, as far as linebackers went. I'm a USC fan, obviously, but I thought he had all the makings of being a top-flight linebacker at the next level. He beheaded the UCLA quarterback on the sidelines. He ran back the pick 6 against the Buckeyes in the Rose Bowl arena. Just get off me. And then he literally took the Illinois offense. I believe the quarterback's name was Juice Williams. He literally took him off NFL draft boards in that bowl game where he sacked him like 3 times, and just it looked like he literally scared the bejesus out of Juice. I thought Ray and that linebacking core, Brian Cushing, Clay Matthews, I thought all of them was going to be top flight at the NFL level. As I said, as I've gotten older, I realized things a little bit more. You know, he goes to Cincinnati where they ran a 4-3 under Mike Zimmer, but at UCLA they ran like a 3-4 type of defense. So with Ray, he's used to having 2 middle linebackers in the middle, where one does the coverage, he kind of does the plowing, knocking guys out. At the next level, he never really got that chance to do so, whereas Cushing and Matthews did. We saw them flourish. Cushing maybe for some other reasons, but Ray just never caught his footing. Then he ran some off-field issues as well. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, okay. And allegedly. Yeah. Now the next two draft crushes I have, these guys worked out. I know I just named 3 guys who didn't work out the NFL, but that's why they're draft crushes. I had a tough time with this one because it was him and Reggie Bush are my 2 favorite running backs of all time. Willis McGahee, I was in love with him at the University of Miami. I can't tell you how many plays, and you guys all know this, how many plays where they just pitched him the ball, he made the whole defense miss and just takes off on him. I was like, man, when his knee got buckled back and he ended up kicking his own stomach, I almost shed a tear on that one because I was like, this dude would have been one of the greats. He did one of the most remarkable comebacks, being drafted 23 overall, getting himself in the best shape he could, and then he had a really good NFL career. Maybe not what he could have had without the injury, but nonetheless, he had a really good NFL career. And, man, I was so excited. I wasn't a Bills fan, but I rooted for him everywhere he went. My number 1 crush is the guy who brought me to Raider Nation, Charles Woodson. Now, my favorite – here's how. My favorite NFL player of all time is Deion Sanders. I loved him in Atlanta, the Niners, the Cowboys. Any team he's been on, I got a jersey from there because I love Deion Sanders. I love his swagger. I love the way he plays, the confidence, the trash talking, the high stepping. I loved it all. Well, when I saw that he wore number 2 in college, I was watching a random game on television, and I was like, hey, this guy from Michigan wears number 2. Oh, he seems pretty good. Oh, okay, look, let me – Charles Woodson. All right, cool. And I kind of just followed him throughout there. Then obviously I'm like, this guy's pretty freaking good. I kind of like him. When he went into the draft and he went to the Raiders, obviously, me being from the Bay Area, I'm like, oh, you know what? I don't really have a problem with the Raiders. That's my team. I'm rooting for the Raiders. They got my boy Charles Woodson. So Charles Woodson brought me to be a lifelong Raider fan. I was already cool with them before, but he just cemented that. To me, I fell in love with it. This is how crazy I was with it. He even didn't, he never Velcroed his gloves like Deion Sanders was. So in high school, I never Velcroed my gloves. I didn't play corner, but I never Velcroed my gloves. That's how much of a fan I was of his and whatnot. So those are my 5 crushes. Some worked out, some didn't. But, hey, and you see what they do there, and you just hope at the next level it can continue. For whatever reason, it just doesn't work out. But those 5 guys I look back on and just say, man, you could not have told me any differently on draft day that those guys weren't all going to be future Hall of Famers.
Yeah, it's with Kellen Winslow, I it was a love-hate relationship. No, it was a love-hate. It was for me.
In silence here, we're taking a moment, or did we have another power outage?
No, I'm saying with Kellen Winslow, for me, was a love-hate relationship. I hated that he was so damn good a lot of the time, but then at the same time, he did a lot of things I just hated. Like I just like the whole I'm a soldier. Like it was like, bro, like at that point. I felt something was off with him, and I didn't know it was CTE, but I felt something was off. But it's like, bro, you're a silver spoon kid. Your dad at that time was the greatest tight end in the history of the NFL. Like you were built for this. You have everything in front of you. Like, don't act like you hard. Like that I think that was the thing. That's what bothered me about him. Like you're not that guy, bro. Like you're a fake tough guy. And so everything that's happened to him it's unfortunate for all the victims. He gets what he deserves, and it's not enough time for me. I'm not going to get into that, but I love Charles Woodson too. For what it's worth, I that draft. It's weird because that's the draft that Randy Moss slid. So that draft is like I think that may be the most famous draft, non-quarterback draft, because that '83 draft with Elway and Marino and Kelly and Ken O'Brien, Todd Blackledge.
Yeah, weren't the top 4 guys in '98 the 4 Heisman finalists?
No, because
Randy Moss won. Yeah. But 3 of the 4 with Leaf, with Manning, and with Woodson. Who was taken 3rd? Was that Wadsworth?
I think Arizona. It was Andre Wadsworth. Yes, I thought he was going to be good too. I thought he was going to be good too. I liked him.
Yeah, so you had bookends. You had 2 guys who didn't pan out, sandwiched in between 2 Hall of Famers, 2 first-rounders this year together in Steve Wood and Manning. So that's about you talk about one of the most famous drafts, because it absolutely is. That's the epitome of hit and miss as far as the NFL draft goes.
Let's get a quick recap. The Minnesota Vikings took a guy I know a little bit about. Was familiar with him back in the Corona Centennial days where I was at. Cam Bynum, cornerback. They listed him as a safety though. He played a lot of corner. In fact, Cal, we did a Zoe did a Zoe huddle on him. Hey, Cam's a guy that he's a stud. Ball hawk, plays with aggression. Doesn't back down. Isn't a burner, but I mean, you're talking a guy that again technically sound, great feel, great instincts. I really like Cam Bynum. I hate that he went to Minnesota, but I really like the fact that Cam went in the 4th round. It's about where I thought he was going to go. So I don't know if it's a good fit, but good for Cam to go to that spot.
Yeah, a little higher than I probably would have gone. But again, that's kind of where we're at right here. You get to the point where if you see something in a certain guy, the separation, the distinction, if you're targeting something that might be able to help you is not nearly as great, end of the 4th round, 5th round, I stopped saying reach at that point. Because then you're just basically going after guys that you kind of feel like, hey, I have a specific thing in mind for them with what we do, and maybe they can benefit that way. What's his physical? Like, what is he as far as height, weight?
Yeah, let me.
He's around 6 feet, right?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. Let me go to my rankings. Cam is 6', 196, so he's
Yeah.
not small per se.
I think him being in Minnesota, I know Joe, that's against your Packers, but I think he's going to get some real good coaching there. And like you said, the fit, they got him listed as safety, but he played a lot of corner. Who knows if they try to make him a hybrid, move him around in a nickel, or they'll see where he works out. But I think with the coaching there, he may not turn out to be like a future star, but I think he's going to be a reliable player for your roster. Like, he's going to be a guy out there. He's not going to get burned consistently, but he's also not going to be the guy that ends up with 8 interceptions or whatever the case. I think he's just going to be one of those consistent guys that being out there, he's reliable, he's productive. He's not going to be the reason your secondary is top notch, but he's also not going to be the reason your secondary is giving up all the big plays either.
Let me just jump in here.
Yeah.
The Rams just took a guy I really, really, really like. They didn't play last year because of COVID, but a guy out of Central Arkansas by the name of Robert Rochelle, who I thought was the sneaky, under-the-radar FCS player in this entire draft. His measurables are off the charts. He's got just incredible inline speed and great arm length for the size. He's only 6 foot, but he's got above average length. And he's one of those guys. He's like a T-Buck. He baited a lot of guys on that level and made a lot of plays as far as turnovers and generating that stuff. And he really trusts his abilities. That's a great fit for them as far as where he's going, as far as that Rams defense. Because he's an ideal Tampa 2 if that's the defense that Morris ends up implementing there. Oh, my goodness. Like, that was one of those guys, again, I was really quiet about. I was like, if it gets to around 162, 165 where we're at, I'm like, maybe we can start talking him up. But the Rams went and jumped on him. And it's just, again, without the tape from this year, you go by just insane measurables. Just very fast, bulky, but he just does everything really, really well.
I had him as my 14th best corner in this class, and he was ahead of some bigger name guys. I had him ahead of Cam Bynum. I got a Trill Williams, who I really like. I had him ahead of a Debo, who was drafted yesterday. I had him right behind or equal to Shaun Wade. So I mean, when I had him ahead of St. Juice, who was drafted already. So I agree. He's freaky. He's just one of those freaky, twitchy guys, and yeah, his game is different. And I agree for the Rams that's a hell of a pick. They did a really good job, and they're doing a really good job creating, bringing in guys that they want that fit what they do. And this is the thing I think is great. When you look at the teams and you look at, the way that these teams are now picking, it's not your draft board or my draft board or his draft board or his. This is what we're gonna do, and we will be damned what anybody else thinks. They're gonna be unapologetic about it. And I think that was one of the best things for them. See what you got, Kalani?
No, I just saw on the screen who the Ravens picked up. He was somebody I was trying to squeeze in here and say, hey, this guy's also still available. And I saw him play in 2 games against Oklahoma and Texas. And I was like, yo, I'm not saying he's going to be Larry Fitzgerald, but, man, can this guy get down the field? It's Taylon Wallace out of Oklahoma State. Big play guy, can make plays down the field. And, he was somebody, again, he's not going to be your number one guy as far as the receiver that you're going to build your rapport around. But I definitely felt that in the right place, he'd be a good number 2 or 3rd option to have out there to get down the field and make some plays. So I'm sitting here, his name popped up as best available, and I was like, okay, when we're kind of in between and we're not talking about a particular player, let me try to sneak his name in, and then the Ravens go ahead and pick him. So, hey, they're trying to do right by Lamar and get him offensive weapons for guys that he could throw to and whatnot, and they definitely got one here in Wallace.
What I like about Wallace is he's not a burner, but he wins contested catches. I watched him a lot the last 2 years. And he's a guy that from a release package, it's above average. It's above most receivers in this class. He knows how to create natural separation. He does a great job sinking his hips and setting up the DB. He's got a good catch radius. He doesn't drop too many balls. He wants the ball in his hands in crunch time. He makes no bones about it. He's not over the top, like give me the ball, but he wants you to know, give me the ball. He's not a burner. He's not going to run by a lot of people. He may get caught. But you're talking about possession guy, a guy that can give maybe one, like a Juju Smith-Schuster as far as speed, where Juju may break one, but it's not the norm. Same type of guy, but I think he's better at contested balls than what Juju is. I like Wallace too. That him and Chuba Hubbard, who was drafted by Carolina a few picks before that was a great 1-2 punch for the Cowboys.
I think it's a flat out steal for Baltimore. I'm really high on him. He had a high day 2 grade for me, and it's more than just that. It's you just sort of spelled out the stuff that I really like. What he doesn't have in the measurables, he's Baltimore. He's going to fit right in. He's a completely fearless competitor, and he's so aggressive against physical coverage. So you're not going to punk him off the line of scrimmage if they put him inside, and that allows Brown to maybe slide outside to run deep. He's one of those guys who will sit there and he will make himself a target for Lamar, especially when the plays break down. He does that really well, and he's just I love that he does all of the little things. He knows how to square himself up. He uses his body to point himself in between a defender. All of those little tiny things that get you open versus a ball either being uncatchable or knocked down. He does all that stuff really well. And teams are really
I had him as my 13th best receiver in this class. I had him in a tier where he could be an impactful guy relatively soon.
Yeah. And
Jerron, you got anything, Jerron?
No. Well, I was gonna say for the Robert O'Shaw, I didn't know much about the guy. Actually, I was watching a little bit of him. He's the reason they picked him for the Rams, and it's still Wade Phillips there, right? Calling the defense.
No, it's
Raheem Morris.
Pete Morris. So last year, similar situation where they like their corners. That guy's Chris Harris, except he can jump like 58 or 58 inches. I was just looking at that.
Ridiculous.
He's not tall, but he can jump out the gym. That as a corner is that's invaluable to have a guy who can jump that high. I mean, not even Ramsey can jump like that, and Ramsey's a freak athlete, but Ramsey can't even jump like that. So you can put this guy on receivers who might even be 5 inches taller than him for a jump ball, and he can jump with them. That is unbelievable as a cornerback. So I'm with CJ. That's a low-key type of corner. That's skill you can't make up. And then I was just looking at the Browns. They took one of the best tackles in the draft, in my opinion, Tommy Togiai. They just took him.
They're having a fantastic draft.
Yeah, and he's an animal. I don't know how he slid. Maybe it's because other guys, it's like you said, Joe, it's a lot of guys drafting people who they believe fit to their system. But Tommy is one of the guys I've been talking about. When you want to draft inside, he's enormous. He's extremely physical. And, the tape speaks for itself. 6 games would be damned. The guy couldn't be moved out the middle. No matter who we were playing, even Alabama, as good as they were, you watch tape of that game, Najee Harris would try and hit between the A gap and that B gap. And if Tommy was there, he had to bounce because they just couldn't move the guy. He's an extremely good tackle, and the Browns to pick him up, they got a steal. I don't even understand how he fell this far, but that's a steal.
Agreed.
And the Browns definitely are not only a steal, they get somebody who could potentially come in early on in the season and give them production on that defensive line. You already got Myles Garrett on one side. He's going to demand the attention. You throw someone like that in there in the middle as well, man, I tell you, and I think it was said earlier, the Browns are really doing a good job. Andrew Berry, the GM for them, really doing a good job of picking players that fit what they're trying to do and to battle the teams that are in their division. The AFC North, man, that's another slobber knocker.
The guys that they've gotten, they got JOK at great value. They got Hudson at great value. They got Togiai at great value. They haven't had to do any reaching. They're getting all of these. Like we said yesterday, it's amazing. You bring somebody competent in to run your franchise, and all of a sudden it's like night and day, and now it's suddenly the Browns are one of the rich getting richer. It's wild.
and let's move on to the team that's on the clock who just picked, and the pick is it's the New Orleans Saints. And they have an issue at quarterback. Drew Brees is gone. They have Jameis Winston there. They have a glorified running back there, was getting paid $16 million. Signed a $100 million contract this offseason, but it was just for salary cap purposes. But it's only like a really $3 or $4 million contract. They just took Notre Dame quarterback Ian Book.
Book it.
And he's a smaller quarterback. I'm not saying he's Drew Brees, because what Drew Brees did at Purdue and coming out of Purdue and then with the Chargers and then in New Orleans speaks for itself. But similar stature, under 6'1", under 6'2", but he's a little more mobile than what Brees was. He had some moments at Notre Dame. CJ, I know you watched a lot of tape, or a few tapes on Notre Dame guys in particular, Tommy Tremble and Javon McKinley. What did you see out of Ian Book throwing the ball?
I'll start with the good. RPO, his footwork and ball handling, as far as that stuff goes, he got a lot of guys open because they really play action fake really well. He knows how to climb the pocket when the edge comes in on him. And he has great feet when he sets up his stuff as far as play action and all of that stuff. As far as the certain throws, he gave his guys a lot of catchable balls. I'll say that. He has the ability to sort of – he defines his touch really well. And he processes stuff really well, which I think is probably what makes him most intriguing for a guy like Sean Payton. I mean, he wants a guy who's able to sort of do that stuff really well. I mean, the greatest attribute Drew Brees had was between his ears. But he can be way too indecisive. That cost Notre Dame in big games. He doesn't have the ideal arm strength, and it's that whole being able to make certain throws. They still value that. That second level, third level throw is where he really struggled the most, and obviously that's coming back in vogue now with all of this speed that we have in the league. So the lack of size, the lack of ideal ball placement, and the fact that he's not really a great anticipatory thrower, he has to throw a guy when he's open. He doesn't throw guys open. So those combinations, like I said, I mean, you could go to far worse places to go and get quarterback training if you're Ian Book. So I'll say that much. Obviously, just the guy who's going to develop. He's not going to be pushing anybody, but, yeah, there could be worse places for him to go.
Kalani, I know you like the Saints. It's one of your teams. How do you feel about the pick?
Okay, yeah, I guess so.
Well, no. I know because I seriously thought that because when we were talking about the Saints, way back on the FSM After Dark, you were very passionate about the Saints and whatnot. So I thought that was just one of your teams.
No. I was very passionate about somebody clearly disrespecting Cool Breeze. I'm calling noodle arm and can't throw it past the line of scrimmage. I was just passionate about that, but they definitely do need to see if one of the guys on the roster is the guy, and if not, hey, go after a quarterback. I'd say until you find a quarterback, almost every year or at least every other year, you should be drafting a quarterback somewhere in your draft until you find your guy. Just because you never know how it's going to be. You look at someone like an Ian Book. I go back to my saying once again. The last Notre Dame quarterback that did good in the NFL, yeah, I get it. He won some Super Bowl in the Bay Area, but are we really going that far back? No. And then Brian Kelly, he's a very good coach, very good recruiter. How have the players, especially at the quarterback position that he's coached, managed in the NFL? I don't necessarily know if that was a good one. If anything, I don't know how you guys feel about him. Obviously, he's not rated as high, but I was looking at someone like a Sam Ehlinger from Texas. Maybe you don't pick him right here, but if quarterback is the way he was going, I know he was very highly recruited coming out of high school. His first couple of years in Texas, there was a lot of belief that, hey, this guy could be the next one. Obviously, there were a lot of things at Texas that didn't go that way for them to take the next step, but I kind of felt like if anything, if it came down to those two, personally, I would have went with Ehlinger But Ian Book, because he doesn't have to start right away, that hopefully that's a major benefit to him in growing on the things that CJ was talking about that he can fix. He's going into a situation with great coaches to do it with Payton and that offense. So there's almost no excuse on why you can't at least get better. Maybe you don't become Drew Brees, but you need to become getting better in this system with this coaching staff. If not, hey, it's a low round pick. We'll move on and find somebody else next year.
Yeah. Okay, so I had him as a 6th round or undrafted free agent. That's where I rated Book, and I would have taken Peyton Ramsey, Jamie Newman, or Michael Collins over him. They're my next highest rated guys. But I want to bring George Takata in. Welcome back, George, who was with us on Friday and briefly yesterday.
What up, George? Nice hat.
Oh yeah.
Oh God, the twins. You got twinsies there now. What the hell? So
CJ got the message.
Yeah, must have. But you bring up Sean Payton, and the thing that it gets thrown about with Aaron Rodgers is he only has 1 Super Bowl. Drew Brees only has 1 Super Bowl. Sean Payton only has 1 Super Bowl. What makes them so Teflon? And really Sean Payton, where he damn near wasn't he suspended for a year or damn near was suspended for Bountygate? I mean, there's been a lot of stuff that's been on Sean Payton's plate, and yet it's almost like Sean Payton's Teflon versus some of these other coaches.
I'll tell you exactly why.
Please do.
Because there was the New Orleans Saints franchise before Sean Payton, and there's been the New Orleans Saints franchise since Sean Payton. That's exactly why. When you had 1 win in your playoff history in the entire 40 years of your franchise versus all the success he's had since they've been there. It's the same reason why Marvin Lewis lasted so long in Cincinnati. Yeah, they went 0-7, but you know how many playoff games they had before he got there? 7. So that's exactly what it was. You know, when a guy's that consistently successful for a franchise that was perpetually bad, the Aints, paper bags on the face, like, you know, just there's just no way. He's the mayor there. He gets to basically go when he says so. Because of the
I wouldn't have fired Marvin Lewis. I would have had him revamp the offense, but I thought he got, Cincinnati's back where they were before Marvin Lewis. So, I mean, I think you got to be careful what you wish for.
Be careful what you wish for. Exactly.
George, you weren't with us yesterday. You dipped out and came back in, but I didn't want to bring you in while you were driving. I didn't know if you were just listening or you were trying to come back in.
I could have commented on things.
Oh, I did. Well, I didn't know. And George right there, that's not just fruit punch. That's fun punch in the morning.
This is
we know what you put in there, George.
Create splash, berry blend, twisted berry blend.
Yo, it's twisted and there's a splash of other things in there too.
Yo, there's a twist, all right. There's a twist.
It's Saturday, bitches. I don't
care. George, I'm right with you in about 30 minutes. But let me go ahead and George get your opinion from yesterday till today. You've seen how the yesterday's draft played out for the Raiders. Not just Morig, but to bring in Kuntz and Diablo as well. Do you feel a lot better about where they are currently than when it was even after the Morig pick yesterday or even after day one?
Well, yeah, I briefly came on yesterday and I said, well, the Raiders did it in reverse yesterday with rounds 1 and 2. So they got it right. But with the other two guys, you get a pass rusher from Buffalo. It's kind of funny. The best Buffalo player since Khalil Mack, they said that and all that. And John Gruden is on the Raiders when they do that Modelo call. I love it when they call, hey, we're going to pick you, watch TV, enjoy it with your family. And he told Kuntz, we had a guy, Khalil Mack, here that was pretty good. You never had Khalil Mack, you asshole. Let always get started with that. Oh, yeah, no, you didn't. The rest of us did, and you got rid of him. But anyway, that's just a different story. But I like that pick. And then Diablo's got the best name in the draft, might have the best name in football. And I think he's going to come in and do some big things on special teams and be effective there and put in some time at linebacker. So now, I liked yesterday. we're getting to the point where I got to rely on people to just make the right decisions on these guys because we get rounds 4 through 7. You kind of want to do a little research on dudes and hope that there are fits there. But I heard that there are no. I think we need defensive tackle help. There's we have one defensive tackle signed through 2021. So I think that's where the Raiders go, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them draft a developmental quarterback in round 7, 6 if they keep those late round picks. So John Gruden can't help himself but draft a quarterback. So might as well work on signing a developmental guy.
CJ, you know who's still available that I totally spaced on? That I think would be a great fit for the Raiders. Davion Nixon.
That's
the Iowa kid, right?
That's still available.
That's where everybody's stumping for. I mean, I have him as number 47 overall, and I come back to what I said. Biggest day 2 wild card, and now it's day 3. It's just I think the tweener build and the fact that a lot of his abilities, his measurables, didn't translate to game day or what's putting him in this spot. He reminds me a lot of Mo Hurst in that Mo Hurst had the heart situation, but even before that, people were like, well, where does he necessarily fit being a 275-pound, 3-gap defensive tackle? And so in many ways, Nixon kind of mirrors that in that his build is one of those deals where you're not quite sure where you play him. But he reminds me of K'Wan Short, a guy who, absolutely had a great Super Bowl. He's a very good player. And is one of those guys where, like I said, I think you get him in the right situation. If he fell to one of the 2 spots, I think we'd have to take him. We don't have anybody on that line in terms of interior play where it's like, oh, well, Matt Dickerson he's too good for us not to have taken another. I'm sorry. He's one of the guys I've got my eye on just simply for just that high level value. Another guy I'm kind of surprised is still around, and he's been sort of one of the stories in terms of how he's taken it is Trey Smith out of Tennessee, the guard center combo. And he said, I'll never forget this. We were talking about that motivation or whatever. I hope that he actually is taking it to heart instead of it just being, well, I should have been taken here and then I've got a bad attitude about it. Because if he uses it the right way, yeah, he's going to make a lot of people eat their words and get to do it fast. So, yeah, those are 2 of the guys. And then, like I said, I just go back to my guy that I have at the top of the board left, and Jamar Johnson. I'm really shocked that he hasn't gone yet.
That's the guy I'm hoping slides about 4 more picks. And Dylan Moses, and hey, you know what? Dylan Moses could be a great fit for the Raiders as well. I mean, a big thumper in the middle. You surround him with some speed guys around him, and on 3rd down, if you have to pull him out, you pull him out. But that could be a really good fit there for him as well. A guy playing with the chip on his shoulder, coming from a school where
we love those Bama guys.
They love the Bama guys.
Speaking of Bama guys, what do you guys think if the Raiders went guard and they got D. Brown from Alabama, another big body physical specimen, played on an Alabama offensive line? You don't generally see a team get 2 players from the same school, especially on the same position. But if they have an opportunity and Brown is there, we're going to need a guard to replace Incognito eventually. So
we're building a Bama line. We already have Lester Cotton too, and that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't even be against it. I wouldn't be against it if they have value there. Because you got 2 guys in Good and Incognito that are probably not going to be another year or 2 at the most. If Good ends up playing as well as he's going to do, he's going to price himself out of coming back with us. I mean, he came back here because of a slow market. So, I mean, if you got Simpson there and you get another guy that's ready at the waiting, you're hoping Leatherwood pans out. I wouldn't be against it at all, just based on, again, 3rd round grade. He's one of those guys I really thought would be off the board. I just saw Rashard Weaver got taken. He's another guy that I was really good on. So it seems like a lot of the guys that I've actually, there's the other guy that I am surprised is still around is Stone Forsythe from Florida. I'm like, man, what is it about him that's got him? It's almost like he's off the board for people. And I don't understand why he slid so much. He was like a poor man's Nate Solder for me. And the fact that, you're not going to take a flyer on a guy with that much ability is weird. It's like, I wonder what the process was to have a guy that I've got 40th, like, just doesn't even seem like he's on the radar right now.
Jerron, what do you got? You got anything?
You think maybe
If they want offensive line, my guy would be David Moore from Grambling. Watched him. He snuck up on me when I was watching a lot of the recent Senior Bowl stuff. So I watched the one-on-ones with him. And, being a, swag guy, you don't really see much of him. Then he's going up against these, major D1 interior tackles and pass rushers, and he's just stoning them. They're not even getting past him on the line of scrimmage. Then you go to the Senior Bowl, and he was dominant. So he's a guy, he's still available that most people would overlook for other players, like the Notre Dame guard. I'm messing up his name. I wasn't really looking at him because I thought this guy had better feet. He had better hands. He had better quickness, better athleticism. And he's a guy that naturally played guard, but he plays center. So he's very versatile in the interior. And that would have been that's my late guy. If he's on the board and they take an alignment, they should take him.
Awesome.
Kalani?
I like that. No, I like that as I like that as well. Me being an HBCU guy myself from ASU, I definitely try to keep my eyes on potential guys coming from those schools to see who can project to the next level. More, he's a development project, but see, that's a good thing too for the Raiders that we don't need him to start right away unless injuries come up. We already got guys at the position, so he can take his time working on his technique, getting a little bit stronger and adjusting to it. But I definitely feel he would be one of those guys going forward that if he pans out, like we said with a couple other players, in 2-3 years, we look back and say, man, we really got ourselves a steal here and whatnot. So that Moore's a good one. Brown's a good one. Banks from Notre Dame, like JT brought up, he's highly rated as well. I believe he's still on the board. So there's some good quality linemen out there. And you figure, yes, we do need defensive line help, but we do need offensive line help as well. Like CJ said, Good probably won't be there again next season. Incognito, he's going to be replaced eventually. So we need guys who could fill in. John Sampson, can he do that consistently? We don't know yet, but you need somebody opposite of him as well. So there's still some good offensive linemen out there that I'm definitely looking forward to. But as far as HBCU guys, Moore definitely seems to be at the top of the class of that. So I'll be very excited to see where he goes.
I'll say a name that because I don't know if it's a need, but I think it'd be a cool story. And the room is kind of full, but Brevin Jordan, the tight end from Miami, local kid, Bishop Gorman, went down to Miami. Brevin could be an interesting pick there. When that time comes, if he's available. You have Waller, who gained your freak on your number one receiver. You have Moreau, who does everything well. But Brevin is kind of a combination of both of them. He's not as big as Waller, but he's got some of those same abilities. And Moreau's better at certain facets of really the blocking part of the game than what Brevin is. I think that could be an interesting pick there. As Gus says, Trey Hill is his guy. So, I
like Trey Hill a little bit later, but yeah, I like him as well.
You got anything, George?
I think it's got to be defensive tackle. I was looking at Jordan too. He's not really that much of a blocker, but he can stretch the field. Sounds more like a receiver than a tight end. But, I don't know if Nixon's going to be available when the Raiders pick. They may have to trade up for him. I saw that, John Gruden's like, hey, why don't you just take all of our picks and just trade it and move up and get who you want? We know that John Gruden's pulling all the shots anyway. I don't know why he would say something like that. But I think you got to go defensive tackle and get Nixon if you can.
Well, Janarius Robinson was just taken. He's off the board. And the Bengals have selected Deontay Smith from Eastern Carolina, offensive tackle. So there's two more guys that are potentially off the board or that are off the board for the Raiders when they come up in about 20 or so picks. Pittsburgh's up. The pick is in for Pittsburgh. I'm trying to figure out who they got. Waiting on a text, but when do you think? Oh, go ahead, Kalani.
Oh no, I was just gonna say in watching here, I don't know if this is for Pittsburgh, but it's in black. They got Buddy Johnson, linebacker from Texas.
Yeah, that is that is Steelers. But I was gonna say, when you look at the Raiders' offensive line, do you think, with Rodney Hudson gone, and I know they like the two guys they have there now, but do you think they need a center? Do you think that becomes a position of need?
Right now, no. Simply because they signed the guy from Houston. His name escapes me right now, but he was a starter, and he's clearly what you're going to do is, by hook or by crook. I mean, they put a lot of stock in Andre James, and you can't hedge it with two different guys at this point. You have to commit and say, well, if this is the guy, then he's got to be the guy, and if he falls on his face, then it becomes something that you have to address. Because you can't move off of a top 3 guy like Hudson at his position and not be absolutely sure that the guy you got ready is going to be able to do the job. Like, you can't hedge your bets between those guys. It's one of those things where James has to play this year, and you've got to see sink or swim whether or not he's the man for the job, and then reassess in the event that he's not, potentially using the guy from Houston.
Nick Martin, is that his name?
Yeah. To spell him in the event that he falls on his face, which, I don't think that that's going to happen, but that becomes something that you look forward with the future draft, simply because of where you've put him to replace Hudson.
Well, a name that can go off the board, Green Bay just took Royce Newman, offensive tackle from Ole Miss.
I am really surprised at Forsyth and Jalon Moore from Western Michigan. It's like, man, I had Josh Ball a little bit further down. He just went to Dallas. Walker Little, we come back to him. I had him slotted. It's like I'm so intrigued as to, and both of those guys they were both redshirt seniors, and I'm wondering again. We keep talking about that, even though Brady Christensen is the oldest tackle in the group. It seems like a lot of guys who played a little bit longer have lasted a little bit longer than expected. Jenkins didn't go into the second round. I'm connecting a lot of these guys that have gone, and it's like they're taking flyers on them more than anything. And I wonder how much of that has to do with it, because you get a younger guy and it feels like maybe he's got a bigger ceiling, than some of these other guys who probably have more polish at the college level. Because it's fascinating to me just sort of seeing the way that this is slotting out. Because those are two guys that I both had basically going yesterday.
Well, I think it has to do with some medicals, and I'll use Dylan Moses as an example. I mean, then he blows his knee out and comes back, but you really don't have a good chance to get him in the building for your doctors to take a look at him. There's no combine to have it, to have the doctors, say exactly what's what. So I think without having the medicals in front of them, I think it's caused a lot of problems for these guys, and it's causing some of them to slip. I think that's the whole point of the combine. I know for fans, it's made for TV underwear show, but for the teams, it's to sit down and interview and then get the medical records. And without having that and having access to that, I think it's causing a lot of these guys to slip. And I think Dylan Moses is this slip is, I don't want to say it's monumental, but in a way it is. I mean, this is a guy 2.5 years ago that was projected to go top 20 overall in the draft coming out as a sophomore, or sophomore junior, goes back for his senior year, surprises a bunch of people. And you go to today and we're at pick 143 when Dylan Moses is still available. So I think the medicals is that's the part to me that's fascinating as well.
It reminds me, it's a different sport, but it reminds me of Chris Duhon from Duke. After his junior year and the Blue Devils went on that run in the tournament, he was projected to be a lottery pick. He comes back for his senior season, but they lost so many guys, and then next thing you know, he's a second-round pick because he didn't have that good of a season.
Hold on, Kalani, hold that thought. Raiders are now on the clock. They just traded up with the Jets.
There it is, folks.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Here comes the defensive tackle.
Hey, So everybody make it, and let's everybody throw your pick on who you think we're going. I'm going Dylan Moses.
No, Nixon.
Okay.
I have
JT?
no idea. Like, I'm not gonna even I'm not even gonna pretend I have any read as to why they come up. I have no idea.
Just pretend. Damn it, we're all pretending. Why don't you pretend?
Well, how about this? How about who I'd like them to take right now? I'd like them to take Jalen Twyman out of Pittsburgh.
Okay.
That's who I'd like them to address with this pick. If
JT, what about you?
Be honest with you, if they traded up, the only guy I would like them to take is Quentin Roach, the Ed or Roche, however you say his name, out of Miami, the edge rusher from Miami. Miami has 3 really talented edge rushers, and for some reason, Quentin has fallen all the way back, and he's one of the good ones. And we got a chance to get him. We can really, throw some numbers on the edge. Another guy that can learn, but we can bring him in pass rushing situations.
Joe, what about you?
I'm gonna go opposite. I'll say a name that we have. I don't think we brought up. I'm gonna say Tyree Gillespie, cornerback.
and that's precisely why I said I had no idea.
Hey, CJ didn't do it.
Radically different draft.
One defensive tackle signed after 2021.
The reason why I say Tyree Gillespie, because I don't want us to play the guy whose name will never be spoken on this show anymore. So George, that's Nevin Lawson, just so you know.
Oh, cheers.
Awesome.
That would be the guy for me. But I think the selection is.
Oh wow,
Tyree Gillespie, safety out of Missouri.
I knew it.
We all called it.
Hey, I had him as my 12th best player going 4th to 6th round, 12th best safety in this class.
Yeah,
A safety, of course.
I didn't have him as highly rated. I don't hate this pick. I think he's projected to be early day 3 for a lot of people. I'm just curious as to what the fit's going to be with him, and maybe it's another guy that they're going to have play special teams right away. But the problem with a guy like him, as far as what he did, in college, he played his best game against Alabama, but he wasn't. He just reminds me of like he's a guy, He's a little late with his instincts and his reads. He didn't generate any turnovers in college, which is always a flag to me. One of those guys who doesn't necessarily like he might be in the right spot, but he doesn't necessarily react. Gets a little jumpy, and he's one of those guys where he plays a little too passively. What I saw was a lot of stuff that was completed would be done right in front of him because he didn't want to risk basically getting burnt, so he'd kind of give up a little too much cushion and give up some stuff. So it makes me curious as to kind of like how they're going to deploy him, because he's got the strength and athleticism, but I think his game needs a little bit of refinement. And so,
well, we talked about special teams, and that really fits. And hey, you lose. You bring in Carl Joseph, you have Jeff Heath, you have Jonathan Abram. You bring in Diablo, and now you bring in Gillespie. Somebody's not going to make that roster. I don't think Heath's going to be there. It could be Carl Joseph. He could be a guy they brought back, and it's, hey, may the best man win. Or they could say, you know what, Morig's going to be playing more of that hybrid safety spot. So you know what we'll do is, we're just going to label him as a safety, but he's just a little bit different. Or Diablo as a hybrid linebacker safety as well, like we talked about earlier. So it does fit from a backup role. It's a young guy that you could develop. that's it's a little bit more raw, but with the athleticism and the strength, the size, the speed, it kind of gives you an opportunity to develop him and make him what you want. I'm almost like, if someone's as a clean slate, you can kind of just program them how you want to program them. So I think that may be what it is.
Yeah, but with all of that, is that somebody you want to trade up for? That's somebody who could have potentially been there when you were drafting.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why they figured they needed to push up.
Yeah, I got no issues with selecting the player, even though we're really stacking up our safety position. I mean, talk about needing to fix it. We're really saying, okay, give us all the safeties. But with other needs on the team, I don't know if trading up for that position for that player was necessarily the correct move. I wouldn't have been upset if they went D-line, if they went guard, if they went even if they went tight end or linebacker. But to go up and to trade up and get another safety to add to an already stacked safety position on your squad, okay, we'll see.
George, what do you think?
I just, when you need interior help on the defensive line, the first line of defense, and you got one guy signed through 2021. I just thought for sure like they would, go with Nixon there. I thought it was a no-brainer. I mean, we talked about, trading up. If they're going to trade up and fill a need, I mean, I thought for sure, you addressed the safety position twice yesterday, basically, or, you got a guy in Diablo who can do that. He's going to be like a hybrid kind of guy. But then you trade up to get a safety from another. You didn't have to trade up to draft this guy is basically what I'm trying to say. Right. You would definitely want to trade up to get somebody like Nixon. So I still don't know what they gave up to move up. So
yeah, I'm trying to. I texted them to try to see what it was. The thing is this: when you got an injury-prone safety in Jonathan Abram, let's just be honest, he missed a lot of time, has been dinged up. Let's just Kalani. That's on the field critical. That's different than off the field. Injury-prone safety got, you worry about him being dinged up. When you have another rookie at the other spot, you bring Carl Joseph back. Jeff Heath, I think, is great. But it also, again, you're adding depth to this secondary, which needs it. And this is not a great interior defensive line draft. This is actually one of the weaker ones I've in recent memory. So at that point, you kind of have to look at that. CJ, you're reporting they traded picks 162 and 200 for 143.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what it is. So you get one of your first.
Yeah, our next shot is going to be 167. That's our next pick.
And the way things are going, it's still, Nixon could still be there.
Well, that would be great.
Yeah, that'd be ideal. Like I said, along with someone like maybe Jalen Twyman. And I'm just wondering if because of the guys that are sort of one gap guys who are, it feels like they're treated more like value instead of need at this point in time. We've seen a slide as far as those type of guys go. Your two down linemen who are just in there that really are more plus against the run. But still, when we completely have been lacking, when our run defense completely went in the tank last year because we don't really have enough guys with bricks in their pocket up front, it's like you've got to have at least one more of those guys. Hankins can't be the only one. I just feel like you need a secondary run stuffer. Just from our history, I mean, the last time we had a great run defense, not a good one, a great one, was the Super Bowl team with Perella and Adams. I mean, you put those two guys in the pivot, and it's like you're going to run outside because you're not running up the middle. And it's just the lack of that secondary guy to help against the run. like I said, I mean, Gillespie, from what I've seen, is he's good, but I can't see what he's going to do that's going to take snaps away from anybody right away. So it'd be another special teams guy, and you don't trade up for that. You know?
Yeah, and at the same time, you know, we've talked about on this show at length, you got to get after the quarterback. And you got 2 top quarterbacks in your division already. You got to get after them. Yes, we brought in Jefferson and Thomas this offseason in Ngakwe to be there. But, you got to add more. You got to add more to it, especially in the middle where we really get gassed at. You know, I talked about it yesterday. When the guys in the middle are solid, it allows your ends to be more free and get those one-on-one looks. But if not, and I know, the running back position, it's not what it used to be. But if you look at every team in the postseason, the team that can run the ball is generally going to beat the team that can't stop the run. So that's something we got to be able to fix as well. And for us not addressing it with some, now granted, because of how some of the players are falling, we can still get a quality guy, whether it's Dixon or I should know how to say his last name, but I don't. But the other USC defensive tackle, Marlon T. You guys know I'm talking Marlon T. He's another one that you could potentially plug in there as well. So there are still some quality guys there, but man, you definitely look at it and say it's trading up for a backup safety and a special teams guy. You know what I'm saying? That's somebody you could have just got later in the draft. But hey, I wish him nothing but the best. Welcome to the nation, and definitely hope that he's able to get coached up right so that he can be productive.
Yeah, you're talking about Tui Pelotu, right?
Because he fits.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Marlon, yeah. We'll just call him Marlon T. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that I think because of the devaluation, the steady devaluation of run stuffing tackles, there's a possibility that he might still be there, that Marvin Wilson, that Tonga from BYU, there's those guys might still be in play by the time 167 rolls around. For me personally, it's just the idea of giving up capital to do it.
Is Mike Mayock really looking at the board and going, well, we've got Quentin Jefferson and Solomon Thomas and Dickerson. We're good.
I hope not.
We're fine. He look at that and go, we're fine there. You need to add a young dude, and I give up trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Mayock may not be doing that, but I could definitely see Gruden doing that. Yep, we're good. We're good.
We're good. Let's go get a running back.
Yeah. Mayock's over there like, John, like, you don't want to maybe look at somebody else? No, we're good. We're solid. All right.
We're good.
I mean, I think the guy fits in as far as a tackler. Like, he's a solid tackler, but other than that, his tape didn't show much else.
Yeah.
I mean, it's questionable. So they must have thought he must have gone their board and they thought they were going to lose him between then and 12 picks later?
Yeah. About 19 picks? Yeah. I mean, it's just.
Yeah. They must have thought they were going to lose him or something.
Yeah.
It feels like a panic move. It like you said, JT, it felt like a panic move. Like they looked at it and said, he's still there. One of these teams in between is going to grab him. Let's move up and get him. So I don't know. But and all jokes aside, Abram is injury prone. And he does have a lot to still learn as far as getting under control and proper tackling techniques. Again, all jokes aside, he does hit a lot of his own teammates. So if that's something he needs to be coached up on, now there's competition in that room where you're looking around, and sometimes that could be a motive as well. Let's put some legit competition in this room so that the guys we want to maybe excel, they take it as, just because I'm a first round pick, my job isn't safe. If I don't get my stuff together, I might be out of here. They may not want to reach me. So
I think that absolutely is one of the underlying things here, is that they're not nearly as high on Abram as maybe the last regime was. Because I mean, that's 3 guys. They can say all they want about Diablo playing will linebacker. I mean, he's going to fit better in the second level as far as moving back. So you're going to have that guy. That's 3 safeties now. That's like, hey, and one of them is really already penciled in to be the starter. There's no question about that. So, I mean, from that standpoint, that sends a direct message to the safety room, the DB room, like, hey, a lot of you guys, it ain't safe out here.
Yeah, and then you look at someone like Jeff Heath, and a little bit of time he gets out there, he's fairly productive around the ball. He's ball hawking interception. You got the other two guys you just brought in through the draft. Carl Joseph, familiar with the scheme a little bit. He might be a sacrificial lamb, but you start bringing in these guys, it's kind of sending the message like, oh, yeah, just because you are a first-round pick and you're a raw type guy, don't think your job is secure and safe. We got other guys here who could take your spot if you don't step up. So the pressure is certainly on Jonathan Abram to make sure that he fulfills his first-round status. And for the rest of the guys on the squad as well, even someone like Carl Joseph is like, hey, I better make sure I don't come in here and just think, well, they need me, that's why they signed me. No, dude, you better come in here and produce in camp and show people why you need to be on this squad, because that position is deep now. It's no longer a weakness.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's been announced, if you guys announced the Texans pick, but it's former Bishop Gorman tight end, Miami tight end, Brevin Jordan to the Houston Texans. So good for Brevin. The second Vegas kid off the board. The next one will probably be Tony Fields Jr. out of West Virginia by way of Arizona.
Hey, but the Bengals drafted a kicker, so
George, do you know my take on kickers? Have I ever told you it? I don't know if I have.
no, haven't heard this.
All kickers suck unless you're a stud, and McPherson isn't a stud. You don't draft a kicker. It's like a fantasy draft. Last few rounds, kickers in college should not wear any number other than 19 or 18. Kickers and punters should be relegated to wearing those two numbers only. Don't wear number 34 or 92 or 99. You're taking away a good number from a guy who actually plays football, doesn't do tricks with ball.
So give a kicker a bad number like Peyton Manning's number.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Or
Okay.
or 18, 10, I don't care, 17. I mean, it's
zero.
whatever. Hey, how about this? Kickers don't get numbers. They just get a K or a P on their jersey. Straight up. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, lost among all this draft frenzy is that the Raiders did give Carlson a contract yesterday, did they not? Did they extend him yesterday?
Yes, they did.
And I love that. I mean, I think he's been great for the Raiders. So
see, this is where you put me out already. You're already having me drink. That's drafting a damn kicker. At least it wasn't one of our teams. So it wasn't the Raiders or the Packers. Oh, see, Kalani's already on it too.
Oh, yeah. This I haven't been drinking water all morning. I got started early. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, George. Guess what I just ordered for some lunch out here. Because I'm in your neck of the woods.
Oh, you're in Fresno, so you probably ordered some Doghouse Grill.
Nope, full of bull. I ordered full of bull.
Full of bull, okay.
Little staple out here.
Okay, because all of us know what that is. Okay, cool. Yeah, we all know what that is.
George, go ahead and describe it, George. You're the mayor.
Well, full of bull is in Clovis, Kalani. It's like delicious, it's a delicious meat, and it's like a Philly cheesesteak place, basically. Okay. Great peppers and meat, and some little melted Swiss on toasted bun. Oh, it's really good. And I had Pop-Tarts this morning. Shit.
I'll say this, man. They've got great potato salad for white folks.
So it's not seasoned.
Surprisingly good.
Yeah.
He had to leave. He left all the killers. He killed that guy. He murdered him with it.
Hey, Joe, I didn't say it. Joe, it wasn't me.
Hey.
Oh, you got potato salad in Clovis? Okay, You gotta get some salt.
Where's the Lowrys?
Put
Gotta
some
get the
more salt.
Lowrys.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
We gotta line up our seasonings for the potato salad. This is the problem. This is because I live here. I have to have all this.
oh man,
Love it.
I legit teared up on that.
Oh, okay. So, okay, just so you know, okay. So I want to put this out to be somewhat serious. I text a friend with the team and I said, why is Nixon sliding so bad? He has maturity issues, but Dallas just took someone with much bigger issues than what he has. I guess it's bigger than maturity issues. We don't know about it, but that's just us guessing at this point. So there's a reason, again, when guys start to fall, you see a reason why. I think in the next few picks, and again, I don't know anything. I honestly don't know anything. I think he could go. I think Dylan Moses will be gone in the next few picks. You're going to start seeing some of the guys. Where's Jamar Johnson? Why is he sliding? This guy was clean off the field, looks really good. Somebody's going to get a steal with Jamar Johnson, the safety out of Indiana. I'm surprised that if the Raiders would have took him, I don't think why there wouldn't be a beef, if you trade up for a Jamar Johnson.
If they ain't taking Jamar Johnson, that would have been an A+ for me. That's two potential starters right there. But yeah, that's my thing, is that I'm really perplexed as to why he's still on the board, because he doesn't seem to have any of those issues in terms of any off-field stuff. And his tape was definitely better than Gillespie's. I mean, no disrespect to the young man, but yeah, I just, guys they know what they target, and they seem to have an idea of, as far as in their war rooms, and God bless them. I hope the Raiders are right as far as, he comes in and he's able to be productive for us. So,
well, Joe, I got a question.
Okay.
If the Raiders aren't interested in Moses, I mean, how much is this whole Javin White thing play into it? Are they think he's ready to make a move and turn the corner, or
they love Javin? They think Javin is a guy that they would have drafted last year. They feel lucky in a way that he chose them. He chose them over Dallas and a couple other teams. I think Seattle. They think that he's got potential to be an impact player. He just needs to pack on some weight. He's up to about 223 right now. I talked to him last week. So he went from 150. He's added about 7 pounds of muscle. He's eating right. He's working with the dietitians, working out consistently and constantly. So he's doing all the right things to get on the field. And they like what they seen on film when he was on the field last year. I mean, in the final game of the year, he had a couple tackles for losses. Made a couple plays, and they like the swagger and juice he brings to the field. He brings a certain type of energy, and they like that. So I think that may play a role, Jordan. That's a really good question. But I want to put back to Jamar Johnson, just for perspective now. Jamar Johnson was my third highest rated safety, and I had a first or second round grade on him. This is the 5th round. So you're talking about value. This is where the value is you can get great value with Jamar Johnson. Whomever.
Absolutely.
I wonder, and this just might be a ignorant fan thought here, but I wonder if maybe the thought is because Indiana hasn't, like, it was like a 1-year wonder for them, right? I wonder if that plays some part into it as well. Like, was this just one of those years where Indiana hit everything at the right moment and they were good, and maybe, some of the players from there aren't going to be good on the next level? It was just a 1-year wonder. Again, that might be just silly fan talk, but it is a giant mystery on why somebody that versatile in the secondary in an era where you need guys like that is still here. I don't know if maybe they don't feel he's big enough. As far as weight-wise goes, you can always put on some weight and muscle there. So it is weird to see why Jamar Johnson is still on the board. But I don't know. Whatever team gets them, and a couple of these guys, they're going to get some studs with a lot to prove and a giant chip on their shoulder.
Indiana for a few years has been turning the corner. Last year they took that huge jump, but for what they've built in the last 2 or 3 years, that's an ascending program. I think they finally, like in Vegas, the school finally invested into the football program, like Vegas is now done with UNLV. It's not just a basketball school anymore. So I think that you could be onto something there, but he's the guy that helped change the program, the direction of the program. Those are the guys that you want. I want guys that can come in and have work program changing either on the field, in the locker room or in the weight room. And he's a guy that's done that. This one to me, from everybody I talked to, cleaned out or checked out clean with his, on off the field stuff and with his coaches and teammates. There hasn't been an injury history with him. This to me just is mind-boggling. I have no clue what the hell's happening and why Jamar Johnson is sliding like this.
Yeah,
Jerron, you got it? You've been watching film on him or anybody, Jerron? What do you got on him, or what do you have?
It's good safety. I think there's only one way. It's a lack of tape, man. It has to be. Like at this point, small market Indiana, they just come up, and this is the first year they've challenged Ohio State like they did last year. I mean, realistically, that was a shocker to everybody watching. Like, man, these guys are actually pretty legit because Ohio State's a national championship type program. It's been that way since they started the bowl series. I mean, the playoffs. So for Indiana to do what they did last year was incredible and showed a lot of team and program building. But there's only, again, 6-7 games on them. And I think that right now is really throwing people off. Like they want to see – some of them want to see the stats and the measurables, but then there's a lack of tape, so they go with somebody else. You know what I mean? But we're talking a guy – I was looking at his tape. He's got great range. He can come down and hit. He can play the two deep. He can play the single. He can run the alley. He can do all the things that's necessary to be drafted high. I just don't think there's enough tape on him. Like, that might be the big issue, and there's so many other safeties with more tape that do similar things. And if he'd had more time, more people had more time to look at everything else he can do in situation against multiple teams, he'd be a higher draft pick. But there's no other way I can really make sense of this right now. I'm kind of with you guys. Like, that's the only thing I can think of.
As Caden Stearns goes to Denver at 152. I mean, there's guys that I just don't have anywhere in his ballpark that are – and someone, threw out to me he had a 4.58 40. I'm like, if that's the rationale for why a guy with a first round, second round grade is available in round 5, I'm sorry, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Football players are football players. Guys that can make plays are able to do that. And just like I said, the fact that he's available this long without being someone who's a quote unquote bad guy, I'm befuddled. I'm absolutely befuddled. And now it's just kind of bizarre at this point.
Well, how about Agundaji out of Notre Dame? I mean, he fits all the molds that they're looking for, the Raiders, at least Mayock and Gruden. Team captain, great length, rushes the passer, 4-6 fumbles, physical run blocker, great tackler. Why is he sliding? I mean, he just seems to fit the kind of leadership mold that I think Mayock and Gruden are looking for, and maybe he'll be available. But who knows? It's got to be a defensive lineman at some point for the Raiders, defensive tackle, hopefully. But I like Agundaji out of Notre Dame too. He's sliding. I didn't think he'd still be around.
Let me see where I had him at.
If I was the Raiders, I would look at Tadaro Slayton out of Florida. They're big D tackle. He's like 350 pounds, but he can move on line of scrimmage. I mean, between guard to guard, B gap to B gap, he was a stud last year, and he's still available.
See, for someone like that, his size is amazing, but it also might be a hindrance where they're like, yeah, but can we only put him for 2 downs? At that size, what's his motor going to be like as it goes on? So they might be looking at it and say, yeah, he could plug in a hole here, but we need somebody who might be able to be there for 3 downs. Somebody we don't have to say is a liability on 3rd down, or someone we got to pull out every other series. So He's got tremendous size, and I'm with you, man. For someone his size, he could definitely move. But I wonder if that size is maybe playing against him as well, as far as like questions about his motor and his conditioning.
That could be it too. That could be it too.
If that's what's hindering them, then they deserve to get ran on.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
If that's what it is, they deserve to get ran on. You brought 3 other D tackles. You were looking to rotate. If that's what's hindering you, they're not looking at the right thing.
Well, look at like a guy like Akeem Hicks with Chicago. I mean, he's a big guy built like that, and he's a guy that plays with an edge and is, and he's unblockable. His first couple years, he kind of had to earn it, but now that he's been in the league a while, this guy's one of the better defensive tackles in all of football, and he's built similarly. So, real quick, former Desert Pine High School in Las Vegas star linebacker went to Arizona, now West Virginia. Tony Fields Jr. has just been picked up by the Cleveland Browns. So congratulations to Tony, one of the best young kids that I've met in a long, long time. Gentleman on and off the field.
Congrats to him. That's awesome.
You guys being on the West Coast and doing what you guys do as far as covering, you're aware of it. But I'm telling you guys, man, these next couple of years, there are going to be some cats. Don't know where they're going to go to college. There's going to be some cats from Las Vegas. Just like Joe said, he's from this particular university, but he's from Las Vegas coming out of here. And there's a massive movement here of talent, and they're starting to get the right coaches in place to groom them. It's not just, Bishop Gorman did great. I'm not knocking him whatsoever, but it's not just Bishop Gorman and everyone else. No, there are teams coming up with coaches and players that are given a run. Liberty just won a state championship last season. So the next couple of years, we're going to hear a few more names mentioned, I think, on days like this that are from Las Vegas, man. That's so cool to see, just because, we're right next to California, so obviously that's where the most of the talent comes from, Texas, Florida. But a little state like this that wasn't known for high school sports, they definitely are on the come on, man. So I look forward to it, and I wish nothing but the best for all these young men.
100% agree. This is interesting, and I just put this in our chat we have here. So the Jets pick is going to be Michael Carter. They drafted Michael Carter earlier, but Michael Carter was the running back. This Michael Carter is the cornerback, and he's from Duke. The other was from North Carolina. So
it's that Spider-Man meme where they're pointing at each other.
They're pointing at each other.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, no lie. I wonder if there was any in that room that actually said that. Like, no, we already got him. No, not that one. It's from this one. Wait, what? Oh, man. That's too funny.
That's going to be like a cat staring in the mirror. You want beef? Looking right at each other. From Duke and from North Carolina. And the best part is the corner is Michael Carter II. So he's like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy, Michael Carter?
Yeah, right. Hey, you said that to me and probably you up one good time to let you know, hey, don't say that now. Don't say that.
That is hilarious.
That's funny. I enjoy that. That the little things that make us laugh on draft day. As you see, TQ is unhappy that Jera and Big D got Cox. So
is he coming back on?
Yeah, he'll be back on at some point today. He's finishing up something. He'll be back on in a little bit.
Why has he got a shirt on in that picture? It's making me.
I'm just saying, Joe, do we need it to happen? Do we have the shirt off?
Kalani, if they draft, if the Raiders have if they draft Nixon, Johnson, or just pick a guy.
Like a Dylan Moses.
Dylan Moses, you get to do the Kalani shake.
Come on, baby. Yeah, and we'll see how boss man like that. I got a beard too. I'll take my shirt off as well. Now what?
Hell no.
Hell, damn.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving if that happens.
Hey,
Kalani gets.
it's 2021, baby. It's okay. It's all accepted.
So, George, did we do your draft crushes the other day?
No. No.
Okay. Well, let's talk about those.
Didn't. Funny you mentioned it. I have it right here. See you in Vegas someday. But these draft crushes, TQ, speaking of him, he had a lot of my similar ones. One that he didn't have, I love DK Metcalf. Like, oh man, I was like, man, I hope that pacifier wearing dude comes to the Raiders. My gosh.
So what you're saying is you like guys who take off their shirts.
Hey,
Just saying. Come on.
I'm just saying, we're talking about crushes, right? But DK Metcalf would have been like, Al Davis would have drafted him in the first round.
In a heartbeat.
So I really wanted him. Of course, that didn't happen. I liked Rolando McClain back in the day, and then, it just didn't work out. Jadeveon Clowney was another crush that I had. Fantastic physical specimen. I love Devontae Adams. I thought, we got Derek, and Devontae's still available. Can you imagine? I was crossing my fingers for that, crushing on that a little bit, just because I knew Devontae from Fresno State, and he would have been awesome. My number 2 guy was Bo Jackson. Ended up getting him in round 7, which was a brilliant move by Al Davis. But my top one was, it was the year after we won the Super Bowl, and the Raiders were picking, and they drafted Don Mosbar, but they could have had Dan Marino, which would have changed obviously everything because Marino went 1 pick later. Mosbar was a great Raider offensive lineman. I think he was a tackle. But could you imagine if they had Dan Marino for right after they won the Super Bowl?
It was the year that they won the Super Bowl. It was after Washington played Miami. But yeah, he was staring right there at 26,
right there.
And yeah, the great thing is that Ron Wolf evidently Al asked him, well, can he throw the deep ball? And he was like, he throws a deep ball better than you believe. Like, he can throw it through some of our guys. But, the thing was, Al was still kind of caught up with all the stuff with all the fallout, the residual. He wasn't as locked in back then because I think if he had been, he would have mandated that they had taken Marino.
Yeah,
Mark Wilson in-house be damned because he took Rusty Hilger a couple of years later. Like, he absolutely would have taken Dan Marino if he had been aware of it.
If you've ever watched the 30 for 30 Elway to Marino, it's fascinating. It even talks about how Al Davis wanted to draft John Elway.
He was going to trade for him.
Well, yeah, I was going to bring that up.
And then Pete Rozelle said, "I knew," but they still could have had Marino, and it really would have changed everything. I think the Raiders would have won how many more Super Bowls with
probably
Marino?
2.
With Marino handing off to Marcus Allen, and still with the Howie Long, Greg Townsend, all those dudes.
Bo Jackson a few years later.
You're talking the 85 team. Think about that. If you get that defense, and then you got Marino throwing to Christensen and Dokie Williams and those guys instead, they become much better receivers. And that was the only team that could beat Chicago that year was Marino sitting there getting the ball out. The fact that you have him for a decade instead of Jay Schrader, instead of Rusty Hilger, instead of Mark Wilson. Yeah, it completely flips the prospects of the franchise.
No clue how Al Davis did not get Dan Marino and didn't go in that room. We're drafting a tackle. Take Marino. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he took a nap. I don't know.
Can you? I can just hear how the conversation went. Al wants to do what? Calls up Chicago. McClaskey, you're not doing it. Screw Davis. He screwed us.
Smoking his cigarette. Yeah,
smoking his stick.
Because the deal
I could totally see that.
The Raiders were literally going from 26th to, I believe, 4th. And they were talking about Howie, Ted Watts, and then they could have a third player with that pick. Chicago loved that. I mean, Howie Long had already sort of developed by that strike short year into a top tier defensive lineman. He really exploded the third year after they didn't take him. But you sit there and you get to that position, and then you take Elway, because remember, Baltimore was trying to sit there in position to take it, but they would have moved up to trade with Baltimore. And so it would have just been the entire the face of our franchise going from Plunkett to basically John Elway. Imagine if we what's that world like if we had been rooting for John Elway for that 15-year stretch instead of playing against him?
Would he be the GM now or the team president?
Because my goodness, yeah.
And then that doesn't work out, and then they still could have drafted Marino.
Yeah.
It would have worked out the same way. And they would have been able to keep Howie Long and not trade the farm to get John Elway.
Right.
Oh, true. We'll just get Marino and keep everybody. And
I just imagine all of those years that they shaved off my childhood if Dan Marino had been under center instead of Mark Wilson. Just 84, 85, and 86 were all for the taking if we had a quarterback. And those are the years that I first came in, and I felt like I got Bernie Madoff. You guys are promising me all this stuff, and all I've got is these empty pockets now.
Can you imagine how the LA Raiders and the 49ers would have been going at it in Super Bowls? Montana against Marino, Marcus Allen.
Okay, with you saying that, I'm kind of glad it didn't happen, because then all I would hear is TQ's mouth about both his teams being in the Super Bowl and both his teams doing X, Y, and Z and walking around with his shirt off, promoting beaches, women, and beer. So yeah, I'm cool on that. So real quick, I got some information on why Dylan Moses is still unavailable. According to a source, basically his progress flatlined. He hasn't gotten a whole lot better over the last 4 years, and that sort of thing can make us wonder if there's anything more to his game. Is there still some upside? But no one thought he would be in this spot a few years ago. Already talked about Sean Wade, Trey Smith. I'm not sure if he was taken. If he's still available. The Tennessee guard, he suffered from blood clots in his lungs earlier in his time in college, and that's led some teams to shy away a bit. But he hasn't missed a game in 2 years, and he's been really good. So we already talked about Jabril Cox, even though he was taken, and that's what I've got for those guys. So take them for what it's worth.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Again, of what I was saying before with those linebackers, they're very good because they got some behemoths in front of them on the D line, and they got some Mustangs behind them at safety. So, yeah, they're allowed to shine at college, but the next level, not so much. So, we'll see.
Davion Nixon to the Panthers just happened.
Yeah, value just too good. Yeah,
that's a good deal.
Just that's too good not to.
Who was the guy they got last year? Was that Brown out of Auburn in the first round?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, the guy that he wants to be he wants to run for Congress or something, a politician when he's done playing.
Yeah, Derek Brown.
They got those two guys. They got those two guys on the defensive line.
You got Brian Burns.
And Burns too. Man, look, Burns is another one. He's an and you look at it and say, what if we got Burns instead of Farrell? I love Farrell. Don't get me wrong, guys. I've gone on the radio station and defended Farrell. I really like Farrell, but I'm just talking about if you just look at the production and what they're doing. Oh man, but Carolina, man, they might have just got another bandwagon fan themselves.
That's great value right there
that's just Carolina. Tremendous value. Yeah,
at 158, man.
Yeah,
just that comes down to just the player being just too good.
Yeah, no matter what his issues are, we got to take him.
Yeah,
yeah. No matter. It's like when you see these war rooms. No wonder all these guys are celebrating so much. They would have never thought that some of these guys would have been there. Like, yo, here? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're getting it. We'll work it out. So right on.
So, Kalani, you've taken on about 3, 4, 5, 15 teams so far this draft, as far as becoming a bandwagon fan. Like every team but one in the NFC West, a couple teams in the NFC South, a couple teams in the AFC East, Miami in particular because of their draft parties. Out of all the teams that you've been jumping on their bandwagon, what's the one you like the best?
In all honesty, it's going to be a tie, and this isn't me trying to not answer it, but it's literally between the Arizona Cardinals and the Miami Dolphins. For the Miami Dolphins, I love what they've done as far as turning things around in the manner in which they have done it. It hasn't been too flashy. It hasn't been trying to go after the big fishes in the ocean at every position. It's like, nope, let's get the right guys in here. Let's get guys who fit what we're trying to do with that mindset of, hey, we're going to punch you in the mouth. And the funny thing is, the season before they drafted Tua, everyone's like, oh, they're tanking for Tua. They're tanking for Tua. And it's like, dude, we're football players. We are not wired to tank. Yes, I understand that goes on in other sports from management, but as athletes and coaches, we're not wired to purposely lose, no matter what. Hence why when the last team to get the first win of the season gets it, they're celebrating like they just won the Super Bowl. That's not how we're wired. We want to win, and they end up getting their quarterback anyway. So I really like what Miami's doing going forward. To me, they're a team, you better bring your lunch pail and have an extra sandwich in there every week you play them. And for Arizona, I like what they've done as well. They've shown in the past when they brought in Kurt Warner, Edgerrin James, Carson Palmer, Jared Valdir, former Raiders. They've shown bringing in guys here for whatever reason, whether it's our medical staff, the weather here in Arizona, we're in a dome, I don't know. But you can extend your career here and still do well. Remember, when Belichick let go of Chandler Jones, we all thought Chandler Jones was going to disappear, and we won't hear about it. Oh, that's Coach Belichick doing another great move, getting rid of a guy early. Chandler Jones has been one of the best defensive ends in the NFL since being in Arizona. He got hurt last season, so he's out. But now you bring in Watt, Buda Baker around. You got Isaiah Simmons doing his thing. Kyler Murray's looking good. Hopkins, holy hell. Then you bring in A.J. Green and all that they've done there. I really do like what they're doing as far as going for the big swing and saying, hey, whatever we got to do. Yeah, we drafted a quarterback number 10 the year before, but we don't like how he's turning out. Let's go with this kid and get rid of him. It's turned out to work out well. So for me, the Cardinals and the Dolphins are really two teams I really am excited for next season, and I think we're going to be talking about them in the postseason.
Okay. I was just curious about that because you be jumping on bandwagons like, I don't know, TQ jumps on beaches and beer.
Too, right? Yeah, some of us aren't as fortunate to do such things, and I could do that, but I can only get one good jump of me. Otherwise, it's taking me a while to get up.
Jerron.
Yo.
Give me your 5 all-time draft crushes.
Oh. Okay, so for me, I'm a lot younger than most of you guys, so some of you guys had some really good ones earlier. Like, I wish I could have been, interested in football when Randy Moss got up so I could say Randy, but since I've been interested, the first guy at number 5 guy I remember thinking about when I was younger, I was playing linebacker, so I remember when Manti Te'o was like everywhere. Everybody wanted Manti Te'o, and I was like, there's something about this guy I just didn't trust it, so I end up just getting bored and looking at other linebackers in the draft. I see this kid from Boston College who had like 130 tackles and 7 picks. And his name was Luke Kuechly. And I was like, that's the best linebacker in the draft. And we ended up seeing, Manti Te'o's career and Luke Kuechly's career. Luke Kuechly was one of the first guys who was like, that dude is a monster. And I don't get why no one's talking about it, but he proved it when he got to the NFL. I loved Cam Newton when he was coming out. He got a lot of criticism, but I thought he was a really solid quarterback. And, he's had some issues as of late, but when Cam came in, he was Superman to the Panthers. And as far as I saw him, I was like, man, Cam he was cool. He was a really cool quarterback. He was big. He was super athletic. He's a black quarterback. And at the time, they weren't talking a lot about black quarterbacks as being like guys that could really go in and take an NFL franchise the way he took them. And was it after him, a guy that I really liked coming out of LSU, even though he was really young, was Leonard Fournette. I thought the Browns should have took him in the same draft that was it that they took Jabril Peppers, but they went around him, got another decent running back. But I like Leonard Fournette, and he thus far has not disappointed. But he's ended up, he had a little bit of a issue in Jacksonville. He goes to Tampa Bay, and he's one of the that two-headed monster out the backfield. And he gets to put the ring on, and he gets to do it for a second season. As far as two, I would have to say if I had to really think about it, for me, I liked Xavier Rhodes when he got drafted to Minnesota. I was excited that he got picked by us because we needed a corner, and he was like the best corner in the draft. And we needed a guy that could do the things he could do, and especially coming in the first 3 years. We were top 10, top 5 defense, and he was one of the main reasons why. Over time, guys pick on him, but he was just such a good player. And I thought he was scheme-wise, he was great. My number one draft crush since I've been looking at the draft, Deshaun Watson. Easily, Deshaun Watson. He played phenomenal the year he came out. Beat Alabama, beat the Titan, and he played great in that game, and it came down to him. And then he goes into the NFL, and everybody, they're like Chicago went over his head, and the Browns went over his head, and then the Texans take him, and he balls out. And it sucks what's happening to him right now, but he was like my biggest draft crush. I thought he was a phenomenal quarterback.
Well, I appreciate that. I just want to let you know, Manti Te'o's girlfriend's sitting on my lap right now.
A whole bunch of imagination, right?
Let's welcome in my partner in crime with franchise, the co-founder himself, singer, songwriter, entertainer,
with his shirt on,
Raiders 49ers fans with his shirt on, TQ.
A nice one too. Yeah, baby. You know what's happening. How y'all doing, boys? I watched a little bit of y'all this morning. I see the worst part of the day is you keep allowing the Cowboys to get better and better and better. And this is a real problem for me. I don't like that at all. A lot of Cowboy fans in my family, a lot of Cowboy fans in my circle of friends, and they jumping up and down thinking they're gonna have the best defense since 1985. And I don't like they picks. They my kind of guys. They the kind of guys I wish we had. And they're actually picking. It's a couple of guys that I studied up on that I watched because I like their game, and they all seem to be Cowboys now. So,
well, I don't know if you heard earlier. The reason why Jabril Cox slipped is he had a shoulder surgery at the end of the year or in off season, and it's not just medicals. It's a shoulder surgery that takes a while to heal, and teams haven't been able to see the medicals. So there's a good possibility he could start off on the PUP list. That's the reason why he fell. A guy that fell that just got taken by Baltimore at 160 is Shaun Wade, defensive back from Ohio State. Here's a guy that I think translates well into a nickel role, but you put him outside, and as Shaq would say, it's barbecue chicken. Well, he's burnt toast. That's what he is. So
with where he got taken, he's gonna Baltimore knowing Baltimore, they're gonna put him in the slot where he should be with Humphrey and Peters outside, and that gives him the best chance. They're talking boom or bust. You go 160, it's all boom, man. If you don't hit at 160, it's like, it happens. To take a round 5 flyer on a guy of this caliber, of this potential, that's why teams like Baltimore stay like Baltimore. Because they can take a guy later than he's supposed to go and literally have a place for him already set up. Here, you like this little inside space right here? Why don't you get comfortable? Why don't you take those pads off? Like, hey, I'm gonna lighten this load for you a little bit. I love that pick. Perfect place to go, perfect situation.
Squeeze. So how do you feel after everything yesterday when you wake up in the morning and you have the Raiders with who they drafted to go along with Leatherwood the day before? Do you feel much better about where they're at, or what is your rationale behind it? How do you feel?
I mean, I like the fact that they're addressing the defense, number one.
I have my philosophy on the best ways to do that, and I believe it's up front, the D line. It looks like they're doing it the opposite way, but at the end of the day, it's about bodies. I keep saying this. It's about bodies. We got to deal with it. We really may, by the end of this, really have to deal with a murderer's row worth of quarterbacks in our division. So we got to get some guys that can cover the field. We got to get some guys that can play in space. We got to get guys that can play multiple positions so that you try to fool some of these guys in the way that we matching up against them. So, I like the philosophy. I like what they're trying to do. The Raiders just have their way of doing things, I believe. I feel like they have their own route as far as scouting and everything else goes. It's just kind of rogue. And they believe in their way, and it remains to be seen. But I do believe that they're addressing the places where we need help at. And our secondary was just atrocious, and the whole defensive scheme of the secondary was atrocious. So we got Gus coming in. It looks like he's putting together the kind of defense that he wants. A lot of bodies in the secondary, in the middle of the field that can play up or play back. So let's see what happens. Like I keep saying, we don't need to have the best defense in the league. We just don't need to give up 30 points. Big plays, guys wide open, running through to the house, and two of our defensive backs looking at each other like this. Like that needs to be over, and it looks like that's what they're trying to address right now.
So did you like the Gillespie pick? And that's one that I think we opined on for a little bit, and we're kind of head scratching. Another safety. That's pretty much the third safety taken in this draft for the Raiders.
Right. I don't know much about him, but again, it goes to the bodies concept. You got a lot of guys that you can come in and put in different areas in the field to do different things at different times in the game. And that's about confusing quarterbacks. Now, I believe that the point is not allowing for so much time. They've had to cover for so much time over the last 3 seasons that I don't care who you had. You could have had Sherman, Pat Peterson, and all the rest of these dudes in the secondary. You can't cover a guy for 7, 8, 12 seconds and expect that, he's not going to catch the ball. He knows where he's going and you don't. So they still have to address getting to the quarterback, I feel. That remains to be seen. Maybe in free agency, we can get a bit more of a pass rush, but these guys got to have some help. It don't matter how many safeties you get, how many cornerbacks you go get. If they have to defend for 7 minutes of play, it's going to be terrible, just like it always is.
George, you got anything?
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, we're drafting helping out in the defensive backfield when you still need help rushing the passer, unless they think the guys they got in free agency is good enough. And there remains to be seen, including who we drafted, the kid from Buffalo. So Kuntz. So,
but then another thing is, I think this wasn't necessarily a heavy D lineman draft, though, right?
No,
especially not in this area. So,
yeah. And you gotta hope that the development of Max Crosby he gets better and better, and of course Ngakoue, he's already proven himself, and maybe Solomon Thomas comes back from injury and becomes the top high draft pick player that everybody thought he was going to be. Quentin Jefferson comes in and mashes things up, and I love Hankins. I think he's great. So, maybe they did shore it up, and we're just trying to, get things right in the defensive backfield, which is what the Raiders have definitely addressed over these past couple of days, and we'll see what happens.
I'm gonna go back to what Q said when we had your boy Q Myers on in the pre-show. I think the Raiders now are in a position to really draft the best player available, regardless of the position, offensively or defensively. It could be a receiver, it could be a running back, it could be another offensive lineman, tight end, whatever. I think with what they've done in day 1 and day 2 has put them in a position for them to go get the guy that they feel is best to help them either now or down the road. It's just the best available person. Kalani.
One of the guys that I like on the Raiders D line, and I know he got some healthy scratches last season because of bad practice habits. But Carl Nassib, there were a few games I saw where he was constantly in the backfield or around the ball, getting close to the quarterback. Obviously, he wasn't getting the sacks or the tackle for losses, but I saw quite a few games where he was being productive in allowing that pressure and getting back there. But whether it was bad practice habits or Gruden just going another way, he wasn't getting enough burn. But I felt like, again, that's a guy who can go out there, and if he changes things in practice and wins the coaches over, he could be another guy that you look at as an unsung hero. Not necessarily going to get you 12, 15 sacks, but he goes out there and with the pressure he's providing and whatnot, it opens things up for other players. So, yeah, they need to get somebody else, at least for the interior part of it. They could definitely go with best player available, but at some point in the draft, you got to come out with at least one player in the interior that you can groom and grow. Hankins is good, especially against the run, but all the guys we named mostly are guys on the outside. Even Thomas could slide in a little bit, Farrell could come in a little bit, but still, you need some big bodies on the inside. So getting somebody on the interior is definitely going to be vital, especially as it was mentioned earlier. No matter who you put in the backfield, if that quarterback has all day to pass, those guys are going to get burned. So you got to get some guys up front, because I don't think Gus Bradley's defense is known for exotic blitzes or a tremendous amount of blitzes. So whoever you have on that line, they got to be able to generate pressure and whatnot consistently on their own, kind of like Tampa Bay did. They didn't blitz the whole lot because their front four could get pressure. We need to make sure that we can do the same thing.
Right. The other thing the only person we're not talking about is kind of funny. Is Farrell. He needs to have the breakout year. We were talking about Crosby and Ngakoue and Hankins. What about the number 4 pick that we had a couple years ago? He's going to play inside a little more because the other two guys, Ngakoue and Crosby, on the outside. But Farrell's got to really show up and have a bigger year, a breakout year. He's the key to the whole defensive line, if you ask me. Crosby had the breakout 10-sack rookie year, and Ngakoue, we just get him now. But really, he needs to be the one to just take the bull by the horns and go, look, it's time for me to stay healthy, step up a little bit, play a little more on the inside, and become a disruptive force the quarterback into making some hasty decisions, get in the backfield a little bit more, get some pressures and help out this brand new refurbished secondary. I think it's all on Farrell, if you ask me.
You know what I think the problem is with Farrell, though? And hopefully that's being addressed right now. He was a strong college defensive lineman, but he's not a strong NFL defensive lineman. And the difference between what you're facing from the level he came week to week as opposed to what he's facing every day here, I don't think he's made the adjustment in strength well. It's like they throw him around a little bit. So he's got to whatever strength and conditioning he's got to do to get stronger. I think that a lot of the offensive linemen just feel like he's a little light in the ass. You know what I'm saying? And it just kind of takes him getting stronger, him getting bigger, because he's got technique. He's an athlete. I just feel like his strength, man.
Let me go ahead. I want to say this, but Broncos are on the clock. They just picked Jamar Johnson. His slide is over. First round talent slides to the 5th round. Wow. That's a hell of a pick for Denver right there. You brought up Farrell and Squeeze. I agree with you 100%. It comes to him getting stronger, and what I want to see, quite honestly, is stop going on vacation so damn much and get in the damn weight room. Every time I look at his IG, every month for 2 weeks, he's somewhere else, somewhere on different beaches or wherever. You're a professional football. I understand getting your time in, but one, things aren't always as safe as they used to be right now, and two, you have been, I don't want to say a bust. You haven't performed to the level you've been expected to where you were drafted. You're supposed to be a leader. Get your ass in the weight room. Get your ass where you need to be. Because you're going into your 4-year contract. They don't need to pick up year 5, and then what? Then you're going to be Dayton Jones, and you're going to be bouncing around to a bunch of teams until you're out the league. And all the stuff you're doing now won't be available to you. Get your ass where you need to be, sacrifice for a few years so you can get that second and third payday and then take those trips.
But you know what? I don't know what it is that would cause us at this point to have to reiterate that to him, because he's not that guy coming out of Clemson. Like, he was a captain, if I'm not mistaken, and literally was the glue between that defensive unit. Like, they loved him. So, you know, I wouldn't have imagined, even when we picked him and everybody was going crazy about it. You know, I had family members that went to that school. I watched them heavily. And I got it. I understood it because he was a lunch pail guy, and he was a guy that was the leader in the locker room, and not so much the vocalist, but like the actual leader on the field. Like, he directed guys. So, you know, I don't know. Is it the Las Vegas effect? You know what I'm saying? Are we throwing dirt on the man? I don't know. He didn't go to the greatest situation when it comes down to the amount of help that he had. He's not I would even go as far to say as he may have taken a step down as far as defensive line mates from college to the NFL.
That is not out of the question.
Yeah, so, you know, I hopefully though, Joe, you know, you got a point. I don't really like to jump on their heads, but you know, in the age of social media, I think we just need to see him in the weight room a little more working out, as opposed to, you know.
That's all it is. Look, you know, like, for instance, and I'll use this as an example. A lot of people got on Odell Beckham's head when him and the other Giants receivers went down with Trey Songz and was on the yacht after a week 17 game, and it was a week before a wild card game.
Right.
But it was their day off. They didn't have to go
Right.
into work. That, you know, that's part. They have a different. And the same thing I'll say with NBA guys. Their sleep habits, their sleep patterns. Every professional athlete is different from regular people's. Yours, Squeeze, is different than everybody's. You
for sure.
sleep most of the time during the day when you sleep, and you work all night. It's the same thing with them. Their bedtime is 3-4 in the morning, and they're up at 9-10 o'clock because that's when their day starts.
Right.
And I get going out and doing that. I didn't have a problem with ODB going out or OBJ going out because it's your day off, and as long as you fly back the next day for treatment, next day you're flying back for whatever things you have to do in terms of you know, team meetings or going through your playbook or whatever. I'm all for that. Just don't jeopardize the team. It's your off season. I get that, Cleveland. I do. You're a great dude. You're one of the coolest people from everybody I know that's around you, that knows you on a personal level. You're a great guy. You love football. Not everything has to be shown that you're going on these trips. But the weight room, getting in that facility and putting in that work, that's going to translate on the field at some point. And it would be nice to see that more than the trips to the various beaches or going back down home to South Carolina or, you know, going wherever you're going and experiencing your life. That's great, but I would be a little more, kind of know the room a little bit more and know where you're at in your career at this point, because I guarantee, I mean, you got a bunch of guys in the draft beforehand, Jair Alexander, Baker Mayfield, all these guys are getting their 5th-year options picked up. I can't say the same at this time next year for Cleveland Farrell. I can't see them picking up Cleveland Farrell's option. If it had to do it today, they wouldn't pick up his option, and that's a shame.
Well, it'll be a telling year. I'll say that much. I think this is you know,
this is it.
Do or die. Yeah, this is it, right? This is do or die. So
This is it.
you know, I'm reaching back to what I believe he is, as opposed to what we've seen so far. And you know, I expect him. I expect him to take a jump this year. I do.
Raiders
It sounds like he just got too complacent, man. Like, it sounds like he got way too complacent. Like, nobody told him, you know, we can cut you. I think he thinks that they won't let him go or something like that. That's what that sounds like.
I don't even think it. Honestly, I don't even think it's that, man. I just think sometimes there's a rude awakening in that jump. And a lot of times that rude awakening happens on that defensive line because the monsters that you get to, like between your last college year and your first NFL year, when you come in there starting, I mean, you dealing with some monsters that you've never dealt with before in your life. And some of them you may have dealt with in your college career, but now they've had an off season or two of NFL training. They a different type of monster.
Yeah.
So I think he's got to catch up. Yeah.
Boy. I agree.
So
with you.
Raiders are on the clock. Give me a name. Let's go. I'll go last, but let's hurry up and get in before they announce the pick.
Again, I mean, just at this point, I would look into somebody like I take a flyer on Trey Smith. I like Cade Johnson, the FCS wide receiver. Jalen Twyman, Marvin Wilson. Like there's Shakur Brown as a guy I'm really surprised is still
I like
on the
Shakur
board.
Brown. You know,
who can get the quarterback? Can anybody down here get a quarterback? Has anybody seen anybody down here tackle a quarterback?
Well, the pick is about to be announced.
I'll take KJ Britt then. I'll just go wild and go KJ Britt, the linebacker from Auburn. I like his game, so we'll see.
I'll say Nate Hobbs or Shakur Brown.
Or Tay Gowan, the corner from UCF. He's still around. Why not?
I like Tay's game too. I that could be another one.
Ohio State. Jonathan Cooper,
Nate
Ohio
Hobbs.
State defensive end.
Nate Hobbs,
Thank you.
cornerback, Illinois. Nate Hobbs is the pick, cornerback, Illinois.
Was off the board for me.
Illinois.
I just think he's got traits, but his game didn't really pan out, and he's not the same type of caliber of athlete, and he's a project guy. But he's a 6th-round guy for a lot of people, and so at least it's kind of commiserate with the location of the pick. Although, with them basically being out of picks until 230, we're close to Mr. Irrelevant area there. It's just kind of a guy. There's just other guys that I like better at the location as far as corner or whatever. But it seems like he'll be a guy that gets a chance to kind of come in and be a developmental guy. Like I said, just the tape didn't really show too much as far as from 2019 to 2020 he regressed.
Nah, I would agree. I had him as a 6th, 7th round guy. I had him in a category that would be considered blue tier. He actually was my 46th best corner in this draft. For perspective, 46 out of 60. I watched 60 guys. So, I mean, that's in the bottom third of where I think, where he's at. I mean, God bless him for getting taken. And I'll say this.
I mean, that's not far away from the position we're picking in right now, though, is it?
Well, I mean, you figure it's 167 you could be right, but you look at that group, with Mullen, with Johnson, with Arnett, with Nixon.
I'm looking at it relative to the guys that were available.
Why would they pick this guy over Sean Wade? Because
Sean Wade was taken.
Huh?
Sean Wade was drafted earlier.
Yeah.
Why they take him over Gowan? Like, come on.
Shakur Brown, Kerry Vincent Jr., Mukawamu from South Carolina.
Mukawamu
must have a delay. It must be a delay on my TV.
There's just guys. A guy that I like, if you're looking at developmental guys, Shamar Jean Charles out of Appalachian State. I think that was a guy that you could probably go in and groom. There's players that I like more for the skill set and kind of what they're probably hoping Hobbs to be, which is probably a backup and then maybe a slot guy than where he was than the person who was taken.
Question: Who's on the clock right now that you guys have? I'm trying to make sure I'm
Cleveland.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. I was late.
So according to the homie Tayshawn Reed, Nate Hobbs was a 4-year starter at Illinois, played both inside and out, but projects as a slot corner. He's 5'11", 196, racked up 166 tackles and 12.5 tackles for losses in his college career. Needs refinement, but he's aggressive and physical, and that's something you're seeing with the traits that they're looking for right now. You look at the guys that they're drafting, and that's something that we kind of like, aggressive and physical.
Yeah.
Is Namik Robertson trying to be a slot corner?
And that's the other one. Amik is there, and that's so that leads me to think that Keyshawn Nixon, Nevin Lawson, Amik,
Can't those on Amik yet, but
I'm just saying, but that
I just, again, I think Amik is one of those guys where you just got to play him. My goodness, he gets on the field against Buffalo. He's completely thrown out there. There's a complete bust of coverage. So it makes it look like he gets burnt when the safety completely gives up his man. And it's like he doesn't play again for another 6 weeks. It's like, what the heck is that? That's the thing I don't like. It's like, if you're going to draft a guy, give him an opportunity. You can't do any worse than Nevin Lawson did. Just can't.
He's got to be on the all-time worst Raider list.
Yeah. Guys that I just physically dislike. He's
Conte
probably
Hall.
He's gonna want to two-piece me if he sees me in person, but I'm like, hey, this ain't personal. This is just business.
Put him on the all-time worst Raiders list. Eddie Vanderdoes, put him on there.
Larry Brown,
Jamarcus,
Jabril Wilson,
Marshall Newhouse.
Don't worry about it, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess that's the thing. I guess what they're looking at Hobbs of being is a slot guy, and because he's a tough guy, maybe, someone who can jam up on some guys, help sort of be physical. My thing is I value ball skills more than ever in this new NFL because they just don't let you play the same physical stuff on a consistent basis. Certain teams get away with it. Like I said, the Patriots, Gilmore won Defensive Player of the Year committing illegal contact 90% of the time. Just you get reputations with guys, and they let guys get away with stuff that other teams won't. We're not getting away with that physical stuff. You jam somebody with us, you're getting a contact.
So Lawson,
Darrell Reeves created Reeves Island, basically holding on to everybody.
Yeah.
So what? Lawson gone.
I hope.
Nixon gone.
I hope not.
I still like. Where's Isaiah Johnson in all this? My hero from the Chargers.
I don't know if he's got a place.
Yeah, he's a guy that I think is more on the fence than Keyshawn Nixon, to be honest. He just hasn't panned out, and he's another guy that's taken a lot of trips with Cleveland Farrell around the globe. They're together a lot.
Just stop hating on them boys' vacations, bro.
I'm not hating. I'm
salty. You sound salty because you want to be on the beach.
No, not at all. I do want to be on the beach. You're right, but I'm not salty about it at all. I'm just telling you the perception of what, and it's stuff that's also being said. Stuff that's also being said.
So let me ask this question. It may be an elephant in the room, and I don't need Kalani to chime in on this one. I see a lot of what seem to be Jonathan Abram types coming into the team during this draft. What is going on? What's up with that?
No, we said that earlier. That's
you did? Okay.
3 safeties is a definite strike against whoever is in the safety room right now. Like, hey, it ain't safe out there for you.
Right.
Like, they made that clear because Gillespie is a strong safety type. Obviously, Mayrig is a free safety, and then they put my man Diablo out there. He's going to be the will guy. So they literally drafted 3 safeties. They have Muse, like they want to play him at linebacker, but he's another hybrid guy. Javin White's another hybrid guy. They made it clear we don't necessarily feel all that good about what we have in house at that position. Like that's clear as day. You don't draft this many guys. You don't have this many guys in waiting without it saying clearly, hey, we're not so sure about what we've got. And the idea of penciling Abram in as the starter is not necessarily etched in stone by any stretch. It can't be.
I would imagine the speech in the free safety room probably is going like, "Hey, look, we're bringing in these guys. So if you're not that good in coverage, if you put your head down when you tackle, if you hit your teammates more than you hit the actual ball carrier, and you're not doing well in coverage, well, we got some guys in here that hopefully could make up for that. So, if you're struggling with that and you're a little too sensitive to hearing someone say that and you cry about it, well, we got some guys in here who are probably tough enough mentally to understand it. And for some of you who may not understand it based on where you're from, we'll try to dumb it down for you and whatnot.
Yo, listen, yo, stop. Please. Somebody mute this guy, please.
Well, there it is. There's
Yo,
something in
man.
there. Oh, and I just found out, by the way, Nate Hobbs was a team captain. So
Another team captain, yes.
Team captain.
Okay, another. So, Jerron, did you watch any film on Hobbs while we were doing all this talk?
Yeah, I was watching a little bit on him.
What you see?
Me to him is like, if I had to say what they've done, so the last two guys, their tackling statistics were ridiculous, right? For defensive backs. So they're making a very solid, whoever's in the DB room, period. Y'all can't tackle, and we're tired of you guys being on the perimeter with these receivers and missing tackles, and that's costing us games. And then if Abrams is hurt, dude, you're a phenomenal tackler, but you're hurt half the time. So they have to find a way to replace him. And I'm not a big guy, but he's a very solid player and a physical player. He might be like Ike Taylor, he'll get a lot of pass breakups, maybe not a whole lot of interceptions, but he'll tackle. And Ike Taylor's values in the mid-2000s going into the early 2010s was that he could play solid in the outside. He would come up to tackle, and he'd at least get a hand on the ball. He may not take it, but he'll get a hand on it. And guys like that are valuable to a system because at least if we roll coverage away from this guy, at the very least, he can tackle somebody. At the very least. And they've missed a couple of guys that might be better ball skill guys, but I think they're looking at, okay, we go after ball skill guys. If they can't tackle, then we're back to the same problem. So I think they're looking for guys that can tackle, and he's one of them.
I think that is to define that. Yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
I was gonna say, just thinking about the way the draft is going for the Raiders. I think they feel that the definite hole in their defense has been their secondary, and I feel like they probably feel as if they've done enough to upgrade the pass rush with the free agent additions and with Kuntz and even Nassib. And I could definitely see them using this as the way they feel they have to upgrade their defense overall. The problem has been the secondary. The problem has been the tackling in the secondary, or has been the lack of coverage in the secondary, or lack of toughness in the secondary. We want guys that are going to come in and do that. And I think that's what you're seeing them address. And Gus down there points it out. Hey, this is a hell of a special teams. If these guys are on special teams, this special teams unit should be at or near the top, because we see a lot of those guys, and I'm not being funny about it, being, that I think that's a legitimate thought process behind it.
I mean, I don't know. I still say this. I said it once. I'm going to say it again. You cannot be expected to defend an NFL wide receiver for 10, 15 seconds, man. It's just can't. It doesn't matter how many of them you get. It doesn't matter how talented they are. It doesn't matter if they can tackle. None of that matters. If you have to defend for that long in today's NFL, you're going to lose. You're going to give up big plays. So maybe that's what they think. I don't see it. I personally believe that when I'm thinking about the defensive line that we have right now, we still need more bodies.
Yeah.
I feel like at this, I don't know. I would, especially with the last pick, and once again, understanding that maybe there's just not that type of value down here. So you don't want to waste a pick on a more talented guy in a different position that's also a need, even if it's just a body pick. Go ahead, Joe.
49ers just selected a guy who I love, that the guy I introduced you to, Squeeze, Charles Ely, former Fresno State Bulldog. But you remember Chuck, Diamador Lenore. Diamador is now a 49er, Oregon Duck cornerback, who I thought was the best corner on the Ducks, and that includes Thomas Graham and other guys in that secondary. I love Diamador. He was a guy, a part of Zoe Huddle. Zoe profiled him. Great guy. I project him inside to the slot, but tremendous cover corner. Hell of a pick by the 49ers right there.
Should have been the silver and black that made that particular pick, given where he plays and one of the weaknesses on our squad. Not to say who we got, can't make that transition, but Lenore, that's more of a natural position for him, and he was productive at it in college. So that's somebody I would have been very happy if we could have got him as well. But that is another good pick by the Niners to get somebody with that type of production and whatnot. Kudos to them on that one. Damn, I hate saying that.
So I want to go back to Nate Hobbs. Now, there's a thing called the relative athletic score, the RAS score, and it's an athletic testing scale that goes from 0 to 10. CJ sent me this in the chat, and it's something that a lot of teams are going to help determine explosiveness with on-field performance, trying to tie the metric world and the analytical world in with what you see. Nate Hobbs, according to Kentley Platt, tested out of a total score of 10 at a 9.62 RAS score. He ranked 69th out of 1,790 cornerbacks that they have put the scores together from 87 until this year. So the guy tested as an athletic freak. So not only is he a different type of guy, but he's also an athletic freak. Just so you know where he's at athletically.
Yeah. His major pluses are, vertical broad jump. So another one of those guys who really can be explosive and leap, so sort of get up there to deflect passes. Bench, he had 17 reps, 225, which is abnormal for a guy that size.
Damn, for real?
Yeah.
Damn.
And he had a 2.56 20 split, which means his short area burst is really, really good. It's that intermediate. He's not really that good at the 10, and then his 40 was 4.48, which is of course good, but that's splitting hairs basically at that level. But those metrics right there are kind of what give him sort of the opportunity to potentially sort of bear fruit later on, because like I said, those numbers are insane. Overall.
Yeah, they are.
But what he showed was he's better as a run guy so far than he has to be developed as far as his pass defense abilities. But like we talked about, just the ability to get guys on the ground has been a real struggle for us on the outside. So, they're just immediately addressing certain areas.
So, Jerron, you brought up Tre'Dell Slayton a few minutes ago as a potential Raider. Big, massive defensive tackle that I said reminded me of Akeem Hicks. Green Bay just selected him, and I had him as the 14th best defensive tackle in the draft, going in between rounds 3 and 5. So they must have been watching and agreed with what you have.
They trying to stop the run, and I can't agree with them. And they're for picking up good guys as of late, and this is just another guy to that roster. I mean, their defense was really good last year, and they're not really missing anything, but they must be. I don't know. Maybe Aaron Rodgers stuff has got them scared, man. They're putting more big boys on the front so they don't have to lose things. But that means they have 3 gap filling, man beating. Man, I'm losing all my guys to teams I don't need these guys to go to. We got to see the Packers. I don't want to see this. Should have went to Minnesota. Should have went to the Vikings.
Oh, hey, by the way, Squeeze. Squeeze, I just want to point out, Green Bay drafted a wide receiver who I loved yesterday, by the way.
Wow. For the first time, the second time in history.
Amari Rogers from Clemson. T. Martin's son.
So you will have a Rodgers on your team next year. Nice.
And he's wearing number 8. He's wearing number 8, which was Rodgers' Cal number. Just want to point that out.
Sweet. Because A-Rod has played his last game for you people. I'm here to let you know that, buddy. He's out of there like swimwear.
We're not going to get into that. We're talking Raiders right now.
He's at the Kentucky Derby right now.
This is relevant news.
No, he is. And actually, Mike, I'm going to read you. Hold on. I know it's relevant. Okay, we'll talk about it then. So Mike Tirico, he walked by Mike Tirico, asked him, Rodgers, Aaron, come talk. And he declined to talk to him on camera, but says Rodgers told him he was disappointed that news came out of his rift with the Packers and that he really loves and wants to stay in Green Bay. So your people are the ones that leaked it.
Let's just talk.
I know it is. So I think he's starting to get some blowback now from people, and we'll see what happens. I don't disagree that he could have played his last game there. I think it's a year away. Now
that Jeopardy come with that bag, it's a wrap.
They got 100 million, over 100 million.
You think they can't do it? Do you think they can't?
I know they can't do it. I know they can't. Yeah,
all right, cool. All right.
But he's there with Randall Cobb, David Bakhtiari, AJ Hawk, and I think Jordy Nelson. He's at the Kentucky Derby hanging out. So
yeah, they having a ball. Wish I was with them.
Me too. They're lit.
Drinking mint juleps.
I'll probably kick him in his kneecap. That's about as tall as I am, though.
Hey, that's like you sound like a Packer. That's what they doing to him, kicking him in the kneecaps.
So Squeeze, after you hear, or even George, let me go to you because you've been quiet over there. After you hear the RAS score, the RAS score, do you feel any different about Hobbs?
Yeah, a little bit. I just think how much input does Ron Milas have with Gus Bradley on these picks? Our new defensive backs coach. They're probably going to need to buy some name tags for all these guys. But I think it's more or less. Well, we don't know who these guys are. We didn't expect these guys to get drafted, but Gus Bradley, Ron Milas, those guys know who they are. And Milas comes in as a tremendous coach with a lot of with a great pedigree, great resume, and we'll see if he can develop these guys. He's going to get a lot of help once they sign Richard Sherman, anyway. So, I still think.
How serious is that? Is that happening?
I mean, I heard Paul Gutierrez. He did a live little Facebook, Instagram live thing, and. He said, in his opinion, that it's inevitable that Richard Sherman's going to sign with the Raiders. So, and that's kind of that's like a coach on the field, pretty much.
It sure is. That makes a lot of things different.
And we know Paul pretty well. Paul ain't going to say something like that if it's not in the process of happening. Or
I hope they on the phone with Sherm about some of these picks. I hope they picking up some of these dudes that Sherm likes. I hope Sherm and Gus have something or sitting there together talking about this. That would be wonderful.
I think that for this last pick in the 7th round, I think Gruden's going to go, okay, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
My turn. Okay, you had your fun. We got the linemen. We got the defensive players. I'm going to draft the best offensive skill position player available right now. Just get
Javon McKinley. Draft Javon McKinley. Make him a Raider. I swear to God, that would be the.
Hey, did St. Brown go yet?
Yeah, he went to Detroit.
Okay.
Yeah, he went to the 3rd round. No, 4th round. 4th round to Detroit.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so that's a guy. Look, and I say that. And I say it kind of tongue-in-cheek. I've watched Javon play since high school at Corona Centennial. He was a dog there, went to Notre Dame last year, led him in receiving. CJ, I know CJ did a little work on him, watched his film. Because I have Javon as the 10th best receiver in this class. I'm the only person in the world that believes that, probably without the last name being McKinley in my name. So – but I love everything about his game. I think he's got the potential to be a number 1 wide receiver at this level. If he's groomed the right way and with the right people, I think he'd be a great fit for what they like to do on offense. I mean, you talk about a guy that goes up and can go get the ball and catch in traffic. He's that guy. You talk about a guy that can that's big, that's physical. He's that guy, and a guy that don't back down. He was the best high school wide receiver I've ever seen in my life, and I'll leave it at that.
I looked
Let
at
me
the
ask you,
Raiders. The Raiders' skill positions, they're stacked everywhere. I mean, you got Waller, and then you can line them up outside and then stick Moreau in there. And Moreau, that's the biggest mystery of all last year is why Moreau didn't even play. You know, whatever. Yeah. And then the running back area, what are you going to do? You're going to want to upgrade Richard with this last pick? I don't know. But you've got Drake, Jacobs, Ingold, Riddick, Richard. What are you going to do? You going to add to that? I mean, what about that wide receiver room? You can't add to that anymore, really, can you? So I still – maybe with this last pick in the 7th round, you go offensive line or take the best defensive player available, you know. And that what's the Notre Dame guy with the long name, CJ?
Which one?
The one who's available.
Yo, Verb.
You
see that what you just did about McKinley, right?
Right.
So imagine we're the Raiders staff or we're Philadelphia staff or whoever, and you are Nick Saban, and you just did that about a player that whoever this guy is, he's not on anybody's radar to go high in the draft or any of that. But we're on a Zoom call with you, and you're Nick Saban, and you gloss over a player like you just did. I would be behooved to listen to you and pick that player. Just because you sat there and talked about it, that player is going to become a part of the discussion in my war room because of the respect that I have for you and for how much you've won and how much you've turned these guys over. So it's like I was saying to CJ, I believe that is the new way. I believe that you're going to see a whole lot more in the future of people going off the cuff, especially the Raiders. Like, let's just get used to it. Like, I mean, it's been happening the majority of our adult lives anyway.
Yeah, so, that's what I'm saying. It's not a new thing.
I don't think it's going anywhere simply because of that type of access and Saban, Dabo, a couple of other these guys up at Ohio State saying, look, this is one of my guys. Take a flyer on this because he's going to do well for your team. And they listening. And they matching these guys up. They put them together. You know what I'm saying? Like, you played in college together and you had success. Let's draft both of them.
Yeah. Well, and just to sort of, you know, instead of busting George's balls, it's Adi Ogundeji, the guy from Notre Dame. And I wouldn't mind taking a flyer on him with that 230 pick if he's still around. That's one of those guys that's going to probably get a lot of attention in the free agent market. And he'd probably prefer not to be drafted because then he'd be in a situation where he could maybe pick a better spot to stick. Because I think he's got the ability to do that. He's a late bloomer.
Or Trey Smith or Britt, you know.
Buccaneers just took Britt, right?
Yeah, Buccaneers just took
Bucks just took him.
Wow.
See?
God damn, bro.
It's a great pick. Value pick right there.
So the Patriots pick is in. I hope, just for the sake of shits and giggles, it's the other offensive lineman from Alabama.
It would make sense.
Matt Patricia's making the pick. Oh, this is great. And they took.
I was waiting to see who they take.
Cameron McGrone.
Oh, the outside linebacker
from Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan.
I liked him. I thought he had a little upside to him.
He was top 120, so he was a fourth round guy for me. So yeah, that's another guy that they can just immediately have value for and a place to play with all of the different personnel and all the groupings they use. That's the thing. They know what they like, and they know exactly what they're planning on doing with guys like that.
I had McGrone as a second, third round guy, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's where I had him. Green Bay's back on the clock. I hope they go receiver here. I just hope they go receiver. I'll say. Oh, well, no, Green Bay just took Appalachian State DB Shamar Jean-Charles.
That's a guy that I like for a developmental pick. That's what I said. That's one of those guys I would have been happier if we had taken him as opposed to, someone I don't know. I just at this point you're just basically taking the guy that you like the best for whatever reason. And Jean Charles is one of those guys. He's a smaller guy, so he's probably going to kick inside to play against in the slot. But it's one of those deals where he's got great agility and short area quickness, which is going to help him against some of those guys. It's one of those where he'll lose some battles, just doesn't have the ideal strength and size, but he makes up for that with some of his other attributes. Like he's really good at recognizing routes. He jumped on some of the short stuff well without getting penalized. And he has really good ball timing to sort of knock plays away where he might be in a chase mode. So,
well, he was a semifinalist for not only the Thorpe Award but the Bednarik Award for the Defensive Player of the Year in college football. So, I mean, that speaks volumes to a guy, especially coming from App State. Kalani, you've been awfully quiet, and I see you moving around. Go ahead and jump in.
Oh, no. I was just sitting here, listening to all the great breakdowns of these players. But, excuse me. With some of these guys, like we're pointing out, some of these guys are going to be developmental projects. Some of these guys are just major surprises that they're there. And like with the linebacker from Michigan, that's a guy with the Patriots coaching staff. Don't be surprised if by like week 4 or 5, he's not like a prominent starter or at least rotational player for them, contributing right away. So there's value to be had here. It's just a matter of where your team is at. And like I think it was CJ that said it. Who do you like the most? This may not necessarily be based off rankings, but just who do you like the most? Hey, we need a corner. Who do you like the most of these guys? Maybe we want a developmental guy that tests really well and has a RAS score that says, hey, he's off the charts. We fine-tune him and find the right position. We got a playmaker. Or is it somebody like the Niners guy where you say, you know what? This kid might be – we need to find a way to get him on the field sooner rather than later. So it's very interesting to see where teams are thinking as far as where they're going and how they project out in that particular mindset. You got the Cowboys here. They just got a wide receiver from Stanford. That's a big boy right there. Right there. So he may not be the speed burst guy, but you get down in the red zone. That's another target you can go ahead and get the ball to. So, hey, it's interesting moves are being made.
I like Gowan, Smith, or Moses with the 7th rounder. So.
TQ, you're gonna like this pick, Taylor Huffnagel. Huffenwa from the safety from USC. I can't pronounce his name.
What you call him? Huffenwa?
That's something.
Let's go.
We've had some great names get drafted.
Boy, this has been a name year, hasn't it, bro?
I'm still waiting for this Rashad Wild Goose from Wisconsin to get his name called.
Damn, Wild Goose.
That sounds good. That sounds good right now. Some goose sound good right now.
Kalani, it's not Gray Goose.
Wild Goose.
It's not Gray Goose, Kalani. His last name is Wild Goose.
Yeah, Wild Goose is made in the bathtub.
Cornbread.
Y'all make it sound like a problem.
You want
tastes like potatoes.
You know what's happening.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great.
That to piggyback off of what Kay said, Simi Fehoko, the guy that Dallas just took, he's another one of those guys that I think is really intriguing because he's got the great size. He's very physically imposing, and he definitely isn't afraid to play that way. And what he doesn't have the suddenness, but when you're that big and when you've got other guys, he becomes one of those guys where you literally can just use him to sort of match up. You stick him on smaller slot guys and just play him inside, and then suddenly he's a mismatch. He's sort of like not quite big enough to be a tight end. So what you do is you H-back him, or you match him up. You basically see what you have with the 3 guys that they're going to have back with, Gallup, with CeeDee Lamb, with Cooper. You take that 4th guy, if you're not going to use your tight end, and you just say, what's our best matchup? And you sort of stick him out there, and he's going to abuse smaller slot guys if that's where they put him. So, yeah, that's one of those really intriguing for the position type of spots because, he sort of rounds out their receiving core. They've already got a really good receiving core, and then you add another guy like that. That's a matchup sort of problem.
So TQ, you brought up Aaron Rodgers before, and I gave you like a snippet of what Mike Tirico said. Here's the full quote. And this is Mike Tirico from NBC Sports. Quote, he didn't want to talk on camera. I can tell you, I characterize Aaron as disappointed that news has come out of his rift with the Packers. He expressed a couple of times how much he loves Green Bay, the fans, loves the franchise. There's a chasm between management and the reigning NFL MVP. We're just not sure how this is going to play out. Watch closely over the next few weeks to see what we hear from the Packers side and when Aaron does speak, end quote. That's where it is. And I'm of the belief, and just in general, and I think we've all been in situations in our lives that we get pissed off at our employers. At the end of the day, money talks. And if they drop a boatload of cash, that could wipe away a whole lot of pissed offness. Let's just be honest about it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree under normal circumstances, but I also I'm looking at the person that we're talking about.
That's true.
You know, a lot of people may have an issue with Aaron Rodgers and his outlook on himself, but his outlook on himself is not that far away from the truth of his place in history. So we're all gonna have to put up with that. His employer, his fans, and everybody else, because he delivers on the field, and he knows that he delivers on the field, and he feels some kind of way about other people winning all of these championships, and he's not winning all of these championships. He goes off the field. I mean, a complete 180. He didn't go to Dancing with the Stars. He didn't go to like the average ESPN show. He went to Jeopardy. Like, that's the top dog as far as showing what's in your brain, to be able to have open conversation on live TV with the type of contestants that that they're showing there. He showed that he did it, and he impressed the producers. This is a football player. He's a different level, and you have to deal with him as the level that he is. So I don't know if money's going to talk, because can any team give him back up the Brinks truck that Jeopardy can? I think that gives him a lot of leverage to say, hey, if I'm a brand, do I continue to do my job wearing a helmet every day or once a week, right? Or do I get on national TV 5 days a week, the #1 game show in history, and I'm an ex-football player? So I just think that it's a lot more going on in Aaron Rodgers' brain about what to do with the rest of his life than to sit and continue to let Green Bay play with him as if he's just one of the guys in the locker room. He's not. He's not one of the guys. He's got to be handled differently. And anybody that's going to employ that type of talent and that type of cachet has to understand that. It's LeBron James. It's Tom Brady. He's that level. And he's not to be dealt with like the average player. And I mean, I think that, you know, for all of the coach speak and everything else, that's what's got to be understood by a corporation or a company to the level of the Green Bay Packers. And they're just not getting it for whatever reason. It's got to feel disrespectful.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with everything you just said. To be honest with you, I would agree with everything you just said. Yeah. George, your guy just got drafted by the Falcons. Hold on, George. Wait, George. Wait. You muted yourself. Son.
So he wasn't going to last through the 6th round anyway by the time we would have played, so that's okay. Raiders would have had to, had a 6th round pick or something to get him.
The odds that we know who the Raiders guy is, or that we have a book on him, is much less than just straight up a Snoop. Who? Like, take the field on that.
That's true. That's been like the thing the last couple of years, though, isn't it right? Like the last couple of years,
round?
You really couldn't put your finger on who the Raiders might be targeted. So that I don't know if that's just part of their game, or if realistically, man, we are just really off on what we think they should be doing. But they really do go left, and I mean far left.
They swing for it for those. If it's a guy in the 7th round, they took Quentin Bell, Nick Bell's son, and they gave him a shot. Athletic marvel, just was too raw to basically have a place to stick. Yeah, it's just that's what they do at the back end. They're not going to take a guy instead of being like, we don't want to risk not having him in free agency or whatever. They just get guys. Like they'll just get a guy who's just an athletic specimen and just sort of wing it.
I mean, the 7th round pick for the Raiders, it just reeks of developmental quarterback. So I'm just going to start looking these guys up right now.
the thing.
Go down to Texas, get Sam Ellinger from Texas. Hook him hard.
Hook him.
The thing that we keep bringing up drafted or undrafted, it is a big deal though. Like it's better for most players in their minds to go undrafted because they can choose where they want to go. But I'm going to tell you, in league circles, you need to have that drafted moniker behind you because what happens is if you go undrafted, you weren't good enough to get drafted. So you don't get as many chances as somebody that was drafted in the 7th round. Yeah. So the perception is if you're drafted, you're good enough. You've been accepted, undrafted. So that's why it's kind of important to be drafted and not necessarily stick where you're at, but so you can have an opportunity to stick around the NFL and to maybe bounce from team to team till you hopefully find the right home for you. Someone that just found a home is Cornell Brown from Clemson, a wide receiver that was there. I think he was there 5 years. Really redshirted 1 year. They had a really good freshman year, but then kind of fell off because he got hurt with guys like T. Higgins and Amari Rodgers and all the other slew of receivers coming out of Clemson. He ends up going to Kansas City with the Chiefs. So the Chiefs get another explosive playmaker that could play all of the receiving positions, could play both outside spots and both inside spots. The rich just keep on getting richer.
Yeah, if any team's going to know what to do with a guy like that, it would be Andy Reid in Kansas City. So, yay.
But you know what? So let's go back to when George listed our list of skill players, right?
You were there. You listened to that?
Yeah, hey, man, that sounds like a hell of a team.
Oh, we got a great team here.
That sounds like a problem that sounds competitive to me. Now, what's going to happen here? You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Jeez.
That's a good one.
That's a lot of speed. That's a lot of athleticism.
Yep. Good squad. Stand by. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm looking at it like as far as we go, we just can't have any regression because we've been doing this with the mentality of the offense is either going to maintain or take another half step forward to really, really sort of take a step towards being elite with, the development of these younger guys and the quarterback who's now in his 4th year. I mean, Gannon's 4th year in that system, even though it wasn't with Gruden, he won the MVP. Right. They went to a Super Bowl. So we're not thinking Super Bowl, but we're thinking it's time to get into the playoffs. If you've got the guy there that's basically enough in the system. And as far as that part goes, yeah, I do think Carr's capable of taking another slight step forward and sort of really shutting up a lot of these questions about like really sort of incremental type things. You score 27 points a game, you can't sit there and say you don't have the quarterback.
Yeah, Carr can stay Carr. Yeah. Carr can stay Carr. It's like the defense simply has to get better. Yeah. Right? I mean, that's a better defense than last year is 2 games, 3 games. That's all it takes for us to get into the playoffs.
Right.
Well, one of the things Carr needs to improve on is his pocket awareness. There's been too many times throughout his career he holds on to the ball either too long or he's not climbing the ladder quick enough and he gets stripped. He automatically doesn't have the big hands to grip it, and a lot of times he gets hit and ends up fumbling inside the pocket. Whether we recover it or not, he needs to work on that as well. I know like 2 seasons ago, he was known as check down Carr. Yeah, I get it. Okay, I'm getting the ball out, but it can't just be check down to your tight end or running back at the line of scrimmage. He's got to work on that as well as far as that. But also, and I don't know where the coaches see these players. We don't have a wide receiving group where it should just be, well, these are our starters and that's it. No, that should be a constant rotational thing because I've been so frustrated why Hunter Renfrow doesn't get more run except for on 3rd downs. He should get way more run than he does. You bring in guys like Brown and Snead. They're not consistently dominant starters, but they're guys you could put in a nice rotation, bring in from time to time. So Gruden isn't really known for that, but I really hope that he opens up his mindset about that, because we got enough guys in the rotation that maybe aren't going to be out there for 70 plays. But you give them 20, 30 plays, they consistently throughout the season, they can make plays for you, and it just opens up that offense even more, and even on the defensive front. So I really hope we employ a more attack by committee, as opposed to, well, these are our starters and that's who we're sticking with. No, dude, keep that rotation going.
That's what it comes back down to. I mean, the way that our offense and the skill set is built, we should be like the way that New Orleans was at their apex with when Marcus Colston was their best receiver. Like, he's not a top 10 dominant receiver, but he put up big numbers because he was like the guy that you go to. But yeah, you talk about Willie Snead, you talk about some of these other guys, you know, Waller's going to be the apex, the nucleus of the pass game, but you should have all of these guys who should be able to eat as a result of sort of playing around a guy of that level. And you've got all of these guys who do different things. They should be versatile enough to where they're not beholden to, you know, Edwards and Ruggs, and then other guys should be able to eat. Yeah, they should absolutely have the opportunity to really do that, and then have two capable guys to catch the passes out of the backfield in Kenyon Drake and, of course, Josh Jacobs. Like, it's just deploying your weapons. They've got all of the weapons. It's how you deploy them. I would argue that as far as skill positions, they are top 8 in the league easily. As far as receiver, tight end, wide receiver, you can compete with the skill position players they have against pretty much anybody. It's just a matter of how they get used and how your coordinator adjusts to play call and scheme guys open, because the talent is there. There's plenty of talent. There's no question about the talent, you know.
Agreed.
Mikey De Niro, he hopes they put Mariota in there. He's not a car guy. What do you guys think?
Well, even as far as just using him for
Taysom Hill way.
Yeah, the Taysom Hill way.
Yep.
No, he's not better than Carr as a starter. But yeah, if you gotta keep him on the roster and pay him $8 to $10 million, then yes, use him.
Use him in the red zone.
We clearly clearly saw the value he had running the football. And that whole idea of, you know, well, you come in and you telegraph what's going to happen. No, if you're good enough, he's going to be able to eat regardless. You know, again, we brought up Taysom Hill. New Orleans was money in third down because he come in there, and it's like, okay, well, if you know what we're going to do, go ahead and stop it. And then we play off of the fact that you want to key on certain stuff. Hill would sit there and make those easy throws and get guys open, chunk plays on third and short because, yeah, they're expecting him to run the football. So absolutely. There's no way you're going to have a $10 million backup. If you're going to keep him, use him and get value out of him. And
if you're going to bring Mariota in, don't make it obvious that, okay, Mariota's here, so now we're going to do a quarterback run or a quarterback sneak. You got to give him some plays that you would give Carr as well, so that the defense isn't catching on to it. You know, I was saying that yesterday about Henry Ruggs. There were a couple of games where you knew exactly what they were going to do with him based off where he was moving or lining up at. You don't want to do that if you're going to try to do Mariota at times as well. You got to give him some regular plays to run. That way, when he is in there, you don't know what he's going to do. I mean, he's not going to do what Taysom Hill could do, line up at receiver, tight end, backfield, and at quarterback. So when he's in there, don't just do, okay, quarterback sneak. No, let him throw the ball a couple times, keep that defense honest.
I think he's equipped for that. I think he's up for that job. He's had enough time in the league as a starting quarterback. He's got a good enough arm. I think he's absolutely able to come in and run a play and confuse a lot of people. I think Gruden would use him like that.
And I think his skill is enough to help contribute to winning. That's the thing.
Right.
Yeah. He absolutely can come in and make enough plays over the course of a game to help push a team towards a win.
Yeah.
On subject but different position, you know, CJ, you and I talked about it when we were talking about the draft and players about a month and a half ago. You know, you look at the Raiders running back room with Jacobs, Drake, Reddick, Richard. Is Richard a luxury at $3 million at this point when you got essentially a similar player in Reddick and a better player in Drake?
He's running back kicks. He's playing special teams too, right?
He doesn't kick return. No.
I mean, Renfro is the punt returner. I mean, he took that job and
he sure
literally
did.
ran with it. He was fantastic.
Yeah, you're right.
Returning punts. As a kick returner, I mean, most of the time we're not returning kicks anyway. We're just taking it out of the end zone. We want it on the 25, based on the way. And so, that's the thing, is that with Drake in here, that's essentially what he's going to do. And he's a much better version of what Richard would project to as that third down spell type back. And so, if you're giving him $3 million and you got Riddick, they're fighting for the third down spot. It really could come down to dollars and cents based on, like I'm looking at Heath and I'm looking at Riddick as two guys that are like, you can look at them and it's just like, as it comes down to it, it could literally be about money if you want to go get another player, because that's $6.5 million right there. That's no risk whatsoever. There's no dead cap. There's nothing. If you cut them today, if you cut them right before training camp ends, it's the same thing. It still saves you $6.5 million. And so with the way that we sat there and bulked up that safety spot, and with the fact that Drake is just so much of a better player, my only guess would be because Jacobs hasn't had, he hasn't been able to play a full 16, and because, Kenyon Drake probably projects better as a second guy, you keep him around just as insurance. But like you said, the price tag, for $3 million, you can get a lot of value elsewhere if you were so inclined to do it.
What do you think, George?
Well, I mean, I really like all the skill position players that the Raiders have right now. I mean, if they can utilize Mariota and CJ's right, I mean, you're going to pay him the money. Don't let him just stand there and get rusty. I mean, we saw what he could do against the Chargers. And he brought that dimension that I was like, wow, if we can just use him inside the 20, like every so often, or just bring him in, and run a couple plays on first down and in regular, deep in our territory, do different things, mix and match. Don't play him like a lot, but play him to the point where a defense is going to go, well, this is a situation where Mariota might come in, or if Mariota's in the game, like, okay, well, is he going to run it? Is he going to throw it? What's he going to do? At least with Derek, you know what you're going to do.
Yeah.
You're either going to throw it to Alec Ingold 5 yards before you get into the end zone on 3rd and 2, or you're gonna throw it in the end zone. But I just like if you're gonna keep Marcus Mariota, use him. I just think in last year, that Charger game, I was impressed. The guy came off the bench, hadn't played, was hurt a little bit, ran for 90-something yards, threw a pick. That's acceptable. I mean, because he was rusty. I didn't expect him to but he had a deep ball to Waller that I was just like, whoa, and just if you're gonna pay him, use him, and that's what I would like to see. And everything else is set on the skill position. You can't really. I like the rotational idea. I mean, the Raiders don't really have a superstar wide receiver, at least not yet. Their superstar receiver is Darren Waller,
right?
So. And I would love to see Waller Moreau in there at the same time, too.
I was just about to say that. Please.
What are you going to do? Waller's on outside now Moreau's
I was just about to say that. Like, when is that going to happen? And that's so Gruden. Like, that's a John Gruden thing. Why doesn't it happen?
Yep. Yeah.
I guess we had a lot of injuries on the offensive line last year. So, I mean, I guess that was part of it. But still.
This Milky, the De Niro here. Mikey De Niro has a good point. Like, we don't confuse the defense enough. We don't stick Waller out on the edge and then put Moreau in there and go, oh, shit, what are they going to do? We don't really, have Mariota in when we – in certain situations, the defense is like, oh, God, we didn't see that coming, Now you've got Drake. You can really confuse the hell out of the defenses. You can line Drake up with Jacobs. What are we going to see? Are we going to see that? I would love to see that. Well, who are they going to hand the ball off to? Who's going to go in motion? Who's going to run a pattern? Who's going to get the ball? I mean, they've got so many different options to confuse defenses that if they don't do that on a regular basis, then there's something wrong with the coaching.
Well, I could even, if you put hypothetically Waller, Moreau, Ruggs, and Renfro, and both of them in the slot, and you're going 3-by-1 or 2-by-2, that's a hell of an offense. You can do a lot with that. and and then you have your one back there. If it's Jacobs or Drake, I'm gonna be real, and I said it last year, and I know Knight was with us last year. He's not with us today. I'm not a Richard guy, and $3 million is a lot of money for a third down back. That's not a great third down back. Period. That's money that could be better served in other places. I mean, great story. Hey, your story making the great job. You changed your lifestyle and your family's lifestyle for a very long time. But $3 million for a guy that right now gets on the field for a handful of plays, I'm not for that.
How many years Richard been in the league?
He's been there since 2016.
5?
Yeah.
5.
This will be his 5th year.
And if all he's got to do is play X amount of games this year, and he's vetted in the NFL, he gets cut. He's going to go somewhere. Somebody's going to pick him up.
Actually.
He'll. Oh, is it they changed it to 6 now? Because I know it was 5.
No. I was just saying it would be his 6th year. He's
big year set, so he's vetted. So he gets a yeah, he's going to have his pension no matter what. I mean, so he's taken care of for life when that time comes. I'm just saying, and that's stuff that I think about. I don't think about just the on the field stuff. I think about, the pensions and all that stuff that comes about, because that's stuff that has to be considered. Jerron, I know you've been breaking down film for some of the guys. Go ahead and talk about some of the guys that you broken down.
For the drafts currently?
Yeah.
Because my internet messed up, so I'm coming in the middle. I'm kind of lost on what you guys talking about. Can you update me, please?
Well, no, just talking about just breakdown. I mean, on who you.
No. We're talking about the Derek Carr trade that just went down. Just
come on, man. No Derek Carr trade.
Did you see his face?
He said.
I mean, at this television, like, there ain't no trade on it. Be right on that TV.
Oh, George.
He almost had me. He almost had me. He almost had me.
Hey, the bad part is somebody could have just turned on and just said, Derek Carr got traded. What?
Wow.
Yeah, they just showed a shot of Aaron Rodgers leaving the Kentucky Derby and going to the airport.
Oh.
Oh man.
Anyway, well, as far as what's left of the, how many picks do the Raiders have? 1 or 2? They got one or two.
Got one left.
They got one left.
They have the second pick in the 7th round.
Man.
Well, just who have you broken down? Because I know you've been watching, as we've talked about guys, you start putting stuff on and you start watching. Who's the last one that you broke down?
So that I still have on my list. I mean, the guy that's high on my list, especially for them, is Jonathan Cooper and Quinn Roach and Patrick Johnson, all edge rushers. So I'm looking at them; they're still available, and they're very useful role-playing guys right now. So they're the guys that are left that if the Raiders want to secure and round out that front line, especially if we want to have either pressure or speed on it, they're looking for those guys. So, and was it Jonathan Cooper stands out. Watched him in one-on-ones at the Reese's Senior Bowl, and nobody could block him. I mean, he has a tendency to jump inside, which is something that you can't be as an edge rusher. But as much as he did that, he still beat people. I mean, he beat them easily. And Ohio State is tried and true, especially in the last 5 years. You look at every defensive player they put out, especially at the end position, they're really talented. They're exceptionally smart, exceptionally athletic. So this guy's still being up there. He had ups and downs at Ohio State, but if you're using him in specifically a pass rusher capacity, he's really good. And Patrick Johnson, small market, he's a 3-down player. He's a 3-down player, and he's still on the board. And his partner, Cam Sample, got taken, I think, a whole 2 rounds ago. But he's still up on the board. And if they don't take them, then they should go, the linebacker route, Tough Borland. And I said it the other day, Isaiah McDuffie, Boston College. He reminds me a lot of Luke Kuechly with his way that he gets to the ball, his explosion when he gets there. He always happens to find a run through. He's hard to block, even though he's big, and he takes space so quickly. And the guy's just a complete animal. 107 tackles. And Boston College isn't exactly the best team. And when you look at them defensively every year, they're solid. So the guys that come out of there, especially linebackers, are solid. He's a solid linebacker that can do something. So they have opportunities for guys to pick at the back end of this draft that are still available.
So you think that they need to go D-end linebacker with their last pick?
Yeah. Yes. You came. So this is what I was thinking, right? And going back to TQ, because TQ is 100% right. You need bodies. You need depth. They got Ngakoue. They got Crosby. They drafted Kuntz. They have Farrell. They have Hankins, Jefferson, and Thomas. That's
and
7.
Carl Nason.
Yeah.
Nason,
So that's 8. If you want to round it out with 9, which makes perfect sense, they may not all be the best, but if you got 8 and 9 guys for any situation or any offensive line, you have the ability to switch out matchup issues for everybody.
There it is.
Especially going into a division where you might have Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, and Humphrey. If you're playing all 3 of those guys, you got to figure out a way to get to them. You know what I mean? You have to figure it out. And you can take advantage of everybody on all of those lines because all of them don't have the best offensive line. They all don't. There are weaknesses across all of them. So for the Raiders to even be able, and I mean, they beat Kansas City last year. They outscored them, but they beat them. They managed in both games to hold them down or even be close. And Kansas City made the Super Bowl. The Raiders didn't even make the playoffs. So if you want to show improvement, you have to beat the Chiefs, and to beat them, you have to beat them up front.
Jerron, you said Quentin Bohanna was a guy that you really liked?
No, his name is Quentin Roche from Miami.
Oh, okay. I'll say because Quentin Bohanna just got taken by the Cowboys, a D tackle. So it just
they really loading up on the defense.
Yeah, the Cowboys are having a draft, man. Cowboys having a draft.
Yeah.
Miami is having a draft. I like what Cleveland did. I always like what the Niners did.
But I will say Bohanna was my last rated defensive end or defensive tackle in this draft, my 35th. 6th round to undrafted, so he kind of fits in there. So one of the things I like about this draft, and I know it's in Cleveland, and there's not a lot to like about Cleveland. Let's just be honest, okay? I like that yesterday they had entertainers walk out and get honored as the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class with the NFL Hall of Fame class. Sweet. And what I thought was dope is the Isley brothers were there. Now this is coming off of a versus battle with the Isley brothers and Earth, Wind, and Fire, which to me was the best one to date. I mean, I know Red and Meth was dope, but Earth, Wind, and Fire, Isley brothers, it was soul music on was it Easter Sunday? It was perfect. With that being said, do you think the NFL in Cleveland did a good job, all things considered, marketing and the way they've handled this draft versus last year and in drafts in the past?
I think that NFL is the top dog with this event. I mean, just they put it on like no other. They have a marketing machine. Their systems, their production staff, the sound people, the video people, the companies that they use, they outsource their presentation to. Even the staffs that come in and build their temporary structures for this. Remember when we got the blueprints of the plan for last year before COVID? Like that. Are you serious? So it's to be expected. It's going to continue to get better. I do a lot of marketing for us, and this time of year, it commands sports as much as the home stretch of the NBA heading into the playoffs. And there's nobody on the field. There's no competition here. It's a bunch of suits sitting around picking people. And it keeps year after year after year, they do better and better and better with their coverage and with their audience. And it's just because, like I said, like, I mean, come on, my mom chimed in when the Niners made their pick yesterday. My mom is about to be 70. You know what I'm saying? She does not normally watch football unless it's the Raiders or the 49ers or Julio or Miles, you know, in the playoffs or something to that level. But the NFL draft, because it's such a family-oriented thing, it's as a parent of an athlete or of a football player, you can get into this because you're thinking about the journey, you know, the journey with your own kid. As a former player, whether you played in school, whether you played professionally, this was always something that you dreamed about, regardless, you dreamed about, even if you knew you had no shot, it was a dream walking across this stage, holding that one jersey in your hand. So I think that it just transcends football even more so than watching the games, because it's just such a wide audience that wants to pay attention to all of the pomp and circumstance around it. And it's only going to get better and more extensive, I think.
CJ?
The proof is in the numbers. They were talking about being worried about this gigantic drop because, the COVID, the 2020, there was literally nothing else for people to watch. So they had those completely just earth-shattering ratings, and then they just do slightly less this year.
Yeah,
I mean,
crazy.
they outdid most of the finals. They outdid the Oscars. The NFL's a juggernaut, man. Like,
yeah, man, top dog.
We sitting here like, if you just want to be able to ride shotgun to what the NFL does as far as their TV stuff. I don't have any problems with it. I personally would kind of ease up on some of these concerts and all this other stuff that I don't think most people care about, because you're not drawing in casual people to watch, concerts. It's like going to IHOP and getting the spaghetti. It's the wrong audience. Like, they're not really interested.
So that was a hell of an analogy, bro.
I like that.
I completely get it.
It's like, that's not really what you're looking for, the spaghetti eater at IHOP. So it's one of those things where, yeah, beyond that, I've always liked it because this is the one time where everybody who isn't an expert gets to feel like one. I think that they actually play that up a little bit. That's why the mocks and all that stuff is so prominent, because a lot of people want to feel like, you know what, I can do this job, myself included. Like, come on, I say it with my chest. Like, I don't like that pick because I watched it and this is what I saw. And so you get certain insight to that level of what it is to team build that other sports don't do to the same extent. Nobody watches the MLB draft. I mean, you can't even name like 3 of the top 5 guys out of a lineup. It's just how it is. It's a completely different setup. So that sort of interaction and that interpersonal sort of feeling that a lot of fans have is what lends itself to being such, a interactive event. That's why so many people
March Madness, right? Feels like the bracketology, like how all of us are so involved in it before the event. Yeah.
Folks got skin in the game, it feels like. It's not just your team, but it's like, man, I feel really smart about some of this stuff since I can do it. And it's so accessible for a lot of people,
Kalani.
I mean, one of the benefits is these guys generally have to stay in college for at least 3 years. So a lot of these players we get to see grow for a couple of years, and we get to know a little bit more about them. You look at the NBA draft. Yeah, there's plenty of guys who come out of there who are going to be stars. Most of you only played 1 year or came from overseas. We don't know much about you. So for them to try to cover it, it's extremely difficult in that particular nature, because it's always new people. Yet, how long will we talk about Trevor Lawrence? For the past couple of years, we've been talking about him coming out. Then the excitement's there. Same thing with guys like Justin Fields. And it's also been shown that, as we said when this draft started, this is where the heart and guts of your team gets built. Well, it's been shown throughout the NFL. This is where a lot of the guys who are going to be playing for your team on Sundays, it come from. It's from the middle rounds as well. Yeah, the first round is always fun to watch, but the middle rounds as well. So because we've seen these guys for a couple seasons, because we know that a lot of these guys are going to be contributors for your squad going forward, and overall, it's that time of the year where the NBA season, because of how it's been portrayed, that if you don't have a championship, then nothing else matters. So during the regular season, you're not paying as much attention to it as you should. Baseball is too early in its start for you to really get that invested in it. There's no major fights going on. The draft is the perfect outlet for you to say, okay, let me sit here and, like I said, watch these guys that I've been seeing. Hey, that safety from USC, I've seen him the past 3 years. Been really excited to see where he's going to end up at. That running back from Florida, man, I remember him when he was a freshman and he just tore it up against my squad. Now he's on this particular team, et cetera, et cetera. You pair all that together, and it's like, yeah, it's going to remain king and just keep getting bigger. And given the circumstances of this year, with everything going on, they've done the best that they could in trying to make this event what it is. Personally, I thought they hit a home grand slam last year with everyone being at home, and the crowd was literally your intermediate family. And look, I don't want to sound like a grouch, but it's just me. When it's just you and 5, 6, 8, 10 people, to me, I like seeing that way more than seeing you in a place where 40 people are there, because you know damn well 22 of them just came around this past year talking about, hey, cousin. Yeah, okay, whatever. But every year they do a good job with it and their presentation. It's just going to get better and better. And when it opens up fully and it comes out here, it is going to be a massive showing on how that's just going to look from a visual standpoint. So it's going to continue to get bigger and bigger. And I love and the last point is, I love the fact that they're taking it to different cities. Not just in one, show it out. And the cities have shown year after year, they will show out and have a good time there and make the events even that more lively. So kudos to them for doing that. And every year it's going to be exciting.
One of the things that, I know, CJ, we talked about concerts, right? Not having as many. I would love to see the Isley Brothers just do a set, just a 10-minute set. Tell me that wouldn't have been hard here. Ron Isley go, well.
Again, maybe know your audience.
but that's the thing. I think the older people in the room know the Isley Brothers. People in our age group knows the Isley Brothers from our parents or whomever, but also from R. Kelly and Ron Isley doing the download series, and then it blew up a couple of weeks ago. It's a way that's something that's trending. It's a way to jump on that trend. I'm just telling you, I've learned some marketing from this guy right here, and he showed me. And if it's trending, you got to jump on that trend just a little bit.
If it was the NFL on BET, I'd be all over that. Hell yeah, I'm watching the Isley Brothers while I'm eating these yams.
Well, man, listen, Cleveland is a music city. That's
all I'm saying is
it's
not Cleveland. It's not Cleveland I got the problem with. It's the viewership of. That's why they go with this country stuff all the time. They know who their target audience is. There's a reason why these were country concerts and rock concerts. It has nothing to do with Mr. Biggs. I love missing
something. You might be missing something, CJ. You might be missing something. The majority of the people that get drafted today,
hey,
like
listen,
me and you do, brother.
I know, brother, and that's what I'm saying.
Their parents are sitting at home. Their parents are sitting at home watching this broadcast. It's coming from Cleveland. It's right across the street from the Hall of Fame. And the Isley Brothers are going in this year. That's a lot of keywords going out there at one time to a certain market that's not necessarily watching.
You're saying it like I wouldn't love to see them play Footsteps in the Dark, like, and then call out a corner while they're doing it.
You're assuming that those parents and relatives are sitting there paying attention to this. They are looking up what new shoes they're going to buy, what car they're going to ask for, what new house they're going to get. They ain't looking at. They're just waiting to see the name. They're looking at all the other stuff. You see it when they're celebrating. They're more so worried about this than who's on there. So
you know what they're gonna do when Ron starts singing?
You're right.
Yeah. Over here. They still in the phone. They still shopping. They still looking at that new car and them new shoes, but that head gonna be bobbing, baby.
Well, you gotta do it for the gram. You gotta do it for the gram and Snapchat, of course.
So let's get a young Buck's opinion. Now, Jerron's the youngest one in the room. Jerron, if the Isley Brothers were to do, like, let's say 2-3 songs during the draft, in between picks or whatever. Is that something you'd be into?
Well, you forget who I live with, man. You
I know. No, I know who you live with. That's why I'm asking the young buck.
Yeah.
Don't think I didn't know who I was asking.
So everybody who doesn't know, my dad is 70, and he played that old school all the time. So the Isley Brothers came out, I would be interested.
For sure.
I would sit there and I listen to every song they play. I can't speak for anybody else in my generation. I know a couple people who sit there and listen to it with me, but I would be interested. I'd sit there and I'd just be doing that all day.
Now, see, and they just had a performance, and I don't even know who the hell the group is. Like, I couldn't tell you. I'm not listening to it. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna tell me they're gonna have them perform versus a group that's going in the rock.
Whoever that artist was, that was a Cleveland artist. So it was a local thing. I don't necessarily know if he's just a local artist, but that artist was from Cleveland.
Oh, okay. Well,
so I saw him on there talking yesterday or the day before one.
Well,
yeah, he was on there yesterday.
Yeah,
I have no idea who he is. So I'm just saying that's why I think that would be a cool little, being that it's because we're gonna get stuff like that in Vegas next year. They're gonna have a bunch of different things next year happening.
As long as they don't have Imagine Dragons. That's why
it was going to be Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, they were going to be there. Yeah, they were going to be there.
That's why the Golden Knights Dragons. It was. I said as soon as I saw that, Washington. Where's my money on Washington? Where do I push this in? As soon as
it was Imagine Dragons. It was the Killers. It was a couple
the Killers
of
I can understand, but when I saw Imagine Dragons, I was like, nope. My E40 immediately kicked into my head. Are the Golden Knights winning? Nope.
Will the Capitals come back and win? Yep.
That's it. It's just like
damn.
That was the hater in me. I was like, yeah, he jumped all the way out. You're not winning with Imagine Dragons.
Nope.
As your white guys. It's not happening. I'm sorry. American Nickelback. I was like, nah, that's just not
wow. Cold blooded.
If you got hate in your heart, let it out.
Okay. What do we talk about with that, CJ? Because you got it when you knew where I was going with that. It was some tweet that you did.
I don't remember, but it was just like, there's certain things I just feel like it's not even karma. It's just this sort of weird. If something's really cringe like that, I'm just like, that's not the move, man. That's just as soon as I saw it, I was just like, yeah, Caps in 6. I said it as soon as this is too Vegas. Like you gotta and the Vegas fans, the Golden Knights are still blaming them for losing that final.
Yeah, they are. The minute they sang the national anthem or they played something, they lost every game since from that point on.
They still blamed it after game 2. They lost 4 in a row, and they blamed them ever since.
Like that. I think they're banned from playing at Golden Knights games. So I just got a text from someone, and I had asked them earlier in the day, and they're still. So they got back just right now. He's with the team in the AFC, and I said, there's not a lot of small school guys going. What's the is there a reason for that? And he says a lot. They focused a lot of the attention on the big schools, partly because COVID-19's impact on college football. They made scouting more difficult and created more unknowns for some of the smaller school guys. So if you're wondering why, I know that's something that we didn't talk about, some smaller school guys not being drafted.
Yeah,
the effects of COVID-19 played a huge role in it.
That makes sense. Again, just not as much intel. I mean, that's normally how that ends up working out, is that the more intel, the more you can deep dive on certain guys. And it just really feels like there's been a lack of FCS guys that have gone in this draft. And I think probably largely to the fact that they don't have as readily available all the information, all the numbers that the bigger Power 5 schools, the group of 5 are going to have. Because,
there may be a bounce back for that, though. Next year after next couple of years.
Yeah.
A lot of money being infused into those smaller schools from the government and from other sources. Got people like Deion Sanders going down to
Eddie George,
Jackson State,
to coach. which is
Marshall Falk.
bringing the profile up. Those games been on ESPN
television
regularly.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully they'll get this back. You know what I'm saying? Next year, year after next, we'll see. Hopefully we'll see a lot
I would
of
love
these
to
guys
see
getting
that. I would
drafted.
love to see that residual
That'd be
work
great,
out.
right?
Yeah.
That's just excuses. That's all that is. That's just excuses. You're gonna try to sit here and tell me that we were so in tune with Central Arkansas or Tennessee Institutional Tech University. We were so in tune with them, but the school that plays in the same exact state, yeah, we weren't able to get enough on them. That to me, honestly, it just sounds like excuses and a good PR move right there. Don't get me wrong. Yes, there are parameters that restricted you from getting possibly the most information you could. But some of these programs you're getting guys from, it's like, okay, so you can't get somebody from Alabama State, but University of Alabama Birmingham, we get all the information from there. But Alabama State or Alabama A&M, it's a little restricted on what we can get from them. Wah, wah.
You might have a point there, brother.
That's hard. Squeeze, before you go, I do want to say this. I was talking with a coach in college football in another state, and he told me something is on the horizon that's very likely. That's the Power 5 schools breaking away from the NCAA and starting their own league, and creating their own money, making their own parameters, essentially making it a free-for-all, free agency. And then the group of 5 schools would be stuck in the NCAA. There may be some
Super League, baby, Super League, America style.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about. But I know you got to step out for a minute, so I'll go ahead and do that, and we'll see you a little while later.
All right, holla at y'all. Let's pick.
All right, my bad. There you go.
Be easy.
We can show those Europeans how it's done correctly. You want to make the most out of money. We'll show you how to do it the right way.
Well, the Glazers are the ones that thought about it. They're the ones that considered it. So
Yeah.
I didn't actually. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know anything about it. I'm like, what the hell was this Super League thing that they're talking about? I actually hit TQ. He's the biggest soccer fan that I know in the world. I mean, honestly, he's like I said, I've been when I'm in Vegas, we live together, and watching Man U with him. It's literally, fuck you, Fred. Then it's like, hell yeah, Fred. And it's like, okay, what happened? Like, I don't get it. But because of him, I got into it, and now I'm a huge Paul. The last few years, I've been a huge Pogba fan.
I wish he'd be a little bit more consistent, but as a man, you guys, huh? Say that again, Jerome.
No, I'm saying I was trying to tell Joe. Well, that's
it was basically
they tried to do
it was going to be essentially imagine that
the Lakers, NFL's, the Celtics,
or
Knicks,
the NBA,
the Bulls, the top
your marquee names in your sport basically said screw it to the other people within their leagues and just said, we're going to team up. We're going to use the cachet of our name brands, basically, and we're going to formulate our own separate money-generating league, independent of everybody else. That's what they did. Barcelona, Real Madrid, all the names that people know as far as club level, European level soccer, they just said, we're going to all band together and we're going to do our own thing. So whether we're doing stuff as far as exhibitions, our own little sort of entity, our own league that's going to be shut out from everybody else as far as TV, as far as these major sort of tours that they go on, they were planning on essentially cashing in on their name and saying, we're going to do this and piss on everybody else.
And they had a bank already lined up. I think it was like $4 billion was in the purse to be split amongst those teams. And they would have came to America. That would have been excellent for Americans for the global growth of soccer, because you get Man U versus Barcelona in America. I mean,
that's where, like, the first time I went to a Man U game, I went to go to an exhibition at Levi Stadium. And it's one of those deals where, what they were looking at was all this money that was being made outside of their actual season, going to America and playing these stateside exhibitions. What if we turn this into a league with literally all of the bigger named clubs that so many casual fans link onto, and then we just go ahead and we basically hoard all of the money? That's what it is. It was a capitalist move, And what they just sorely underestimated was the value of the leagues over the actual club brands themselves. Like the Premier League, La Liga, like you just all of these major leagues, they just couldn't, they just shut that down. Like that's centuries of actual importance and on history that Europe was just not going to basically rock with this idea of you guys. They were like, you can do it, but they really overplayed their hand in terms of how valuable they thought they were relative to those leagues, and
that's what I was trying to say before is that Europe tried to do this, take advantage of the capitalism, and they failed. Well, here in America, we'll show you how to do it the right way. We are masters at this capitalism game. Okay, so let us show you how to do it the right way. But all jokes aside, the way that they do soccer overseas or football is the way I would love for us to do our college football. Is you got your Power 5 conferences, but they should have the lower conferences attached to the big ones, and the winner of that, like for an example, the Mountain West should be attached to the Pac-12. Whoever comes in last place in the Pac-12 gets replaced by the Mountain West champion for the next season. The Mountain West champion then has a chance to show, are you guys ready to play against better competition, or was you guys just a one-trick wonder? You look at it, and they should do that across the entire board. In fact, all the way down. You look at soccer, it's not just with the very next division, it's all the way down to the youth level for the most part. And I wish we had that type of setup here, because so many of these smaller programs can actually thrive and compete against the big boys. Maybe they don't beat Alabama every year, but okay, who does? But they can certainly play against some of these bigger conferences. And I just think they should get a fair chance to compete consistently against those. So that's something I wish we did over here. I know we wouldn't be able to.
I'm not going to lie. I love that idea.
I do too. I thought Kalani, that's a brilliant idea.
The idea of the group of 5 basically as relegation, with the possibility of being able to jump into those leagues and to have that be a seamless blend, that fits so much better than them having to argue all their merits as far as strength of schedule and all this, because it's an uphill climb when all of the people making the decisions are the Power 5 conferences. You're almost better basically saying, let's be a tentacle of these guys. Let's be the right hand of this devil that we built instead of trying to topple them ourselves. Because what I said from the jump when the BCS ended was, you're never going to see a group of 5 team play for a national championship again, because everything now is going to be the Power 5 picking amongst themselves. And you're going to make arguments for a 2-loss team instead of an undefeated Boise State now. They're never going to basically see it now. So what you're essentially saying is, who won the Mountain West last year? Was it San Jose State?
Yeah,
believe it or not,
San Jose. Well, I think they lost in the Mountain West Championship to. Who? No, they beat Boise. Yeah, San Jose State won.
San Jose State won, and then they would jump in, and who was dead last in the Pac-12? Was Colorado? Was
maybe
it
Colorado?
But like you said, if it happens over the course of a year, what that does is, imagine being recruited to a group of 5 school and being told, hey, we got the class now to where in a year we could be playing in the Pac-12. You could be looking at a Rose Bowl berth, but you don't have to go to one of those schools that's overlooking you. You can do that here. That's such a great fucking idea. Like, I'm just like, that makes so much sense to be able to incentivize those smaller schools to say, even with the talent that we have, if we overachieve, we can put ourselves in a spot where we can fast track a program. Because what that does is you get coaches that might be inclined to go to a place all of a sudden, like a Cincinnati, that's always been sort of right there on the borderline of being right there in the mix as far as a big time, New Year's Day type of bowl opportunity. Man, that's such. I gotta give you props for that.
Kalani, high five!
I love that right there.
Well, it also goes to this, but this becomes a question this becomes a question if it matters for FCS schools, because in recent years, North Dakota State, I think if they played any FBS team, they're undefeated against them. I mean,
Right.
they play like Iowa and Kent State, and they've been dominant, and they've just shown. I mean, they have another guy going the first round, and their tackle went in second. So,
Yeah.
are they really an FCS school at this point? I mean, the
Yeah,
way they're
and what that
dominating the
does
FCS,
if you give these second if you give like your MAC, if you give the Mountain West, if you give the Sun Belt, if you give the American Conference, although they actually are technically one of the Power Five, but if you give those ancillary schools the opportunity, what that does is, yeah, the Mid-American Conference can go at North Dakota State and be like, hey, listen, you come and join us a year or so, like we're pushing, we're locked into the Big Ten. But, they got schools like Illinois or like Iowa. They're losing a big recruiting class. We could be basically playing Ohio State and Minnesota and these teams in Michigan next year. Like, if you come in, it's just it opens up tremendous possibilities if you were to do it like that.
Look at the Big 12. I mean, Kansas is a dumpster fire. Someone's going to take Kansas's spot. Arizona's a dumpster fire. They finished last in the Pac-12. Arizona would be the team that drops down it with San Jose State moving up. I mean, Kalani, that's a phenomenal idea.
And it could be limited to just football. So it's not like Kansas is going to lose, obviously their Big 12 membership as far as basketball, and they wouldn't want them out because everybody has an equal shot with the 68 team tournament. So
Exactly.
God, that makes so much sense.
Exactly.
And if you're the smaller schools, you actually want that. You would want that opportunity.
Oh, we know who's going to block it. It's going to be the big, like you said, CJ. The small schools will want it. It'd be the bigger schools blocking it because they wouldn't want to jeopardize any of that. But it would be more competitive. Look, you create new rivalries. There's nothing wrong with tradition, and there's nothing wrong with, oh man, we've been rivals for the last 75 to 100 years. There's nothing wrong with that. But at one point, that rivalry was brand spanking new. Why not create new ones? Why not start another tradition where, hey, Boise State and UCLA, man, they go at it. You know what I mean? So it would be you'll bring in a new fan base, and then I don't want to repeat everything CJ said, but now you bring it in coaches who say, look, maybe I don't need to wait for one of these big schools to open up. I can go here, build this program, and now I'm telling recruits, there's no reason for you to go to Alabama and be the fifth running back and having to wait 3 years to get your chance. You could come here and chime up. You don't have to be the fifth quarterback going to USC. Come here, and we're going to build our way up, and we're going to go there and compete against those programs. So it's something, like I said, it won't happen for obvious reasons, money, but it's something when I found that out about the European leagues and how they're set up, I'm like, man, that is genius right there. Why can't we apply that to ours, especially like CJ pointed out? In basketball, it's a little different because there's a tournament we all get a chance to go to and compete in. Whereas in football, until they make it a wider playoff margin, it's like, party. Okay, so of the 4 teams, 2 of them they're going to be as coaches. You know what I mean? So until that's widened, we're all kind of just battling for a good season.
I agree with everything you just said, but I can tell you one thing that would be said to recruits. And even if why would you want to go to Alabama or US? Why wouldn't you, if you're going to sit at USC or let's say a traditional school? The alumni support once you graduate. Like, honestly, that's stuff. No, you do that, but I'm telling you, as someone that lives in that world on a daily basis, that is stuff that gets said behind 100% of the time. You can go to UNLV and you can go there and be a starter for 3 years, but when you leave, do they have the alumni support like we do at USC, where we can put you in a position where you're in a Fortune 500 company, or you're on a board, or you're working in this situation, provided your career doesn't take off? Those things do get talked about, but I digress. Everything that you guys said, I agree with 100%. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it would be a no-brainer move. And the Bills just had a great pick. I'm just going to let you know, Marquez Stevenson, from wide receiver from Houston. This guy is a dog. I had him in my top 25. He's 25th. Had him going in as high as round 3, low as round 5 to get him in the 6th round. Good God.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's go over a few of the guys that have actually come off the board here in round 6, starting with Nasruddin from Florida State, the safety. A guy that I think obviously would have gone a lot better if he hadn't torn his ACL and basically has to redshirt his first year. The Jets took him at the top of the round. Fantastic character. He's a box safety. One of those downhill guys. You know, you're hoping maybe long term he can sort of replicate what they had with Jamal Adams. But obviously the ACL and the recovery is what kind of knocked him down. But that was one of those guys. That's a top 100 guy I had, and he's going in round 6. You know, another guy
too.
Yeah,
Super athletic.
Deontay Brown, the Alabama guard, went to Carolina at 193. You know,
Yeah.
I had him 81st. Reminds me of Gabe Jackson. You know, just big body who power blocks pretty much as well as anybody in this entire draft. And to be able to take him where he's got a lack of arm length and everything, and he might be a little bit more apt to lunge than to sort of drive as far as his guys go. But you're getting a guy that's a 3rd round talent in the 6th round. I mean, it's just when you start getting value of that level, of that magnitude, that's a guy who's going to be able to push for a starting spot, depending on how his training camp goes.
Agreed. Look at Trey Hill to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
You know, just before that's another one. I mean, Trey Hill's a guy we've been talking about for 2 days now, and he's a guy that, quite frankly, he could end up being a starter relatively soon.
Right.
And now he's, you know, he slides to day 3 in the draft. You have to sit back and just say, wow, like that was a hell of a pick. And then the Carolina Panthers, who will be up again real soon, they just also selected Shi Smith, the wide receiver from South Carolina. Now, yesterday I was extremely excited about our Amari Rodgers. Shi Smith's that same type of guy, smaller slot receiver, strong with the ball in his hands, you know, great run after the catch. He's a guy that, you know, if you want a slot receiver, he's a guy at one point, many people thought he goes 3rd round, you know, late second, 3rd round. You get him in round 6, the Panthers, Joe Brady and his offense is loaded up. Matt Rule can sit back as a head coach and say, my defense is going to be cool, but my offense,
yeah,
we with Sam Darnold, and McCaffrey, we got some really good pieces in place now in Carolina.
You could use him as a gadget game player. You know, he does the sweep stuff. He does the, you know, and he's one of those guys where maybe his ceiling isn't as high, but his floor is high as well. Yeah. That's the thing. He's a guy who can really get on the field pretty quickly with his skill set and give you something out to shoot, which is probably what they're aiming for there. You know, you got Robbie Anderson outside. You're going to need some other guys to kind of work with him in the passing game. So, yeah, another guy that can get on the field and get reps pretty soon.
Kalani.
And in that division, yes, we got the Buccaneers. We know that. But that division constantly has changed as far as who the hot team is, basically from year to year. It's not like a dominant presence there. And, yes, again, they got Tom Brady. But how long is that going to last? So for the Panthers, it's not unreasonable for them to do a quick turnaround and be the 2nd team in the NFC East this year. NFC South, not East, but in the NFC South. So they're making some very good moves for a team that looked like, oh man, they're going to have a nice run. Oh wow, they really fell off. They're bouncing back fairly good with what they've done with reconstructing the roster. So kudos to them, man. If they can stay healthy, they are going to be a tough team to play week in and week out because they got some players out there.
Well, and the Tennessee Titans just took another receiver, Racey McMath, you know, out of LSU, 6'2", 225. I mean, this is another freaky guy. I mean, the run on late receivers is happening, and you know we're talking about it right now, and we see it. You know, when you look at Tennessee, to lose Corey Davis the way they, you know, and him going to New York, you still have AJ Brown. Corey Davis was 14 yards away from him catching for 1,000 yards last year as a number 2. Ryan Tannehill, see whatever they're doing in Tennessee, he found his stride as their quarterback down there. They have the big behemoth, that running back, Derrick Henry, and he's a guy that could come lay wood in that defense. So I really, you know, to get a guy like McMath, who I had in this range, he was a borderline, as I put it, solid, not spectacular player, but he was the first. He's 39th for me.
Yeah, he's a project to me, but he's got he fits exactly what they do. He's got the size, and they love throwing those types of passes. Like, that's how Davis is. That's how A.J. Brown is. They love those bigger-bodied receivers down there in Tennessee. That's a Vrabel specialty. He
block his ass off, too.
Yeah, I mean, and if you can do that, that's one of those guys where they give him a bit of an opportunity to sort of grow within their system, because they keep it really simple towards the kind of balls that they'd be throwing towards him. Wouldn't ask him to do too much more than what he's capable of doing from the shoot, and then give him a chance to develop.
Jax, jump in. Hey, Jax, jump in. Come on, we're waiting on you.
Well, for me, I mean, you guys took it away with Deontay Brown. I mean, he really, this is the 6th round, and he was a phenomenal guard for Alabama. So for him to even be available this late is ridiculous. And the Carolina Panthers got they caught a deal having him there. But I was just looking at a guy that I just seen. He caught my attention. I guess I missed his tape. Was Rodarius Williams from Oklahoma State, and I was watching it, and I'm looking at it, and he's a pretty solid corner from what I had seen. And the Giants caught him a little late, as well as Jalen Tyman. Minnesota caught him. D tackle from Pitt, was a 2020 opt-out guy.
But the kid that Minnesota took, he went from playing at 280 to opting out to almost 320. That's the reason why he slid.
Yeah, and I can see that. And as much as I can see his gain in weight, it's still useful because of how Minnesota plays their scheme. You know what I mean? When we had guys like Quentin Jefferson, he was in there because he was huge. And we lost that because we decided to pay a running back, right, that hadn't played in 2 years. Now, Brandon, he had a 1,600-yard season last year. Okay. But we still got to fix the run defense, and so we needed somebody like this guy. He's got some ability. Maybe he drops a little weight, but the kid can play. And because he didn't play last year, he slid to the back end. He was the best available tackle, D lineman, and we took him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's do this. We haven't done it in a while. Let's take a quick break because it's been a while. We'll come back. We'll finish off, what we have in the 6th round. The Jets are on the clock. We'll get back into some talk. We'll talk about some guys, and we'll kind of look ahead. The Raiders will be coming up, in a round, but we're one pick closer to the Raiders picking. So we'll be right back. It's the FSM 2021 NFL Draft Show on franchisesportsmedia.com.
Wake up, kid. You know what it is. Been dreaming about this since the first time you put on a pair of cleats. Yeah. All through high school, two-a-days, college, the combine, and now it's here. It's draft day, baby boy. Join the franchise on all of our social media platforms and at franchisesportsmedia.com on the new home of Las Vegas sports.
Welcome back to Franchise Sports Media's draft coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft. I'm Joe Arrigo. With me, CJ Baldwin, Kalani Lua, Jerron Turner. TQ will be back shortly. And, you know, when you look at this draft, I hate doing winners and losers because, quite frankly, it's always too early to tell until you get to at least round 3 or year 3, excuse me. And I just don't have I know I hate the draft grade thing. So we've been talking about who's been impressive in the draft, but who is, CJ, let's start with you. Who is kind of like been a disappointment, or you question what they've done in the draft so far?
Are we talking like overall?
Yeah, overall.
Because again, it is kind of I'm gonna look at it like this from a perspective of maybe the most immediate sort of needs. I will say the Colts they haven't quite done enough, I think, to shore up some of the needs they have, even though they have the great pieces on the O-line. And then I'll say Pittsburgh. I like the Connor move. I don't necessarily know if I like, on the whole, the other things that they've done so far in this draft. I think that there's certain ways that they could have gone alternatively with, Kendrick Green, with Freiermuth, because, again, it's splitting hairs. But I think that they had maybe more pressing needs. And then some of the guys that they've gotten a little bit later, I think Buddy Johnson's more of a developmental guy. Loudermilk is a guy that I think, he's not going to project to jump on the field right away unless there's injury. So I just think that there was things based on what they needed and how close, they relatively are to being maybe better than what they were, a wild card exit. That's one of the teams I think stood out for me, just in terms of what they got versus what they could have gotten.
Kalani.
This is a tough one because there have been some picks that made you scratch your head, but as the draft went on, I feel like a lot of those were corrected. 2 examples. One being the Raiders. The Raiders. That first round, nothing wrong with Leatherwood. It just felt like we're reaching a little bit too far in the back of the shelf to grab somebody. But as the draft has gone on, we've seen like, okay, we've done some good things. Oh, wow, look who's there in a second. Okay, I see what you're doing. So it's kind of turned around. The second one being, and I'm glad someone's not here because I will be told to shut up, the 49ers. Because you look at Trey Lance, and it's like, don't get me wrong, I love what he can do. But you gave up a lot to get this guy. It's a lot of pressure that he needs to work out for you. And not necessarily right away, but quick, fast, and in a hurry. And you got Jimmy Garoppolo. But what if Jimmy, let's just say he has one of those rare seasons. He's motivated. He wants to show he can play. He don't get hurt. And Jimmy go out there and balls out. Wham, wham, wham. Now you're sitting there scratching your head. So are we getting rid of him or are we telling Trey, one more year, maybe half a season, whatever the case may be? They've done some good moves going forward. Got Banks in the second round for that offensive line. They got the corner. His name slips my mind right now. Later from Oregon, they got him out there. But, I just look at that and I say, okay, you guys gave him a lot to get this quarterback. You definitely hope he works out. I'm wishing him nothing but the best, except for when they play the Raiders. But, yeah, to me, I kind of look at the Niners and say it's a good draft. But everything you did in this draft, it will not matter if that third pick doesn't work out for you guys. So your entire draft is based off of one pick.
Jerron.
To be honest with you, I think the Giants have had the worst draft of everybody. I think they have no idea what they're out there really looking for. And it really starts with the first round. You have the pick. Like we were talking about it the night before the first round, that Michael Parsons had a 100% chance of going to the Giants because he was going to slide right to that spot. And instead of them doing what everyone expected them to do, to get the best defensive player on the board, you trade the pick. And not only do you trade it to Dallas. Dallas drafts that guy, and the next 3 picks are all defensive picks. You would completely ignore the fact that your quarterback is the most sacked guy, and you have the most sacked quarterback in the NFL for the last 3 or 4 seasons. You address none of that. Instead, you let the best defensive player go off the board who you could have picked, then focus the rest on the offense. But they've been all over the place. The entire draft, it's like they don't know who they're looking for, and they have no answer for it. During the very first night, that was the worst move all night by any team, and they have not recovered from that the rest of this draft. I think that has really shown their draft has been horrible.
Well, to counterpoint that, they now next year have 2 1s, 2 2s, and 2 4s. 2 first rounds, 2 seconds, 2 4s. I mean, he set himself up if it's a Corsi or if it's somebody else running the show, or Gettleman or somebody else running the show. They set themselves up. But for me, I would have to say the Steelers as well. I love the Najee Harris pick. I think that's great. But after that, you kind of scratch your head at some of the guys that they took. And you have no offensive line, and you wait till the 3rd round, 4th round to start picking offensive linemen. It's not like you went out and addressed those positions in the offseason. Yeah, and in Houston's another one.
Yeah.
I don't like anything they've done. Why the fuck would you take Davis Mills? Now, I talked to 3 or 4 guys last night after the show, and the consensus is that Deshaun Watson's not going to play, and his last down has been played in Houston. Going in, so he's like, they don't anticipate him at all being on the team going forward. That to me speaks volumes. And if you think Davis Mills or whoever you brought in is your backup, if it's Tyrod Taylor, whomever else is going to be the guy for the placeholder, I think you're grossly mistaken. Both those teams have had very questionable drafts. A player was picked that I wanted to talk about.
Go ahead. You on the Texans? There's a suck.
A player was
I'm siding with you for the Texans. I didn't really think about it.
Okay. A player was just picked by Jacksonville, and he's a guy that I liked a lot. And this one's an upside pick. I had him as my 33rd best receiver. When we were talking about RAS score, this guy, when I mean off the charts, Jalen Camp from Georgia Tech, his RAS score was, I think, in the either number 1 or number 2 or 3 overall. I mean, he tested out the box. And that kind of made me watch a little more film on him, and I see some traits that, provided it's the right team, they can utilize him correctly. He's a baller. Jalen Camp, Jacksonville, I really like what Urban Meyer has done. And I didn't know if I was ever going to say that because I don't like Urban Meyer at all. But I really like what his team has done, and the type of team they're putting together down there in Jacksonville.
The hope for them would be if he pans out in the way that Demaryius Thomas did. The whole Georgia Tech guy doesn't get a lot of reps, but a very big body. Obviously he's not. But Calvin Johnson was the guy who, preceded Thomas. As far as you got those guys that didn't get a lot of reps there, but when they did, they were explosive with the plays that they had for Paul Johnson. Yeah, he's really raw, but his attributes are just undeniable. You know, you're gonna take a flyer on a guy like that who just has all the physicals to be able to do that stuff. And then he showed out at his pro day. You know, he absolutely did himself a lot of favors with his workout. I mean, he's a workout warrior, and it's just a question of harnessing those attributes and then making them tangible onto the football field. You know, his ball skills and the ability to sort of turn all of that physical stuff into an explosion, catching and running after the catch with the football. So, yeah, good on them for giving him a run like that. Definitely a guy that I can see needing, you know, obviously to develop.
What are the Yellow Jackets telling people? Because as it was mentioned, Calvin Johnson, Thomas, Waller, and now this young man. Hey, I know we run a 1940s offense, but if you want to come here and go to the NFL, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's like every couple of years, you're from Georgia Tech, a receiver. It works. It works somehow. So, you know, it's one of those mysteries. But like you said, man, he's got all the intangibles there with him. He's got the physical traits. It's kind of what we were saying about Cleveland Farrell. You don't know how he's going to be now that you don't have to worry about school. Now that you got this freedom. Now it's just you only have one job. Stay in shape, play football. That's it. How's that going to happen? You get a little bit of money, you get some freedom, get some fame, expectations. Are you going to be able to live up to that and maximize what's in you? Even if you look at Waller in Baltimore, struggled. He has some off the field issues, got himself together, turned it around. Now look what he's become with the Raiders. So it's one of those things where you just say, brother, I just hope you feel this because there's a lot here for you, and you have the ability to go get it. You have it up here to apply it.
Well, let's flip it around. All really good points. Really good point. How about drafts that you have liked to this point? I've got one that stands out, but I'll go after you guys. Jerron, I'll start with you.
The Browns. The Browns have drafted phenomenal. They have made it very clear that they are trying to make a run at that thing. I mean, if I went back to who they get in the first round?
Newsom.
Let me see. Greg Newsom. Yeah. That's something they were missing because they ended up losing one of their corners. I believe it was Fuller. Somebody, they lost one of their corners. They needed that. Came in and got a lockdown guy. Then they go get Owusu Karamoa, the inside linebacker from Notre Dame, who's another really good freak athlete. He didn't have, the Notre Dame reps were very strange, but it was obvious that guy was a very naturally talented football player. So you get him and you re-up on the inside, and then from there on, you would think there'd be this like drop off. And from then on, Anthony Schwartz, another very top end, can catch the ball in traffic type of guy. Then you get into the forefront. James Hudson, I get he's not a great pass protector. He's had issues with that, but in the running game, he's a monster. Yeah. And they hang their hat on running that ball. And I mean, it's just continuous down the line. Tommy Toa guy. I mean, they're just making it very clear. We feel like we're next to take this division, and they have drafted like that. And I've been impressed with them.
Yeah. How about you, Kalani? What do you think?
Well, Jerron, did you look at my notes or something, brother? Because that's exactly what I was about to say, so I don't want to repeat. He said the Browns. I'm like, oh, okay. No, but in all seriousness, the Browns are obviously one of them. I also like what the Chargers have done. It's against us, but I like what the Chargers have done. They're like, hey, we got our guy. Let's protect them. Let's give them this. Let's give them that. I'll be honest here. There are too many teams for me to name that I really like what they're doing because you can get a sense of the direction that they're trying to go into. Sometimes a team might say, well, we got this, so now we got to get the other side. These teams are doubling down. We got a good offense. Let's revamp it. You look at the Rams and what they were able to do. We already got a good offense, but we can get better. Look at the Cardinals. We got a decent defense, but we can get better. So I love the fact that these teams are trying to reload on what they already have and make that better. Sometimes you might say, well, last year we got an offensive lineman. This year we need to get a defensive lineman. No. Put another offensive lineman there and protect them. Or last year we got a wide receiver. This year we got to get a corner. No, go get another wide receiver if you're able to get one of the top guys. So I really like teams doing that, doubling down on what's already good to make it better. Going forward, they're going to have depth, they're going to have competition, and if there's any injuries, not going to win if there's not, but if there's any of that, they have someone that can step in and hopefully pick up the slack. So I really like that team. More teams have seemed to reload instead of trying to restart.
Right on.
If it's teams that you're talking about, teams that are impressed, we've said a lot of them, but a team that we haven't said that I'm coming away as impressed as I've ever been with them is the Buffalo Bills. Not a lot of people are looking what this team, is and has, and the guys that they've drafted, they're staying true to themselves, and they're adding quality guys, and they're doubling down on the defensive side. This guy here on offense, we'll go get this guy to get the receiver from Houston, Stevenson. You put him opposite of Stephon Diggs and Cole Beasley. Good Lord, now you got game-changing speed on the outside with a quarterback that can throw it 3 country miles. So, it is legitimately, they went out and got guys that fit what they like to do. And look, New England did a lot this offseason. They spent a ton of money, something they don't normally do. And they probably on paper have hit on some draft picks. I think for me, Miami is done well, and that's an ascending team. We'll see with the Jets. But the Bills are the class of that division, and I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. They have the best quarterback in that division, the best defense in that division, the most explosive offense in that division, and a hell of a special teams in that division. Plus, they pick up Emmanuel Sanders to be another receiver on that team. I mean, they went 13-3. Just saying, Bills team. A lot of people aren't talking about Buffalo.
Yeah, I like Basham and Russo to add to that really nice D line as well. The team that I was going to mention, because Cleveland is my number one. Jerron nailed that one. But I'll go with the team that I've been watching, and I just keep saying over and over again, they're getting great value, and I'm a window shopper, so I'm one of those people where I love a value, and it's Carolina a lot. Starting at the top with Horn. Like I said, he's my second guy, but a lot of people had him number one. Immediately, day one, that's going to be your lockdown guy. You're going to put him out there. Terrace Marshall, Brady Christensen. Then they get Tommy Tremble, a guy that I'm just in love with, that I think, has a chance to be a really spectacular, above rate tight end. And then they just start getting these guys at really good values. They get Chubba Hubbard in the 4th round, just fantastic. They get Davion Nixon, who I had as my 47th overall guy at 158. Then they get Keith Taylor from Washington. And then they get Deontay Brown, my 81 guy, another 3rd round talent in the 6th round. And then they pair that with Shee Smith, and they're not finished yet. They've gotten so much above replacement value with their picks that it just jumps out with all of the infusion of young talent that they've had with this draft, commensurate with where they picked it. That's what I love. What I love when teams can get guys that are at or above their level and that can step in and provide immediate benefits for them. And Carolina did that spectacularly with these last 2 days.
I have no qualms with that. At our Carolina, Jacksonville, it's amazing that they both come in, the same time as expansion teams. And you fast forward, 30 years later, a little over 30 years later, they have the 2 best drafts, arguably right now. Cleveland's right there, 100% agree. And I'm not going to say my squad, but I'm going to say my squad. Green Bay, I like what they've done in this draft. They're addressing needs. No, and I know you say you're smiling and say a homer pick. They needed a corner. They go out and get a guy that fits what they like to do, and it can ran a 4.25 in Eric Stokes. Second, they need a center. They go get arguably, we all have, I thought Dickerson was the best center. After him, you had Creed Humphrey or Myers. Myers is a bigger guy in a division where you have big D tackles and you have big guards on your team already. You get that guy. You go trade up for the receiver that you really like, and for your position in the slot. That's also going to be your punt returner. You come back today, you get a big defensive tackle. You get another. They're actually just drafted another offensive lineman, a kid from Wisconsin, a guy that they probably can play at right tackle. They doubling up on their offensive line because, you know, there's somewhat of a need there. If Bakhtiari doesn't come back right away, you have some guys that you can, some movable parts. I like what they've done. I like what the Raiders have done for the most part. I question some of the names, but as far as positional wise, yeah, I like that. But overall, you know, the teams that we pretty much discussed in nauseam, and I hate to say it, Detroit and Minnesota have also had good drafts. You know, I hate to say that. Minnesota has done some good things, but when we talk about, you know, bargain shopping and value, Minnesota's done a good job with that. And Detroit has done a hell of a job with what they've done. You know, I mean, you get the best offensive tackle in the draft, you know, your linebacker, not your linebacker, but Detroit has done this pick after pick after pick. Detroit's had a hell of a draft on paper, to me.
Yeah, they've done really good in the draft. They've done really good.
Yeah, I like the Onwuzurike pick better than McNeil, but they went and they said, hey, we have a deficiency here, and we're going to address it. And they went twofold. They went back to back. You know, like, I like when they attack positions of need with guys that can actually play. They weren't reaches, but I just, you know, their first two picks are the ones that I like the most by far. Much more distance than the last 3 or 4 that they've had. But yeah, if it was just those two, Sewell was my number 1 guy, so everybody already knows how I feel about him. So they get them at 7, and then Onwuzurike, I think, was probably the best overall defensive tackle, because I slate Barmore as more of just an interior lineman, because he's not a tackle. He's not a head up over center kind of guy. He's a gap guy. So, you know, the fact that they're going about getting guys that are trying to change the way that they play. They were much more finesse in the last regime. They're definitely trying to get more physical, and you can see it with the way that they're projecting and going after getting guys.
So we're talking about the teams that we like, and let's put on our fantasy hat for a minute. Not fantasy sports and not role play in a sense, but let's put on our fantasy hats. I love CJ's shirt because I see this stick and I think of the original Tecmo Super Bowl where you have that, and then from there I moved on to Sega Genesis, and that's when it was actually Joe Montana's football, which became John Madden football, and then I got a Dreamcast and 2K football, which was actually better than that, and then but then college football came out on Genesis, and that was it for me. But let's put on our GM hats, and we're the GM of a team. CJ, I want to start with you. If you were the general manager of a team, and not the Raiders, just a team, let's say an expansion team, how would you ideally like your team built?
I mean, ideally,
yeah, perfect world.
It still gets back. The old adages are still true. It doesn't matter how you play. I want a great offensive line and I want a great defensive line. And I'm going to start with them. And I've seen historically, if you have both of those, and that enables you to run and stop the run, you can win with a less than ideal quarterback. You can win without like maybe the most high level sort of top 5 to 10 skill position players. You got to build it right up the middle. And it really starts trench game. I mean, it just depends on how you want to play it. But either way, whether you want to run power or whether you want to, you know, outflank guys to death, run in some spread offense stuff, you got to have the horses that can run either way on your offensive and defensive lines. I would start with both of those. And I would start, you know, with the most important position. I still say outside of quarterback, which is offensive tackle. You know, you get that guy, that generational guy. and then sort of surround all of that. Because what it makes it, what that allows you to do is you can really zap in on the type of quarterback that you'd want after the fact, knowing that you're going to have a group that's able to protect them and give them sort of a defining way to be evaluated. You know, we never got to see a David Carr get evaluated. We never got to see a Joey Harrington truly get evaluated because they simply did not have the offensive line talent that enabled them to be able to do all of the things they were capable of. And there's nothing worse than that. So, yeah, I'm from the Bobby Beathard school of give me the best offensive line you can possibly get and give me a sturdy defensive line that's multiple, that can do different things, and then makes my back seven a lot easier to play on the defensive side.
Sharon, what you got? How would you build your ideal team?
Ideally, CJ, me share that same ideology. I would do the exact same thing. So, me, I like if I was drafting, I'd kind of have the idea of making my picks look like Washington's defensive line. They have easily best front four in the NFL, but it does so much more for them because when you start looking at anybody behind them, it really doesn't matter. And they do have good guys behind them, but the front four is so ridiculous that these guys can all pass rush. They all stop the run from sideline to sideline, especially on the edges. They hold forward. They do a lot of things, and that really does change the game in a sense, especially for a new franchise. But I would go after offensive and defensive linemen. They just do things for you. Like I like how Joe Gibbs did it throughout the 80s to the early 90s. Different quarterbacks, different receivers, same offensive linemen, and all of them, they're the Hawks, and half of them are in the Hall of Fame for a reason, and they all have 3 Super Bowl rings for a reason. They were the mold of that team. The glue. They kept the whole thing together, and no matter who he threw in there, or who was running behind him, or who they were throwing the ball to, those guys made that team good. And that's really stuck with me, as a student of the game. Is like that shows that no matter what you do, if your line isn't correct, everything else is just kind of, is kind of a throwaway. Like there are great quarterbacks have 1 Super Bowl ring, and there was 3 quarterbacks that Joe Gibbs had that all have a Super Bowl ring, and the same offensive line has 3. It says, yeah, I got one for that guy, and I got one for that guy, and I got one for that guy, because they were just dominant. And I think it's the best way to make a new team good.
Kalani.
Well, I don't want to just piggyback off everyone else and just do the same thing. So I'm going the opposite direction. I'll give me the skill guys. Give me the guys on the outside who can make plays. Give me the fancy guys, the highlight guys. Give me the receiver, the corner, the safety. I can find a fat guy anywhere off the street and tell him to get in there and block or rush. Give me the speed guys. Speed kills. That's what we need. We need grease, lightning, speed. So that's what I would take. I'm being very honest. I'm not trying to be funny here. The quarterback would be a third option for me as far as where I look to start my franchise, because I need everything else to fall in line. As shown, as Ron was just saying, we could change quarterbacks, we could change running backs, but if that line is good, hey, we can do anything else. We do the same thing in college. Some of these skill position guys aren't coming from programs with top tier quarterbacks, but because they're so good, they make plays happen. So give me the skill guys on the outside, and then I start building up that inside. Because at the end of the day, you got to score points, and you got to stop people from scoring points. And the way the game is played now, you need a line, but you also need somebody out there that could get in that end zone. You try to kick field goals all you want to, you may end up not having a winning record like some teams. So give me some skilled guys on the outside that give me some skilled guys on the outside and in my backfield that can go, and I'm gonna make it work and do what it do and go from there. But those skilled guys, they're your money makers, they're your highlight reels, and they're the ones people pay to see. So come on, let's get it.
I'm gonna do a little bit of both. If I'm starting from scratch and I'm picking high, you gotta have somebody that, one, can be your trigger man, and 2, you can market to people. You can't market offensive linemen. So I would take a quarterback, and then I'd build my line, or both my lines around him. That would be the way I would go. If you get yourself an elite signal caller, and players, as we all know, game recognizes game. Players recognize if this guy's got game, they're going to want to go there if he does. So you get yourself a quarterback that can make all the throws and be a difference maker. You get yourself, let's say hypothetically, a Michael Vick type, where he's electric, mobile quarterback that can get out and run, or a Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes type. Aaron Rodgers after he had 3 years of sitting behind Brett Favre. You get those types of guys, one of those types of guys, and you can market that to your fan base. Your fan base is going to love the fact that we got a quarterback. They're going to want to come see the quarterback. They're going to fill up the arena. You're going to make money. And that would be the way I would go. Quarterback, and then it'd be offense and defensive line. And then from there, it's best player available. And when I don't mean that from if I'm tripling down or on one specific position. I'm taking best player available on my board with for the biggest position of my perceived need. So if I perceive my need is wide receiver, and there's a guy that everything's equally rated, but this receiver is a bigger need for me, then I'm gonna take the receiver over the other position because I can fill the need. So that's just kind of how I would build through it. I mean, but I do agree. Traditionally, you build inside out. That's how you build a winning team, across the board. But I don't mind Kalani's speed, guys. I find it weird because I was a skill position guy when I played. I'm pretty sure you guys are all linebackers or played bigger positions than me. I don't know about CJ. I mean, I
was a wide receiver, baby.
What I played?
Yeah.
I got concussed a few times as an inside linebacker who was only 5'6", and I was like, fuck this. I'm gonna go study.
So linebacker. Are you being serious about being a receiver? Were you seriously a receiver, Kalani?
I can pull up my picture right now, baby. I wore number 88.
Okay, so I'm not the only skill guy. Okay, I had no idea. So I asked. I just find it
because you was body shaming me.
No, I'm not body shaming. I'm just going by.
You just
no body shaming is if I would have called you something else, but I didn't do that.
You were going to. You was thinking it.
No.
Yeah, you was. You just assumed.
Oh, there's your boy Wild Goose. He went to Buffalo.
Wild Goose. The goose got loose in Buffalo. The goose is like the juice, loose in Buffalo.
And a guy that I really had a high number on, Stone Forsythe, the tackle from Florida, finally went 208 to Seattle, to the Seahawks. Like I said, I had him at number 40 overall. I just think he can be bulked up to be the type of lineman that they would want. He reminds me a lot of Nate Solder, and I'm shocked that he lasted that long. I just, he doesn't have the best instincts versus pass rush, but that's a teachable thing. Like I said, I'm always flummoxed by guys like that, and I will be watching that. See, I take notes on guys, and I'm like, now he's one of my. You just made the list. Preseason games, I'll be watching to see. Hopefully, he can stick out because if that's the case, they got a real one right there.
Yeah,
4 rounds later than I projected.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And then the Colts, they get Sam Ellinger. They get the guy that Kalani was banging the table for all day long. They get a quarterback. So, I mean, hey
man, that's somebody with the skill set where I know his arm isn't the greatest arm. He's not going to wow you with that. But now that he's with the Colts, you're inside the dome half the year, so that's one problem you don't necessarily have to worry about. You're going to Florida for a game of season, so that's good. So that's already 9 games right there where his lack of arm strength, it shouldn't be that big of an issue. He's decently mobile, not electrifying, not going to be a Josh Allen type, but he's one of those where if he needs to and a play breaks down, he could break outside and do some things. Like I said, when he was at Texas, and I saw the games where they played USC and a couple others, but when he was at Texas, he was a leader. He was making some big plays, and he just didn't live up to his 5-star greatest Texas high school quarterback moniker, which is always tough to live up to, especially considering Texas. They haven't been Texas in quite a long time. But I definitely was like, man, he lands in the right spot. He'd be a nice developmental quarterback to check out.
Well, what I like about Ellen quarterback from Texas.
You didn't even say his name.
No, I can't. What I like about him is what you get with him. When it came to some of the other guys at other schools, you don't know what you got. You got a 4-year guy that you can kind of trust a little bit, and he probably slid down because of the lack of certain things this year in the past, because of some of the lack of all-star games or not being in the combine or meeting with teams. So he slid down a little bit because of that. So you know what you get with him. Jerron walked away because the guy he liked from Boston College, Isaiah McDuffie, was just taken by the Green Bay Packers. Go ahead and break them down, Jerron. You talked them up. Let's hear what you got to say. I'm interested.
I can't because now I got to see him on the other side.
I'm being serious. I watched him a little bit. I don't know where. Let me see where I had him. I had him as the 13th best linebacker, undersized at 6 foot 215. But I mean, talk about him, Jerron.
He is an animal from the technical standpoint, to his ability to close space, to his aggression. He's an animal. I mean, and it's just because he's a small market guy, because they overlook Boston College, but the guy is an animal. He is easily one of the better linebackers in this draft. If I'm looking at him like him, I would have taken him maybe a little bit earlier, but that would have been my guy to go to. And they took who was it? To Darryl Slayton earlier. So now you got a big tackle, and you just got a extremely fast, physical, and aggressive linebacker. I mean, you can, like we talked about earlier, you can sit him, play him on special teams a little bit, get him to learn the system. But as soon as he starts playing, he's going to be all over the field. And, I mean, was it? I think it was A.J. Hawk was the last linebacker that the Packers had. That was like, man, that guy's a beast. This is the same type of guy, except he's much quicker, much more aggressive.
AJ Hawk was not a beast.
Hey man,
when
you're
at Ohio State, when he started making business decisions early on in his NFL career, when you're the 5th overall pick, you need to be impactful. He was never impactful. He just got a lot of tackles behind the line of scrimmage and look, that was it. I never was that guy.
But I mean, like, to make a bunch of TFLs, he's doing a good job. And even if this guy isn't a business decision-making type of guy, he's going to do just that. And they need that. And he really fulfills that need. But I can't believe they took him. I'm mad. I can't believe this.
Interesting pick right here, CJ. Daz Newsome, North Carolina to Chicago.
Another good value spot right there. It seems like there's been a little bit of a run on these wide receivers. And again, it feels more like we like this guy for a specific spot. Obviously, they've got Allen Robinson outside, so more of a slot guy. Really gadget package. He can immediately be a return guy. He's got to have some polish on him, but the fact that he's got that ability to step in right away in the return game and actually contribute that way will help offset the fact that, his technique is a little bit below average, and he's got to really hone in on his route running to be a guy who consistently gets himself open on more than just sort of the really short stuff in the passing game. But yeah, I mean, to get that guy basically at the bottom of the 6th, it's a good value spot right there for him.
Question for the panel, man. Oh, sorry, Joe.
No. Go. Good.
For the panel, before Mac Brown got to North Carolina, I mean, do you guys think he's really changed some NFL scouts like minds about how they look at North Carolina guys since he got there?
Yeah, because he's recruited better players.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when you really think about it, like, sorry.
Go ahead, man. No, go ahead.
Yeah, because what I'm noticing is like they've had some good players. You can say they've had some solid players come out in the past, but since he got there, every time I see a North Carolina guy come off the board, I'm like, oh, he's got to be something. Like he's at least half decent. Since Mac Brown's there, even if I haven't seen a lot on the guy, and then sometimes you go watch these guys and you're like, wow, these guys are pretty good, and some are still there from the last regime. You know what I mean? There's still some of those recruits that he didn't bring in. So I wonder maybe these guys maybe there's a more favorable look because he's there. I mean, do you guys agree with that statement, or do you think it's like CJ saying because they're just flat out better players that he brought in?
Well, it's not just, I wouldn't say it's just that, but also the fact that they are playing better. So when you see some of their games, they're not blowout losses, or if it is a blowout win, it's not against, Atlanta A&T or anything. Like when they're taking on other good competition, like a Clemson, a Miami, a Florida State, etc., they're very competitive. So now your eyes are saying, wait a minute, that running back is pretty good from North Carolina. He got some good yards against a team that has 3 or 4 NFL caliber players on their defensive front, or that wide receiver got some good yards against Clemson. And Clemson, we all know, is going to be a title. So not just him being there, but also not just him being there and recruiting better players, but just the overall play that they have elevated themselves to. That opens up your eyes as well. It's very rare teams, every now and then bad teams are going to have like one good player on there. Where, okay, this team didn't have a good year, but this corner or this player, whatever, they're pretty good. But overall, they've been doing fairly well competitively, and that just makes you look at them again with the microscope and realize, hey, we might got some pretty good players here. And of course, the cachet of former national champion Mac Brown, he was at Texas, he's got X amount of wins, so that also helps as well. But you look at the way the Tar Heels have been playing on the field, it's like, hey, there's some guys here we need to seriously consider.
Jerron, I think that's a great question because I think what he's done, he's elevated the recruits that were already there and made them better and brought in guys. And the one thing that he brought that the Larry Fedora didn't do was, bring in the quarterback. He's got a quarterback that's going to get drafted next year.
Sam Howell is the real deal.
He is.
But yeah, I mean, Michael Carter, Javonte Williams, these are guys, De'Ami Brown, that he inherited. They were freshmen, but he inherited them, and then they've all become NFL picks. So he's taken the talent that was in-house, and he got them on the low run, and then they basically, they played up to the potential that they had. Because, I mean, there was some talent, but the talent was a little bit bare by the time Fedora crashed and burned out of UNC. And what Brown did is he infused it. The quarterback helps everything on any level. Sam Howell is the goods, but Williams, Carter, Brown, like all of those guys, Chad Surratt, they played them up to the level that they were recruited at, and then maybe a half a step above by having an elevated coaching staff. So I think there is some truth to that. I mean, they've always kind of been the team that's nice unis, football, basketball, school first. Because, back in the days when they had Dre Bly and Peppers, that felt like an anomaly the first time around with Mac Brown there. And even when they had good teams, it was never quite on the same level as when he was going against those Bobby Bowden teams with Florida State until he's come back. So there is something to be said about it.
Tay Gowan just got drafted by the Arizona Cardinals. 223. Talk about value.
That's another value pick. Yeah. I'm looking at that point now with him gone. There's about 6 guys that I had basically at the top 120 that are still around. It's the same two top guys at the top, at Trey Smith and Dylan Moses. But then we also still have Cade Johnson, Marvin Wilson, who I'm really surprised by.
So Marvin Wilson's an injury. There's an injury thing there.
And so,
That's why he slipped.
And then the other two are Shakur Brown and Charles Snowden from Virginia, the edge rusher. Unless I saw him come off the board, and I don't think I have. He's another one of those guys where I'm just like, maybe he's in between. Maybe he's just seemed a little bit too bulky as far as a purely edge guy. But I think he's better than Jordan Smith. I think he's better than Ronnie Perkins. I think he's better than Malcolm Kuntz, to be perfectly honest, overall.
Wow.
But is it an issue of essentially putting him in, and is it one of those deals where maybe what he's going to end up completely translating to is going to take a little bit of time, whereas you've got some guys who might be able to make more of an immediate, defined, specific impact, because like I said, I mean, I thought he was a 4th-round guy. I thought he would have been gone by now. So it'll be really interesting whether or not he gets it, because leadership guy, team captain, he produced, but it's the right ankle. And so it might just be another one of those guys where it's an injury thing. But I mean, that ankle is going to be healed plenty of time before training camp. So yeah, it's just I'll be fascinated to see what ends up happening with him.
Right. Wow. I mean, I'll say this. I think Kuntz is going to surprise a lot of people, because I think what they're going to do with him is they're going to stand him up and say, "Go get the quarterback." And you put him on the opposite of Crosby, or let's say you put him next to him with the defensive line in Ngakoue, you could get to the quarterback and make that defensive backfield, that young defensive backfield.
That's what they're betting on, because that's really all he's going to be able to give you right out the chute is the ability to rush the passer. So he's got to be able to do that, because that's what his definition is basically going to be. You are a defined, like I was saying, the Raiders haven't really had guys that they literally just used for that. I mean, I remember Derek Burgess had 16 sacks. He led the league in sacks, basically as a defined rush guy. It was like, yeah, you're 248, 250 pounds. Your quick first step is faster than 95% of these tackles in the league. Just get off the edge and go get the quarterback. We're not having you stop the run. We don't care about that. 2nd and 3rd down, if we get a decent stop and force teams to pass, you're going after the quarterback twice.
But don't you think that may work for their defense and what they want to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I think that's probably the reason why a guy like Snowden drops, is because he might not have a defined role, and he might be probably better for a 3-4 defense. And then he's probably a little too light off of the edge. He's only 243 pounds and he's 6'6". But that's my thing, is that he might be stuck in between two roles. So that's the thing. The hope for Kuntz, obviously, is that he can come in and instantly be a guy who can get you heat on the opposite side. You come in and you get some snaps, and he's not an Arden Key where you don't see him out there, or he gets around guys and he doesn't know how to finish. Like, it's literally, can he get to the guy? Can he pressure the guy? Can he help to generate some early throws and maybe some turnovers?
But with Arden Key, there was questions about his work ethic and everything else when he was coming out. You don't have that with Kuntz. It's just he went to Buffalo. He just went to Buffalo. You don't talk about his motor like you do with Key.
That's fair, but I think Key was also a guy that had a better, obviously, opposition and talent, and he produced. I mean, that was the thing. When we got him, everybody said that was a great get for where he was he was at.
I'm one of those people.
And so, it's just, that's what I'm saying. My hope is that Kuntz comes in and is able to deliver, because that's what they're banking on. They haven't really addressed the defensive line other than that pick. So the hope is that he's the next guy that can really sort of, the bendy speed guy off the edge. They don't have any of those. They don't have any pure speed off of the edge. And Ngakoue is the closest, but they don't have any of those lighter guys who really just sort of whip past tackles and just go right after the QB. So that's what the hope is, you know. For their sake, I hope that they nail that pick because we need that.
What do you think, Kalani?
I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously, look, you hope that you land more of your picks than you miss, of course, especially at key positions where you may not necessarily have the quality depth that you're looking for. But in bringing him in, like with Arden Key, after his rookie year, it was a lot of excitement because, oh man, there was about 7 or 8 plays where he was just a second away or a half a step away, and as he gets better and stronger, those are going to become sacks. Well, they never materialized, and as you said, Joe, his work ethic started to show, and it just never amounted to anything for him. So with Coombs, yeah, he's coming from Buffalo, so he's never going to get that type of attention unless you have one of those performances like Mac had against Ohio State. So he comes in, he's got guys there for competition. So you better not come in thinking, oh, I'm a drafted player, so I'm good. No. We got a former first-round pick over here. We got a veteran over here. We signed this guy to a nice size contract, and we got this high draft pick as well from the first round. And we got a fourth rounder who rookie year looked really good. So you have to earn your keep around here. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like the regulators. So the idea is competition. What is it? Pressure creates diamond, and competition is going. Iron sharpens iron. So if you create a competitive atmosphere with these guys, and you got legit competition out there, sometimes you can have a lot of bodies, but all those bodies legit threats to start. Like we were talking about earlier, you look at that safety class; these guys legit can come in and start. The 2 rookies can legit come in and start right away. They're not guys that you say, they're rotation guys, they're backups. No. So for the guys on the roster, hey, you better step your game up, and that goes in other positions as well. So for someone like Coop, you want to get playing time, you better practice hard. We signed a free agent last season, and he didn't want to practice hard. He didn't play certain games. So you better come in here and earn your way around. You want to get on the field. Nothing here is given.
No, Kalani.
We lose him.
Yeah, I bumped him off.
I'm with that. I just, like I said, I mean, that's what his role is going to be. So he's got to hit that. I mean, he has 13 sacks in his last 17 games. If we get half of that, you give me 6.5 sacks as a rookie, and your job is just basically designated pass rush. That's a net win. That's what I'm saying. But you can't be a guy that it's like almost or if only. Like if you get drafted, if they take you over more polished guys, yeah, he's got to get home. And so I'll be fascinated to see what he looks like in the preseason, to kind of see if it's starting to translate to where he's able to do some stuff in the regular season. Because like TQ has said, the bottom line is we need bodies, and we need guys that can actually put the quarterback down, or at least the kind of heat that generates, big time turnover plays for us. Where, okay, you're not making a sack, but are you hitting the guy's arm and it's like knocking the ball up in the air and causing something? Or is that heat causing that guy to throw a step early and allows our guy to come in and make a play? Because all pressure isn't built the same, And so that's what I'm looking at here, because he's the only guy that we took. He's the only guy that we took on that line. And they're really banking on it being the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Well, that's my thing, is that some of those parts have to really come up this year. This is a show or go kind of year.
What you think, Squeeze?
I mean, a defensive line is definitely it's a cohesive unit that they have to play together. One is not they're very dependent on each other. Like, you look at Aaron Donald, and he may be the best is doing it right now. Khalil Mack, one of the best is doing it right now. But the rest of the crew, they got some dogs next to him too. So it's like CJ said, it's definitely about the bodies, but or that might have been Kalani that said that earlier. It's about the quality. They got to be able to come in and play. I wasn't thinking before. I think that was Jerron said it earlier when I was on here earlier when you gave the rundown of the current roster. We may be one guy away on that defensive line to get a nice platoon of rotation going. I feel like we may be one guy away at this point. if that roster holds up, what he was saying earlier. So, you know, I believe that the philosophy here, I feel much better about it this year in this year's draft than I did last year, because I feel like they are 100% addressing our issues, our biggest issues. And like I say, I would do it the other way around, but we got a lot of stuff going on the other way around. Let's just see if they can be coached up in this new system.
Yeah.
And maybe so, because at the end of the day, as I'm looking at it now, it's like, you know, we damn near shell shocked because we clamor for this over and over and over again, and we never get any emphasis on the defensive side of the ball, right? But
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it kind of looks slowly but surely. At least they're paying attention to trying to address it in a way that could be successful.
Yeah.
Because if some of these guys can just come in and pan out a little bit, everybody just come in and do their job, make a big play when it's time to make a big play. You know what I'm saying? Everybody seems to want these hybrid guys that can do and have done multiple things. We got a lot of them. I was downstairs watching the Niners exit meeting from the draft, and they kept talking about guys that could play multiple positions along the offensive line, the defensive line, multiple positions in the linebacking core, and the secondary, across the board. And it looks like the Raiders are kind of par for the course in that way of thinking in this particular draft. So I at the end of the day, I feel better about this one than I do last year's. I don't feel as good about it as I did the year before, but at the end of the day, what can we say about the year before? It remains to be seen. So
Yeah.
I feel like they are addressing big needs, and that's a good thing. A lot of times they don't.
That part is valid. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And they have an older school set of thinking. It's like how we see like the Patriots, Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick is an old school guy. And how he drafts a guy like, this is your job. I don't want you to do anything else. And if you do your job and the other guy does his job, then we'll be successful. And that's proven to be true throughout his 30 years in the NFL. And the Raiders are trying to accomplish the same thing. They're just bringing guys in and telling them, listen, this is your job. Stop trying to do more than your job. And then when we all do our job together, we'll get the result we want. Now, they're still building the thing up and bringing out guys and teaching guys, but they have that school thinking where it's like, I don't need you to play multiple positions. I drafted you to do this one job. And if you can do it, then we'll be successful. And don't worry about the guy next to you because he's going to do his job. And I like that way of thinking, man. It holds you account like Cleveland Farrell. No one else is doing with him. It's like, we told you we want you to do this, so you need to do this. Not take vacations. And as much as the vacations are cool, you got to do your job. You got to do your job. We brought you were at Clemson, all American, all ACC. You came here, and the guy we picked last is outshining you. Now, whether that's heart or whether that's want to or whether that's work ethic, he's doing it. So you got to do better than this. And they need him to do it, or else they got to go in a different direction. Next year, we're going to be talking about Cleveland Farrell's out, and they're drafting a whole new defensive end. Yeah. It's just guys got to do their job.
Shut up and do your job. That's all it is.
I won't be leaving this. I won't be leaving today feeling all crazy. I'll tell you that much. Like last year, this time I was banging my head up against the wall.
Yeah.
Like
you loved the Ruggs pick. You loved it,
bro. Don't get me started on that. I'm just glad that like
speaking
none of this. Go ahead.
Look at the Cowboys pick with Israel.
That's
from South Carolina.
Mukawamu from South Carolina, who I like him a lot. Again, another one of those guys that I think he's a first page guy. Guys like Zach McPherson, like Sean Wade went before him. I think he's a better player. And, they get him at the bottom of the 6th round after KC added to their revamp of the O-line by getting Trey Smith, at 226, had him as a bottom of the 3rd round talent. And they need guys that have a better win rate in the run game. Like Edwards-Helaire basically was punished for the lack of production that they had in their running game last year with no Laurent Tardif, and some of the guys not playing up to ability. They've really gone out and addressed that. They took that one game to heart. That Super Bowl loss. They said, if we're going to do one thing, we're going to fix that offensive line. And they've really addressed it big time. And I'm sitting there like, now it'll be really interesting. Like I said, there's 5 more guys that I had ranked in the top half of this draft that are still available, and I honestly don't think any of them will get taken. And so it'll be just fascinating as far as free agency and all that other stuff goes, because there's going to be some legit talent. There's going to be some guys who's going to. Dylan
Moses is still out there.
Yeah.
Dylan Moses is still out there. And this may be the biggest draft slide I've ever seen from a guy that was a potential first rounder.
Right.
What is this injury?
Injury. They think that he kind of plateaued. They think that he kind of plateaued. The Raiders are picking at 230. I know the pick. If you guys want it, let me know. I'll give it to you. I don't know how you feel about it. We'll wait. You guys want the Raiders pick?
I'm just sort of, I was just kind of looking over some of the stuff that's slotted right here just to kind of see if there was anything or anyone that sort of jumped out. Just kind of looking over before because obviously we're going to put a lot of energy into what they end up taking. So go ahead. Who did they end up?
Well, no. You guys go ahead and just. I won't say anything. You guys go ahead and take your stabs at it.
I was just what I was looking at is just the comp picks. There wasn't anybody that really jumped out other than Mukuamu right there, and then obviously I talked about Trey Smith. So I mean, like I said, the 7th round has been an eternal crapshoot. They could go anywhere, They've actually had a fair amount of success, all things considered, with some of these guys that they take super late. Shelby Harris made the team as a 7th round guy. They usually go really kind of off the grid depth wise. It's one of those where they typically take guys that are project-ish, and then they don't have to compete necessarily with the free agency or whatever to try to bring them in. So I don't have a feel for it, just because, like I said, I mean, if it was me, if it was me and I finish it off, I would take a guy like Shakur Brown right here, a legit slot guy who could come in and push for a gig, but that would have been me.
And the Raiders decided to go offensive line, Jimmy Morrissey, center from Pitt. Now, I find this interesting. I had Morrissey as the 6th best center with the third to 5th round grade. So there's value here for it.
Yeah, I had him a little bit below guys that are still on the board. Not too much. The guy that's really surprised me that hasn't been taken yet, and it might just be, a difference of how they go about doing it. But the kid from Penn State, Michael Minute. I agree. That's the guy that I'm really kind of shocked hasn't gone yet. But after him, the guys that are still available, Drake Jackson, Ryan McCollum, Morrissey's right there in that bunch. So it's literally just a preference. And I pull him up, and I mean, he's got decent size. He's just a guy that just in case, what we got. If James and Martin, you might as well have a third guy. gives you a chance to have somebody in camp that can help develop. They can put them on the practice squad, and because that's what they do. They try to give these guys on the line a chance to develop. Lester Cotton, some of those other guys.
Or he could be kicked inside to one of the
Kicked
backup
inside.
guard spots.
Same thing I was about to say. I'm telling you, man, they putting a premium on guys that could do more than one thing. I'm just seeing all of these teams. They just, I don't know what it is, and I think it's because I think part of it has to do with guys coming out of high school and going to programs in college in the same way, and being asked to do something else. Okay, you want to come here and play this, but I already got somebody playing this. Now, if you can do that, then I got a scholarship for you. You know what I'm saying? And that it goes to our first pick. Kind of the same thing. They believe that he could do what they need him to do. That's why they picked him that early. Why do they believe that? They got that information some kind of way. I mean, it's just big business. It's not just, you know what I'm saying? So,
Kalani, I seen your reaction to it. What was it? Why?
I'm not disappointed in the position. Not at all. We need depth. Andre James is on the thing, but you know what? As much as we believe in him, if it doesn't work out, and he gets tossed around and can't fulfill that need, or if Nick Martin gets injured, hey, okay, get some depth in there. But I don't know, man. Maybe I just got it in my own mind. Like, man, I think this would be a really good grab if we could get Dylan Moses. It's a linebacker, a proven leader, somebody who goes sideline to sideline, and you put him next to Kukowski and Littleton. We're not asking him to be Ray Lewis now. Now we're just asking, hey, man, just be a dude. Just go out here and play with the guys next to you. And then to see him still there, and then to see, okay, look, it's our last pick. Well, what would it hurt? What would it hurt? It's a position we need. Why not? So then when they don't go that way, it's almost like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing, but oh, man. So I was kind of really hoping that would have been him. But again, I'm not upset with the pick. I'm not upset with the player. You get someone on either side of the line, I'm happy with. So good pick overall. It's just, again, it was one of those, I already had it in my head where I think they should go, and because they didn't do it, I was triggered.
Jerron, I know you jumped on the film and started watching him a little bit. What you got?
The center from Pittsburgh is good. I mean, there's no other way around it. He's very talented. It's just, for me, what's throwing me off is I mentioned this guy earlier, David Moore, who's still on the board, and he plays guard and center as well at a high level. So there has to be something else with the guy. So I'm imagining, because between the both of them, they're very similar, very solid pass sets, guys, good communicators, very intelligent. It's got to be something around, off the field stuff, like how hard the guy studies. They may have heard some things they liked, from him, talking to him a little bit. But I mean, the guy's a solid center. There's no real hatred in the pick. He's very good at what he does, and he was definitely the reason Pitt was able to even do any of the things they could do on the offensive line, and especially with the guys with intelligence. He's a pickup for the Raiders. Now they have options to move other guys around to fit around this kid. And as the Raiders, as we've seen with the Raiders, they're going to work out guys, but they don't care if you came in the last round. If you can play, you're going to play. And this kid, even though he's the last dude picked up, I don't think they thought he was going to last this long. They might have had their eyes on him, and he just happened to be here, and they'll work him out. And if they like what they see, he'll probably start, and they'll kick somebody else to the other guard, have Richie Incognito there, and have both those tackles, and have some version of an offensive line that's respectable.
The first thing that came to my mind when Kalani was talking about Dylan Moses, and again, the thing that I was told by a team is they feel that he's plateaued as a player. They don't know how much more upside that he has there. On the flip side, there were some off the field stuff with him. There is some character questions with him. He wasn't the most squeaky clean player or guy. And you know what? What has Nick Saban told teams about him? Now, we talk about Nick talking up players. We've been talking about that for 2 days. But what if Nick wasn't saying all the right things when it came to Dylan Moses. Because at the end of the day, Nick
It's gonna have
Saban's
the same.
credibility.
It's gonna have the same effect,
Exactly.
or the opposite effect. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if that's got to be like a kiss of death, right? That's probably the one person. That's the one person in football you don't want to piss off. Like you could piss Bill Belichick off. That's the highest level. Nick Saban could stop you from getting to the league just by a couple of phone calls. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah,
Well,
I would say the same. I would say the same thing you're saying, that is absolutely quite possible. If he can put in a good word, he could damn sure put in a bad one.
Well,
not saying that he did, but it's possible.
Well, he's not as athletic as we liked at Alabama, and he just doesn't do the things adequately for us. You know, he's a thumper linebacker, but that's about it. And you know, we do things differently down here in Alabama, and Dylan Moses just didn't fit in too much. So we're gonna, you know, he could probably fit for some teams, but not you.
That's like when Brian Kelly came out and talked about Deshaun Kaiser, saying he should have came back for another year to mature and work on some things. And everybody was like, "Oh my God, you're a coach. You're not supposed to do that." And it's like, I'm not trying to bash the kid. I'm just being honest. The kid's got talent, but he's got some.
Pete Carroll did that. Remember, Pete Carroll did that.
Yeah, he did with Mark Sanchez.
Yeah,
sure did.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, these coaches know them obviously better than the scouts, you know, because they recruited them, they've had them in there. So you definitely got to take the good and the bad with it. Like if a coach is telling you something bad about a player, that's not him trying to blow smoke or me and him just didn't get along. No, I'm gonna keep it real. This guy does not work hard. He's not good in the weight room. He doesn't care about film study. He just relies on natural talent, which don't get him so far. So. Yeah, maybe that is the case. And if that is the case, hey, man, I hope this is a wake-up call for him and for future prospects to realize, hey, man, don't think you made it. It's a long way to go. Don't think you made it.
And another part of this is that those coaches, they got to be right. You know what I'm saying? They like having the ear of the NFL because when the kids know that they have the ear of the NFL, the kids come and play for them. So if Nick Saban or Dabo or Brian Kelly or my man at Ohio State, they go on a bad run and they send some bums into the league a couple of times. That's all it takes for them not to have that ear anymore. So it's like they got to be right on these guys. If you got some dude that everybody thinks is the man, and some team comes to you and asks if he's the man or not, and he's not, like, what would you do? I mean, I got to tell the truth. I got more of a reputation on the line than just this one kid and the fact that he played for my school.
To Pete, and you brought up Pete Carroll, and when Pete did it to Mark Sanchez, the only thing about that pissed me off was he did it at Mark's press conference when he was announcing he was going pro. I thought that was sour grapes on Pete's part, but Pete should have kept that conversation private.
Pete was smelling the championship too.
He sure the hell was. I was
there.
there.
When Mark Sanchez left, I was there. He wasn't getting that.
He knew John David Booty wasn't that guy.
Right.
Honestly. And I remember sitting there and I was just like, I can't believe Pete fucking said this out loud, like in front of everybody. I looked at Tessalone, the SID, and he was just like, so, but that's the thing, what gets said from team to team, from college to pro, college to NFL guys carries a lot of weight. So, again, Dylan Moses, I love the talent coming out of high school. 5-star guy. I thought he was highly productive at Alabama. The injury kind of hurt him a little bit. Like this is, I am legitimately shocked by the fall of him. I mean, this is going from a guy that was projected. Like people talk about Aaron Rodgers' fall from being number 1 to 24. People talk about Geno Smith from first round to second round. This is first round. It's the 7th round. It's the whole damn draft. And he is not here, right? He's not, no one said his name yet.
Yeah.
And at some point you got to feel for the kid. I mean, this is your dream. And at this point, you gotta feel for him. Jerron, before you get out of here real quick, what do you think about the Raiders draft overall?
I think the Raiders definitely addressed all of their previous needs in a way that was conducive to the environment in which they inside of their facility. They brought in guys that they believe are going to be team first guys, going to work hard and going to try and do their job and make sure that they give the team, everything they believe that they're supposed to give to the team. I think their draft is not, by any means over the top spectacular, but it damn sure wasn't as bad as it could have been. And if you have a draft where you address your needs as a team, especially as a team on the cusp of the playoffs and a playoff run, you've done a good service to your fans and to your franchise. So I think they did a solid job this draft. Obviously, where guys were picked up could have been different, because I personally don't think Alex Leatherwood was a bad first round pick, considering I think Minnesota actually would have taken him had they not have. But you know what? They got that guy, and then they got the other safety that they wanted. And after that, all the other chips fell where they had to fall, and they've done what they needed to do. And I think they'll have a good result from this.
All right, just Jerron Turner. Catch him on Franchise Sports Media covering UNLV in high school football. He's a linebacker coach at Rancho High locally, and he's also the head coach starting in a year at Word of Life Christian Academy, 8-man football in Las Vegas. So, all right, Jerron, we'll talk to you soon, bro.
If you need a D-line coach, I know one that's available.
All right, guys, take it easy.
All right, bro.
All right, that's Jerron. And hey, TQ, I know you gotta get out of here. You're working on something special, so
man. I gotta go to my day job. So I'll holler at y'all on the next one. I mean, I pretty much gave my position on the draft earlier. Like when we got off the draft show last year, I couldn't figure out what had happened for me. I just couldn't figure it out. This year, I feel much more like reserved about it. I feel like the possibilities are there. I feel like all together on the defense, we got more bodies. And, it was pretty good to go ahead and address the offensive line, because we wasn't expecting all of this shuffling and shuffling they've been doing over the last couple of months. So, that secondary was absolutely terrible last year, with a new scheme coming in, new bodies coming in. And, Jerron really put me up on our defensive line, because I wasn't thinking about it. I guess I was just more glorifying how terrible they were, as opposed to seeing what work's been done. I feel like we one pass rusher away from a nice platoon to just at least see what we got. Once again, we don't have to be great. We just can't give up 30 points. We cannot give up 30 points. So the question is, did they address giving up 30 points today? If we look up at the end of the season and we're giving up 17 points, 19 points, hey, this was a good draft. This was a good offseason in general. So that's my take on the Raider Nation. Thank y'all for joining us. Like I say, I got to go to the day job. Thanks to the homies, you, Joe, CJ, Kalani, everybody that was involved with the draft show 2021. Franchise Sports Media, man, we thank everybody for all your support. We're going to keep grinding. We're going to keep giving you Las Vegas sports. I'm going to keep on, keeping this dude in this place, letting him know how terrible the Green Bay Packers are. So hopefully he won't keep littering your timelines with irrelevant information about green, yellow, and cheese. No, that ain't what we on. We'll holler at you later.
Oh, wait, Squeeze. I wanted to show you real quick. Unlike last year, I wore these for you this year, buddy.
Oh, man, get out of here, man. Peace. I'm done.
Take it easy, my man.
All right, bro.
All right, bro.
That is, oh, my gosh. Yeah, see, Oh, well, this is the good luck short. Well, they weren't good luck in the NFC Championship game, but they were the good luck shorts up until that point. So, we got just a few more picks, I think, remaining in the draft. How many is it? Like 260, I think.
259. We're getting really close to Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah.
Right. So, CJ, let's go to you. How do you the Raider draft overall? Now that it's completed, what do you think, and how do you think they did?
I hate doing this, but since we all do it, overall, I'm gonna give it a B. I'm gonna give it a B. It's probably like if it was a B, it's like 83%. So it's closer to a B minus than a B plus. The first two picks, I have no problems with if they were flipped around, and value does matter. But Mayrig, basically, I like that pick more than I didn't like the Leatherwood pick in round one for, even though I spoke in depth about a reach and just basically overplaying the pick. The Mayrig pick is such a great pick for them. It's such a hand-in-glove pick, a pick we haven't had in a long time, that really did more to offset them going too high for Leatherwood. To get a player of that caliber, many people had him as a top 20 overall guy. That's great stuff. Like I said, with Kuntz, he was a fifth-round grade for me because you have to hope the stuff that he flashed at Buffalo, doing that off the edge as a pass rusher, translates fairly quickly because they're bringing him in to be a designated guy. I don't know how much you're going to be able to expect out of him beyond that. So if he's going to do that, he's got to be able to show it fairly quickly because, you took him in the third round and you took him ahead of a guy that I actually really like, and Diablo. Like, I like that pick. That's another one of those two guys where, I like one more than the other. The one that happened to get taken second, I liked more. Gillespie and Hobbs are just, they're two guys that that's one of those you got to trust the coaching staff. You trust the coaching staff because, again, it's what they did was play solid in college. They weren't game changers at that level. So what you're hoping for is that their physical attributes will be something that, with a superior coaching staff and with a scheme that's designed to fit them, will allow them to basically grow as professionals, and not be finished products. And then Morrissey's a practice squad guy. He's going to be a stash and hopefully cash later on, And in the seventh round, it's the seventh round. You can take anybody, and it's just sort of it's the same uphill climb. So overall, because I would have valued someone like Molden. Again, I keep going back to that. There were guys that could have fit more defined needs more instantly as far as those first 80 picks. But like I said, overall, getting Mayrig, the best deep safety in the entire draft, solid B grade.
Gillespie and Hobbs sounds like an action flick.
I was saying, where's Shaw? Is there a Shaw? There's not a single Shaw in this draft to go with Hobbs. That's unfortunate.
All right, Kalani, let's get your thoughts, brother.
I do get that if you flip the first two picks around, it feels a lot better. End of the day, where they were drafted, it isn't going to matter as far as their production. If Leatherwood turns out to be a consistent starter, yeah, it'd be great if he's one day a Hall of Famer for us. But if he turns out to be a consistent starter who's out and he's not a liability on the line, then okay, hey, we got ourselves a starting line at a position we needed. Okay, cool. Moreg, you're obviously hoping, hey, the number one safety in this class at a position we need in the defense that we're going to run. Okay, cool. That should be something right there. Kuntz, it's one, like, obviously for every player, but there's going to be times where you might take a guy a little bit early just in the hopes that because of the gap between where you were in the third round and then where you were going to be with your next pick. What were they? 79 and 80, and then the next one was 143. If you're not if you don't plan on trading up, if you don't plan on trading up, that's a huge gap to allow somebody you like to try to hope that they fall down to. So, that's one of those where you say, okay, I can see why maybe you guys might grab somebody just because of that gap. But they addressed needs that were big for us. The secondary, they said, okay, we're going to go get some secondary guys that we're going to put back here. One of them being Diablo, versatile. So expect him to be a little bit of everywhere for our defense, and we don't necessarily have to define him as a particular position. We could literally move him around. Sometimes linebacker, in the slot, safety, whatever the case may be, rushing, whatever the case may be. Gillespie, he's like an insurance policy. He's somebody that showed he's a willing tackler. Maybe a little bit more weight, gets a little bit more defined, but everyone looks good in their highlights. But you look at his highlights, he's not afraid to come out there and tackle somebody. And what I like about it too is most of his tackles weren't just shoulder tackles or forearm tackles. They were him getting low, keeping his head leveled, and laying the boom on you. Now, if you were already going down, then a shoulder tackle was fine. But for guys who were still upright, he was going in there and wrapping them up. So, he works on his basic fundamentals and coverage and not become a liability there. That you guys got an insurance policy. So if Jeff Heath, you move on from him, if something happens with Abram, whether it's an injury or his progression is just not there, or just a different package that you want to use, you got somebody in there that you could throw. Hobbs, he's one of those guys when you guys pointed out his testing on the RAS meter, it's like, well damn, they tested how many people and he's 64?
Yeah.
Okay, it's like, all right, if okay, let's give his brother a chance and let's see what he could do out here. If we could mold that into something. And then as we said, with Jimmy, the center, that's an insurance policy, that's a practice squad guy. And look, we saw last year, offensive line, for whatever reason, took a lot of injuries. So you just never know who's going to be able to stand up from week to week. And last thing you want to do is be scrambling every single week trying to figure it out. So overall, I'm actually pleased with the Raiders drafting. I really am. The head scratchers started the things off, but at the end of it, you're like, you know what? Stuff worked out. So I'm pretty pleased with them. I would honestly give them a very high B+, like a very high B+, borderline A- possibly, simply because they got some impactful players you could say from day one are going to be there, a rotational guy from day one that could be there, and they address depth at needs of position. So I hope that's not like too overrated, but I just look at what they needed and what was there, that they addressed some big needs. So I would give them like an 89.8 grade point average.
What I took away from the start of the draft until now is that Kalani looked at the RAS score and actually thought, okay, wait a minute, this could be something. Because that wasn't the case before. So I appreciate that, especially since we explained what it was. That's a great job, brother. I would echo.
You killed me with that number. You was like 17,000 have been tested, and he's 64. I said, God damn.
Since every player since 1987.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's just a small sample. The sample is years of decades of players.
Yeah.
What I like about I'm gonna start what I didn't like about the Raiders draft. I would have liked a D tackle earlier. That's just me being selfish. Either an edge rusher. I know Kuntz is there. Maybe a 3 or a 5 tech, someone like that. I would have liked that. Flip side, I like the fact that it didn't make it glamorous. Morig's the most glamorous pick out of this entire draft for them. This had to be an ugly draft. It had to be guys that, we took this guy. We took that guy. It had to be that type of draft. It couldn't have been oh my God, they went and got such and such, because they've done that in the past and it's blown up in their face. So that's why I kind of like what they did. I'm not one to give it grades, just because I still think it's 3 years away before you really know. Because 3 years ago, Colton Miller, when he got drafted, I was sitting in a good friend of mine, Joe Pacheco, at his house here in Fresno. I was covering it out here because I was covering a player that the Raiders were potentially looking at. And I'm sitting there with Pacheco, and I'm laughing. I'm laughing hard, and he's like, "Oh God, oh, they go again." Where now it's Colt Miller is one of the ascending young tackles in all of football. They got it right. Do they always get it right? No, we know that. But I think in the case of this draft today, I think they did. If Leatherwood can do what they need him to do on that right side, where they like the big bodies, the maulers, they should be in good shape. If Morig is healthy, you got yourself one of the top 2 or 3. I think with the top 2 playmaking safeties in this class with he and Cisco. Kuntz, if you can get to the quarterback beat, hey, your job is till we get you where we need you. See ball, go get quarterback. He's got the red shirt on, but you run through red. As long as he doesn't have a silver and black helmet on. That's your job. With Diablo, hey, go be a demon out there. Go out there and give him hell. Gillespie, hey, you're a freak. You tested out the box. Let your freak flag fly. Nate Hobbs, same thing. Let's go. Let that freak flag fly. And Morrissey, learn how to play some guard because we may need to kick you inside if you want to make this team. Real simple. Pack some weight on you. Learn how to play some guard. I like what they did. I don't see John Gruden's hands on any one of these picks as far as that's a Gruden guy. Oh, they got Ruggs. That's a Gruden guy. Oh, Edwards. That's a Gruden guy. Oh, this guy. That's a Gruden guy. There's none of that. This is what we need. This is what we did. This is who we went and got. This is how we're going to get better and win football games. At the bottom line, that's what you need to do. Because in that 7th round, we all know Gruden, was with the organization with Ron Wolf, who was running an organization who believed you take a quarterback a draft late if you have to and see what you have. They didn't do that. So credit that. Maybe John Gruden learned something from, hopefully, because, if history dictate, we look at past history, we see what he does in the past, which is if he's shopping for the groceries, it's all sugar and no health food. Well, I think this time he went and got some health food because he knows he needs to eat right in order to get where he needs to go. So you have that fuel. So kudos for the Raiders. Kudos for the Raiders for what they've done, CJ.
Yeah, don't be using my grocery list.
Yeah, and I mean, it invariably comes back down to coaching. Now it's what can Gus Bradley do to sort of untap or buff out the polish that we have on some guys that were here in the previous defensive regime, and what can he do to hit the ground running with these rookies? And just TQ said it's one of those things that's going to be beaten into the ground with us. The expectation is not going to be that we go from 30th, although it's 21st all-time bad at 29.9 points per game, to like a top 10 unit. I mean, that's just not realistic. But can we get somewhere to like 18? Can we get somewhere where we're on the cusp of being sort of in the middle, and then give the offense a chance to really sort of say, that you are the strong point of the team. You are basically the stronger side of this equation. So you've got to do the job to kind of carry more than your own weight, but it's got to be enough. It's got to be like 65-35. It's got to be 60-40. It can't be 90-10. That's what it's going to basically come down to. So what will Bradley do? What will Smith and Milas do to pull up that secondary and that linebacking unit? And then what will Marinelli get out of these new? I mean, they've turned it over. What are they going to get out of this D line? Will the whole be greater than the sum of its parts? And so, yeah, as long as they get something like that, then we can finally assess Derek Carr and really the totality of this offense. Can we please get that just once? That's all I'm asking.
Joe, I wanted to ask you this because you're obviously in the know. That year we took Colton Miller, we originally had the 10th pick. and we obviously traded down. But we didn't trade down until after the Niners took the tackle from Notre Dame, Mike McGinley, I think it's his name.
McGlinchey. That's who they targeted.
McGlinchey.
That was their guy.
That's what I was going to say, because that was my theory, was because the Niners took him, the Raiders said, okay, well, that was our guy. Let's move back, because that's what I thought. So I was going to ask you, was that part of their plans in taking him, or was that just coincidence? But okay, because that's what I thought too.
Well, okay, so that was their guy. They had him. He was.
I guess
they wanted
CJ,
to draft
you hear me?
him.
Yep.
Okay.
They wanted to draft him, and once he got taken, they did what CJ would have loved for them to do this draft. Okay, we know Colton Miller is going to be there at 15. Let's trade back and get a third and get value. And I believe they flipped that third. Didn't they flip that for Martavius Bryant?
Yes.
Which, I mean, no harm, no foul there. I mean, in all honesty, that saved a third round pick that was young that may have been a bust. So that's where it went. That's kind of what happened. You know, they figured we can get value here and add a pick. I know CJ and I were talking about that because of 13, Green Bay was sitting there, and New Orleans traded up to get Marcus Davenport and gave up a first-round pick. And CJ goes, why the hell couldn't the Raiders have done that? And we get a third, they get a first, and they're picking after us. You know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So with that being said, I think the Raiders with Colton Miller, I mean, look, as McGlinchey, I mean,
sometimes you get lucky. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah,
because McGlinchey was universally seen as the number one offensive tackle, and Miller has been better than he has.
Very much about to say, is McGlinchey better than Miller at this point? I would say no. The Raiders got the better tackle in that draft, and I do think that if the Raiders have their tackle situation squared, if John Simpson turns the corner, which I believe he will, I think he was one of the better guard prospects coming out last year. And if they can keep good inside at right guard and maybe lock him up long term after this year, you know, that Raiders in the center position is solid. I mean, but your bookend tackles are locked in for the next 5+ years. I mean, you got the extension for Miller, and then you get the 5 for Leatherwood at least. So, I mean,
that was the one thing that we omitted talking about. The logic behind that is you'd rather have the 5th-year option go to an offensive lineman who's going to be more costly than potentially a safety. So that was something that completely flew over my head, and someone was like, did you ever think? And I was like, no, I didn't actually think about that. So that was actually a good point that a buddy of mine mentioned. He was like, hey, if Leatherwood pans out, you defer having to pay him a big tackle contract for another year as opposed to a safety. Safeties, you know, you can flip that around, get picks if you know, you'd like to pay Merrick if he ends up being the goods, but it's going to be a lot less than it would be for a premier tackle if Leatherwood ends up being that guy. You have to pony up for that position. So to have that extra year to be able to do that, to be able to use that for your cap or whatever, that might have been a consideration that they had. You do have to think about those things. So
yeah, and Shaka Tony just got drafted by Washington. It's a good pick right there.
That is a good pick.
You know, but you have to think about, and that's something that I don't think we do. I mean, I try to, but I don't do it. I mean, obviously, don't do it all the time. I don't think about the cap considerations and the long-term cap considerations that teams do. Okay, yeah. What's the projected cap hit if there's a franchise tag at this time and it goes up X amount percent and the projected cap is this? What's it going to be? Okay, do we want to have that money allotted to an offensive lineman, or do we want to have that money allotted to a safety? Well, we can franchise a safety a year earlier. It's going to save us money and keep the offense and get locked the offensive lineman up long term.
Yeah,
things like that. I think is, you know, stuff that
I'm not saying it's a big thing, but when you said it, I was like, that's an ancillary thing. That is a consideration that you might have. That's why guys try to go back into the bottom of the first round, like when Lamar Jackson got drafted. You know, they could have done that at 33, but they specifically wanted that 32nd pick because it gives you the 5th year with your quarterback. So yeah, it's like one of those deals where some of that stuff, depending on the position, it actually does matter. It comes into play.
If need be, it's an extra year to evaluate.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. If need be, you get that extra year to go on and evaluate and to see if this guy's a guy you want to invest in or a guy you don't. And the way that the contracts are set up now, I mean, that 5th year, it's guaranteed. So, I mean, you have that 5th year. I think this is the last draft class. This coming up is the last one that's you have to decide whether or not you want to pull the trigger on that option. So,
and let me ask this: we talk about, well, it gives you that extra year to evaluate. That's true, but after 4 years, shouldn't you know if you want to keep this person around or not? Because let's just be honest: if a person they go to college, they're in college from anywhere from 1 to 4 years that we get to see them, just depending on red shirt and all that. 1 to 4 years. Based off that short amount of time, we determine if we want to make them a first-round pick or not. So if we determine, okay, we want to hand Trevor Lawrence the keys to the franchise, you're a first-round pick, then why do we need an extra year in the pros to see, well, do we want to sign him to a contract extension or any player for that matter? No, money is one thing.
Because you can buy that extra year.
Wait, no, it's not. I'm not talking about having them under contract. But if you're going to sign someone to a long-term deal, you're going to know within 3 years, maybe 3.5 years, depending on how much they play. That if you still need to evaluate somebody after 4 years, then you might as well just move on, because that person is not who you expect them to be. Just like players who ball out on a contract year. They were okay or average, and then that contract year they ball out. Oh, well, we got to sign them. No, they were only motivated for that 1 year. Move on to the next one, because when you give them that big contract and they don't live up to it, that's a giant cap hit now.
And that's kind of that's where I was going with that. Sometimes what ends up happening, it's not necessarily whether you believe in the player or that you don't doubt that you're going to bring them back. Sometimes you get to that 5th year and you're like in the situation the Saints are in, where you're up against it with the cap, and maybe you can't commit that year to being able to sign a guy that you have prioritized, and maybe you have to buy yourself a little bit of time to be able to get him under contract. What it just does is it's another thing that's slanted towards the teams to give them time, because it's like it's a flyer that you can take if a guy's borderline. And then what it also does with your rookies is instead of having to pony up, you just get that deferment. Like all of the guys almost always go through their 5th year option before they get that new deal.
And look at a guy like Ryan Tannehill. He didn't last 5 in Miami, and he goes to Tennessee and he blossoms. It does take a while for some guys, and it goes down to system, scheme. It's all about fit. You can't put square pegs in round holes, and teams will always try to do that. You'll always try to have and I'm not saying this is Alex Leatherwood by any means, okay? But Mike Mayock just said on the NFL Network, quote, "I know that they were going to criticize the Leatherwood pick, and I don't really care. We feel he's a plug-and-play player." Sometimes they just, hey, we like this guy. We want him. We're going to put him there. Damn what everybody else thinks. And if those guys are square pegs and round holes, then they go somewhere else and they flourish. So sometimes there's a regime change, and the new regime has the different guys that are, they bring in a whole new scheme that fits some of the other guys. They play better than the other guys, and the other guys leave. It's just,
And that's what happened with Tannehill. Was he was able to, because Denver didn't want to, or Miami, they didn't want to change their scheme for him. So because of that, he would have never been able to find the right system for him. But in Tennessee, he did. So that's what that's the thing. If we're not going to change what we're doing for you, then I don't need an extra year to evaluate you. I need to move on from you so I can get somebody who can fit it. We thought maybe we could with you, but it's just not working out. So instead of trying, because we'll do that. Oh, well, we need an extra year to evaluate. Look, I know it took Aaron Rodgers X amount of time to get out there on the field because of Brett Favre. It did not take Aaron Rodgers 3+ years for you guys to figure out this is our guy. It didn't take Tom Brady 3+ years to figure out this is who we want to keep.
That's valid. It's not always the quarterback, though.
Yeah,
Well, when I was quarterback, it didn't take J.J. Watt 3 years for you to figure out, yeah, this is what the right choice. It didn't take Von Miller that long for any position, for like who your core guys are going to be. Like, hey, we need to keep these guys. It does not take them that long once they play. Now, for some guys, maybe they didn't get a chance to play early on. You know, I can't think of somebody right now outside of Brady sitting down, but or Big Ben or whatever. But once they start playing, hey, you know what? Big Ben's our guy. He didn't start right away, or Eli Manning. He's our guy. It's not going to take them that long. So I just feel like when we do, oh man, well, we need another year to evaluate you to see if you would. No, after about 2 or 3 years, if you're not the player we think you are, and you're not proving yourself by that point, then we need to move on from you. When we see that, if we see you play 2 years in college, we need to pick you. I don't see why in the NFL we need to give you more time.
I'm going to give you 3 guys, just off of the ones who actually from 2017. Hassan Reddick, because it took him a while to find his position there in Arizona, and he had what 7.5 sacks that first 3 years, just because they were playing him in all these different positions. They finally stick him outside. He has 12.5 sacks. And then he's going to get picked up, because it's like part of it is, well, we know he fits in what we're doing right here, but another part of it is, how much do we need to see whether or not, like you said, it was a 1-year wonder, but it's worth the risk of paying that guy that already is built into your system that you know has success with, as opposed to having to pay a guy off the street and then go through the process again. Another guy was David Njoku from Cleveland. A lot of that was he got drafted into a god-awful situation when Hubris Jackson was their head coach, and they were winning 1 out of 32 games. And they absolutely had no clue and no hope, and he looked lost in the sauce because they literally were just completely dysfunctional. And then it suddenly looks like the light comes on with a different regime that comes in. And then the last one was like Garrett Bowles, because he looked terrible that first couple of years in Denver. And it's like kind of like Holton Miller. It was like they found something that worked for him, and then suddenly he looks like a functional first round, offensive tackle. And sometimes it just takes a couple of years and a certain, maybe a scheme change or a difference to really be kind of crystallizing what it is that you have in a certain player. And the point that you made is really well founded, though. The top end guys don't really need it, but what it does is it buys them a year instead of having to commit to that contract just because of different factors. What happens is if they've got the money, they'll pay the guy. But sometimes you need to buy that time, and sometimes they just give themselves that extra time. Why pay for it if you can just sort of wait? And that's what a lot of teams choose to do.
And look, I forget. I'm trying to remember his name in Buffalo. But he bounced around, and it wasn't until like his 6th year or so, 6th, 7th year, where he's really become a stalwart and a guy that's like, oh damn, this guy really, he found a home. It just takes some guys. It just takes longer. Then you got other guys that it happens right away, and then you got guys that it seems like it happened right away. Clinton Dix, and he's out the league right now. He played 5 years. He's out the league, and he's a first-round pick. Like Dwayne Haskins is going down that route. This is going to be year 3. If he doesn't make Pittsburgh's team, Dwayne's as good as he's out the league.
He's done so.
And it's like, Johnny Manziel, another guy, first-round pick, 2 years out the league, gone. Nobody wants him back. It's just depends on the player, the personality, and sometimes a guy is so talented, you definitely want to hold on to him for next year because you hope that you can help him mature. You hope you can have someone within the organization or within his team reach him and help him get to that point where he understands that, okay, this is a business. We kind of talked about it with Cleveland Farrell. Do I think Cleveland's immature? No. Do I think Cleveland has a problem? No. I feel like a lot of some people within the organization and some people, fans that see what he's doing, stop going on freaking trips and work. This is your time to work. You have a limited amount of time to maximize your earning potential and create generational wealth. Don't trick it off going on trips because you have that little bit of dough. You have to have a long-term vision and not a short-term memory or short-term visions or whatnot. So that's where I think the frustration is for some teams. That's why that 5th year is so important, because I do think the Raiders definitely want to reach Cleveland Farrell and say, look, we want to pick up your 5th year, but you have to show improve this year. What if this year Cleveland, let's say this year Cleveland goes in and balls out. Let's say 92 tackles, 17, 18 tackles for losses, 8.5 sacks. Just
so he's a borderline All-Pro,
a borderline All-Pro guy.
Because those numbers right there,
that's extremely.
Those are All-Pro numbers.
That's extremely tough to properly judge, simply because we do have a new defensive coordinator. So with a new scheme, it's like you've been in the league a couple of years and you've been, but with a new defensive coordinator, damn, is this? So I think kind of like what CJ was saying with some of the guys, we've moved Hassan Reddick around to different positions, but for this year, we decided, no, just stick here. And he flourished. So for situations like that, you probably want to say, yeah, let's give you another year to see, was this for real or was this a one-hit wonder? But if let's just say, if we had Gus Bradley all this time and Cleveland Farrell was still being how he was, even if he balls out there last year, hey, brother, trust me, I was blown away by you in that national championship game and was like, man, I wouldn't mind you in silver and black. But if you've shown me throughout your career that you're okay, and then all of a sudden when you get close to the end of your contract, oh, now I figured it out, guys. No. We've seen too many times.
Playing for a contract, that's kind of transparent.
And I wouldn't do that. So that's why I said it gives if there's not a coaching change, kind of like how you guys were saying with the Njoku in Cleveland, because he was with Hugh Jackson and the way things were ran then, very hard to judge him, because now when they get a new coach, oh wait, they're actually using you in a correct way where you look good. So now you would say, well, let's see if we can get him a short contract extension and see if he does keep on improving and find his way in the system, or was that just a one-year wonder? Too many people get bit by that.
That's fair. And it's all context. All that stuff requires context. That's what they do. And I think just what happens is if it's a coin flip or if it's kind of close, they'll just say, hey, we rolled this over that last year, and it's worth sort of running the risk on a guy that we invested first-round capital in just to see if he's really going to be able to pan something out and something that we can get our value for. So, I absolutely.
And it comes down to salary cap space, CJ. Like if a team has this, if we're not up again, if it's picking up an option and the option is 13.2 million, and we have $6 million in cap space, and we don't want to.
Well, that's what I said. That's literally what I said. If you're in New Orleans, you probably have some guys that you would have loved to prioritize, but you can't afford them.
So you're stuck picking up Davenport's option, and I mean, he's done nothing to earn that.
Right. That's exactly it. Is that you're out of options at that point. So it's all context. How many picks do we have left? Looks like about 6, 7.
6 or 7. We're at 6. 253's up. Broncos pick.
Let's see. Tonga went to the Bears. I like that one pretty good. That might be a practice squad position for him. Minute went to the Cardinals. That might be a developmental place. Hudson only probably has a few years left. Or maybe they just they give themselves a chance to have a guy that's ready to kind of step in if he, they just decide they want to go younger for whatever reason. I like that place for him because there's no pressure for him to jump in and have to take any spots right away. So I'm shocked that it looks like Moses is going to go undrafted. That's a total wake up call. You would hope, to go from second, third round talent, and then first round grade the year before to now you're completely off the board for a lot of these teams.
Well, let me put this in perspective too, in terms of the Raiders. We talk about and not. I want to get back to that, but it just kind of came across my screen. The Raiders got 3 people with 2020 postseason awards, and that's the Outland Trophy winner Leatherwood, the Thorpe Award winner in Morig, and the Bullsworth Award winner in Morrissey. And so they looks like they coveted guys that won awards. and the guys that are still available, like Moses, the rest of them, they don't have awards. They're not out there. They didn't win anything, and I doubt they're up for anything. I like, a guy that I think that is I'd obviously Javon McKinley's not. I doubt he's going to get taken, and I'm banging the table for him with anybody. But Tyler Vaughn from USC, Tyler hasn't been taken, and you talk about a polished receiver. He's as polished as they come in college football. He's a guy that could go undrafted. And
I got a funny feeling that there's going to be more than a couple of these wide receivers that get picked up as, free agents that actually make a roster.
I agree.
That's one of the guys. I think Cade Johnson's a guy that can stick. I think Austin Watkins Jr. of Alabama Birmingham. Speaking of guys that Kalani talked about, if they can go to Alabama Birmingham, I think there's a guy actually that might actually have a shot.
I mean, no disrespect to my fellow AB players. I mean, no disrespect. I'm just saying,
No, it's all good. And then a guy who I have one of my favorite names of the entire, and I got to know him because I used Indiana in the last NC2A when my rosters got updated. But a guy by the name of Wap Filior is a guy that I actually find pretty intriguing, that I actually kind of thought would get drafted in this draft. It would be pretty interesting to see where a guy like that goes, who's a real special teams player who can make his mark there, and has the ideal sort of IQ to play as a back of the roster wide receiver, a fourth or fifth guy, someone who can come in a pinch and basically spell someone if they're hurt, but also basically play on those special teams and really be a tough guy inside. So yeah, I mean, it'll be really interesting to see how these guys get swooped up.
One of the surprises for me was Washington selecting Thomas Fletcher of Alabama. Thomas Fletcher is a long snapper. Long snappers are getting drafted now.
Hey, if your snaps weren't any good, it's always one of those. We don't value it until we absolutely don't have it.
Well, you got to think too, with PATs being further back, those are not guaranteed anymore. So now you definitely got to make sure that you got somebody snapping the ball to you correctly, so that those PATs hopefully get a little bit more accurate. But yeah, there's going to be quite a few good undrafted free agents here that teams are really going to be able to snatch up and add. I'm very curious. Like somebody, I just saw his name, Darius Washington from TCU.
Mm-hmm.
From a game standpoint, from a game standpoint, that dude is a beast. But then you look at him, you're like, this is like Kevin Hart in pads. It's like, yeah, man, we really can't find a place to put you at out here. So, it's one of those unfortunate things. Talk about the guy who's really going to earn his keep through special teams. So his best bet is to ball out every game on special teams to get anything else.
South Alabama, Quan Baker just got taken by the Saints.
Nice.
So we got small school.
Oh yeah, because South Alabama, that's prime time television right there.
Shout out the Sun Belt Conference. I'm no hate on the Sun Belt.
Hey,
at all.
No, it's no hate whatsoever. Honestly, I think what they play on Wednesdays, right? I love watching the games on Wednesdays because it's literally a lot of fun because you have no rooting interest. It's not like I'm watching USC play Utah and I only root for the Trojans. I'm like, okay, I'll watch Southern Mississippi take on Louisiana Tech. I got no interest. Let's go. So I just want to see a good game. But all I'm saying is, in all seriousness, how can you sit here and tell me places like that, oh yeah, we got what we need to draft these players? The players from this particular conference, there's just not enough out there for us. There's just not enough information for us to grab. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay.
Well, no. Kalani,
it'll change over the years.
I think it was because some of those smaller schools, like MAC schools and Sunbelt school, they played their seasons in the spring or later in the year when the guys were already on to the draft. So some of the players weren't able to be evaluated. Some of those guys have to wait and whatnot. So if their games were during the spring,
wouldn't that be like the true evaluation you want right then and there? The
No,
live game?
because you're not able to sit. That's the thing. You're not able to sit down with those guys and talk with them. Again, this is all about develop. It's also about developing relationships. They're not the. You can't develop. You can't develop any relationships with city. If I'm a team picking and you're playing still, how can I sit down with you? I can't sit down with you and take you to dinner and take you to and have you work out for me and pick your brain and do Zoom calls and all that. That's not allowed.
Coach,
So
I'm from Eastern Tennessee State. Trust me, I'm not going to be drafted in a place where you need to take me to dinner, okay? You're going to see me in practice and say, hey, who's that? Come on. I get what you're saying, though, Joe. I get what you're saying, though. I get it. Be right back.
he said he'll be right back.
I just think it's the year too. I mean, the COVID situation. If guys don't have the same exposure, it just makes it. It's one of those deals where it's that much harder. And unless a guy's already there, that's already popping off. It's just one of those deals. They'll grab a guy, maybe word of mouth, a little bit of name value or whatever. But yeah, COVID really did a number on a lot of options as far as some of that stuff goes.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Kalen Hill, running back, Kylan just got drafted.
Yeah, I was wondering if he'd end up going before the end of this draft, because that'd be one of those guys where I almost imagine he might have preferred basically being able to choose a team as opposed to getting snapped up. But like you said, it's probably just better to go in and have a camp. Was he New Orleans?
No, Green Bay.
Green Bay.
I had him as the 8th best running back, 3rd to 5th round value.
Right. And so that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's another one of those guys where it's like comped to other people who came off before he did. It's a matchup of kind of what it is that you prefer at the position. But I liked him better than guys like Chris Evans and Ngwangwu for Iowa State that went to Minnesota, and Jake Funk. Like the name.
Yeah, I love the name.
Love the name. So yeah, I mean, what's your situation look like outside of Aaron? Because Jamal Williams is in Detroit, right?
Yeah, they drafted AJ Dillon in the 2nd round last year,
the
and
big monster.
And I think Kylan Hill is a guy that would be the 3rd down guy. After Dillon, there really isn't anybody. They had a Dexter Williams who was a 5th round, 6th round pick a year before. They got rid of him. He's a practice squad guy. But they really don't have anyone. A lot of just So it's an opportunity for this guy to come in. I mean, 2019, he was first team All SEC, ran for almost 1,400 yards from Mississippi State. I kind of like what he's, 5'11", 210, so he's not a small guy in terms of weight. Can catch the ball in that offense. He has to be able to catch the ball out of the backfield. He's able to do that. He's a good fit. There was a connection there, but I think it's no longer. I think the quarterback coach was Mississippi State's offensive coordinator. So he may have told them about some homework. I think Luke Getsky's no longer there, but it's a good fit. I mean, look, Felton, Herbert, Hubbard, Patterson, Jefferson just got taken. There's a few guys that, you mentioned some too with Funk and a couple other guys. I had them way behind where Hill is. So to get Hill there, I mean, I think that's a good pick for them. I mean, I'm surprised there was only one receiver. So I know that Devin Funchess is there. He opted out last year, but he's back this year. With Valdez Scantling, who they're betting on taking that jump in year 3. Lazard, another guy, year 3. They like him a lot. Amari Rogers, and they like, Equanimous St. Brown is there too. So it's not like the cupboard's bare by any means. It's just not as namesy as some people would like, and that's, I don't want to stay on Green Bay, but this Rodgers situation, I mean, I think it's overshadowed the draft, in all honesty. I think in a lot of ways, I have it on the ESPN feed, and I can assume NFL Network.
Well, I knew they'd start talking as soon as, we got to the day 3, and then we get into sort of the dog hours where people aren't as known to the casual fan. And to me, I said it on day 1, man. Not just because you're not just because that's your team. It's much ado about nothing for me, man. Until I see some actual fire to go along with a little bit of this smoke that's been manufactured, why are you giving up on the guy? And let him be. He can be mad as he wants on May 1st. We don't start playing anything until August. We don't start counting it until September. So, there's a lot of time to figure stuff out and decide to be mad and then ball out for me mad. It's like, hey, I'll live with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I it's day 3 of it and I'm already over it. Either trade him, retire, or come back. And if you retire or are no longer there, I'm ready to move on to the Jordan Love era. That's where I'm at. I don't think it's, I'll root for the Green Bay Packers. I don't root for the Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And
right.
that's my attitude. I understand giving players a heads up with personnel moves, not draft picks. Not draft picks. You're building for your team for now and the future. Free agency is one thing. Hey, CJ, I'm thinking about adding this guy. What do you think? Hey, is there a guy that you want us to talk to that you think could help us? Let us know. I get that, but to have a say-so in personnel, nah. And I'm a Packer fan since I was born. My first memory of football is a Green Bay versus Chicago game in 1979 on TV, and I thought Green Bay's uniforms looked cool. And I was living in Milwaukee at the time. I was about 2.5, 3 years old. Or 80. I go back to the days of James Lofton, Eddie Lee Ivory, Lynn Dickey, John Jefferson, Mark Murphy, Tiger Green, Tim Lewis.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go back and name Randy Wright, Anthony Dilwig. I mean, I go back and name from the 80s.
Yeah.
So when they became, for me, and I talk about this with Joe Pacheco, I've talked about this with other Raider fans that are friends of mine. For half of my life, almost, well, less than half now, I was that guy where when Green Bay was on TV, they're on TV twice a year for me, maybe 3 times. One, if they played Detroit on Thanksgiving, and 2, if they played the Rams or the 49ers or Chargers in Southern California. That was it. That was it. I was the only time, or the Raiders. That was it. There was no other time I got to watch my team.
Yeah.
So I remember the lean years. I remember the years where 5 wins were I'm like, yes, improvement. Then the next year they're back down to 3. So I appreciate what Ron Wolf and Bob Harlan did, Mike Holmgren, then, Brett Favre, Reggie White, Leroy Butler, that whole team, Sean Jones, Santana Dotson, I can go on and on, obviously Sterling Sharp. I can appreciate where they're at now with Aaron Rodgers and what Ted Thompson did and bringing Rodgers in. I understood the hurt with Brett Favre. I understand the hurt with Aaron Rodgers, to be honest with you. Because you're having the guy that's taking your job working with you and telling you pretty much, whatever. But I feel like this. If Aaron Rodgers feels he's above reproach and he can't be criticized or can't be replaced, then at that point you need to replace him. If it's a few years too early, get everything you can and do what Dallas did when they traded Herschel Walker. Get 3 first-rounders, get 3 second-rounders, get 3 third-rounders, get a player or 2 back. Build a team around a young quarterback and go out there and win a bunch of ball games. And what I think happens, CJ, I think he'll sit out most of this year. I think he'll get traded to Las Vegas for a lot of picks and a couple players. And I think it'll be good for Las Vegas and good for the Raiders. And I think it'll be good for Green Bay. And that's what I think happens. I don't think there's, I know Denver is his preferred choice.
We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. Mr. Irrelevant. Go ahead, CJ, announce him.
Guy by the name of Grant Stewart, University of Houston, goes to Tampa as the very last pick. But even beyond that, since, it's like that's a great thing, but people can see that. Breaking news is that Cleveland signed Marvin Wilson, one of the immediate free agents, but they signed him to a $30,000 signing bonus to go along with a $162,000 guaranteed base salary, meaning that there were a lot of teams that were in the running, just like I kind of figured, for a guy of that caliber. That's what they say. You typically, if you're one of those guys, you would almost prefer not to be drafted because you can cash out at least on the top end and have a better shot, because if they're going to put that money into you, he's going on their practice squad at the very worst, and he's going to have a legitimate chance to actually do something for a team that's a really good roster. It's better to be able to cherry pick and then to have that option than nothing else. So I'm going to be looking to see where Shakur Brown goes, where Snowden goes, if Dylan Moses gets picked up. Just because, like I said, those free agent slots are actually much more intriguing for those guys at the back, that bottom of that draft. Almost like, hey, if my name and my cachet is big enough, just let me go through so I can pick my own place.
Some of those guys actually get paid more than the guys getting picked in the 7th round.
Right. Because again, they had to negotiate it. They were in a bidding war with other teams. So to get that, I mean, yeah. That means that there were people circling that wagon as far as that goes. Let me see if there's anything on Moses as far as because usually these come in pretty quick.
Yeah, and the guys like Dylan Moses that were high guys. I mean, look, I'm glad nobody's talking head about Dylan Moses, and I'm glad nobody's making fun of him, because I really feel for the kid right now. I mean, you go into this thinking you're going to be a day one guy, potentially, more than likely day 2, and then day 3 comes, and you're like, oh, I mean, go ahead, Kalani.
I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry. It was a minor delay, so I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I would only feel for him if he fell because of the injury, not because of his own attitude and the way he chose to go about things. With him being projected as a 1st-round pick, he might have came back with that attitude, like, yep, I made it, I'm good, I'm here, and now I want to work as hard, thinking, nah, I'm naturally gifted, I'm good. You guys need me more than I need you. So if this wasn't his own doing, then yeah, I certainly feel for the kid. But if he got a little big-headed thinking he had already made it while at Alabama, then it's like, hey, man, this is the biggest wake-up call you could possibly get. But what you were saying about Rodgers coming to Vegas, I mean, in all honesty, not just because I'm a Raiders fan, to me that really feels like a spot for him. Just like with the Broncos, John Elway can't seem to find a young quarterback, but he's shown, if I could get a veteran quarterback in here, maybe we could do some things. And Gruden's kind of the same way. When he had Rich Gannon, took a couple seasons, and it does help when you got Jerry Rice and Tim Brown. But with Rich Gannon, he had Gannon out there slinging the doggone thing. He goes to Tampa. Josh Freeman doesn't pan out. Jeff Garcia, though, a veteran, comes in slinging the damn thing. So as much as I like Derek Carr, again, it's just a pecking order, and Rodgers is clearly above him. If
no one's going to fight,
I would say, look.
Yeah, you upgrade from Carr to Aaron Rodgers. That's just, you do that.
I'm not going to be disrespectful to Derek Carr, because I do like him as the quarterback. I really do. He's going to make you bang your head a few times in certain games, but I do like Derek Carr as a quarterback. But if we get a chance to get Aaron Rodgers, I'm being honest, I would not be mad if we parted with our next 3 first-round draft picks, or 4 if that's the case, because he's the type of quarterback. Those first-round draft picks are basically going to be second-round picks anyways. So.
Yeah,
potentially, and Shakur Brown to the Steelers.
That's what you just beat it. Yeah, that's just what I was gonna say. Another guy who gets to pick a spot. So a guy that I'm really shocked didn't get drafted. Of course, where does he go? He goes to a team, not too far away from where he was at Michigan State. Team like the Steelers, they're gonna have that priority for some of these guys. They're gonna want to go to these, more established rosters. And so, yeah, if there's a flip side to this, if you've got name value, you get to sort of make a choice. You get to push yourself towards a place that you want to be. So
No,
yeah,
I kind of want to stay on. I hope he, I know we're going to do this for just a few minutes. Let's see where Dylan Moses goes, because I find his story very interesting. And
Yeah.
you know, again, I got a text about 20 minutes ago from. It was more medicals than anything else with Dylan Moses. So it was the medicals more so than anything. And this is where COVID hurt the kid, because teams weren't able to get in and have them see their doctors and have that conversation with their guys to bring some comfortability to them and familiarity.
Yeah.
So with that, to me, that's no, that sucks. There's no other way I could put it. That sucks for the guy that, again, you're there with your family and friends. I mean, look, I was there for my brother, Tyron Brackenridge, when Bossy was, we thought he was a day 2, maybe, late day 2, early, but sometime in day 3. And we're sitting there and his name wasn't picked. And all of a sudden he's like, Joe, come here. We go to the back and it's me, him, and our other brother Quan, and he goes, and his mom and dad. He's like, what happens now? He didn't have a great agent. That's, your phone's going to start ringing, and the agent's going to start calling you, say, here's the teams, and you got to start looking over rosters now where you think things you get the best fit for you. And Green Bay called. They were on him. They wanted him pretty bad. The Raiders wanted him pretty bad. We grew up a Woodson fan, but he knew that the best opportunity for him to get on the field right away was in Kansas City. And that was the main reason why he chose to sign with the Chiefs. Green Bay offered more money, but he signed with the Chiefs because he got on the field and he ended up making more money. But it still was, it was heartbreaking because it's someone's dream and you're watching the thing, fall down. So I feel for him. I feel for feel for Dylan Moses, all the guys that didn't get drafted, but you guys are coming in now. I mean, a couple of them I have fly in on my radar. I don't know if you got them, CJ, as well. Where is it at? I'm trying to find them. I'm sorry, guys. They literally popped in on my screen. Marshall linebacker Trevante Beckett to the Lions. That was a guy that here they go. Trill Williams, safety from Syracuse, to the Saints. Jamar Watson to the Steelers. Brendan Knox, running back, to the Cowboys. So I mean, they're starting to come through really fast. So
yeah, that's to be expected. I'm just wow that nobody took a chance, because I saw that I read that there's 6 or 7 teams that had Moses completely off their boards because of medicals, literally just not even on the board.
Well,
and so yeah, now it's just a question of who's going to take a chance on him. He might need basically a year to just sort of heal up, or to really sort of get right. But yeah, I got to be honest, I'm shocked.
It may not even be a year to a year off. You may have to go somewhere and just kind of sit and have them look at him kind of to get the okay and then go somewhere else. Go ahead, Kalani. Go ahead, Kalani.
Well, I was going to say, let me ask you guys this. Given that he did have some red flags from a medical standpoint, do you think his agent should have said, hey, listen, we need to show people that you're back being healthy. So we need to film you doing some linebacker drills. We need to film you doing some of these combine drills and constantly send it out to the teams. Hell, send it 3 or 4 times every couple of weeks. And I know that's not enough, but I mean, that's something where you got to say, did somebody in his camp drop the ball with not being able to get stuff going? Because Jabril Cox had the shoulder injury, and yet he got drafted. He got drafted later than expected, but he still got drafted. I don't know. Like in hearing that it was medical, it's like, okay, there's either something really wrong with him that he just has not been able to recover from, or I just feel that somebody in his camp dropped the ball on not trying to get the word out there that, hey, this guy's good to go. Like he's fine, he's recovered, he's going to be the Dylan Moses you guys remember. So I kind of feel like they might have dropped the ball on that particular one.
Well, it's not about doing drills for teams. It's about them looking at your looking at your knee, looking at your whatever else has been hurt, having their doctors evaluated, have them do their x-rays and their MRIs and do their testing. That's what it's about. It has nothing to do with go ahead and do the drill on the field drills. It has everything to do with looking at the medical records, sitting down and having your people evaluate, is this guy worth us investing X amount of money into? Because again, right now these guys are investments. That's what they are. They're considered investments, and I think that's the thing. I mean, because all these guys can go out and do a drill, they can look good. This is at the point where, this is the point where they, doing the drills and all that. That's the warm ups. Your drills are perfected by this point. You're going to the NFL. They want to see what the MRIs and the X-rays and whatever other CT scans or how they look.
Yeah, all makes sense to me. I just yeah. That's how it goes. I'll be curious to see where that ends up happening, where that ball drops.
Yeah. I mean, we'll stay on for 10 minutes till it's quarter after the hour, and we'll go ahead and get off. We're not going to keep everybody on. It's been a long day.
Yeah, because I'm looking at like, okay, Houston, for example. That means that there must have been either that or Houston went Houston. Carson Green, a guy that I had, I had him basically as a 6th round pick. He got drafted, 25 bonus, $100,000 guaranteed salary, and that's a chance with Houston with that roster, where he's going to make it and actually, get a chance to really jump out the chute and actually get playing time. And that's what I'm saying. Some of these, it really ends up being a situation where you do yourself a bigger favor by getting drafted, or not drafted at all, I should say. So it's very interesting how that shakes out sometimes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm seeing the only 3 guys that are left that I basically had in the top 120 are Moses, Cade Johnson, and Charles Snowden. And so far, haven't heard anything about any of them just yet.
I mean, it's you know how it is. It's one of those. They come in fast and furious, and then they get pulled back a little bit. They get pulled back a little bit as well. It's okay. And
it's always one of those deals where you'll hear something reported, then it's like, actually no, since they're free agents, and then somebody in the last minute can come and throw a little bit more money, and then that's where I was going all along.
Exactly. Arkansas State receiver Jonathan Adams to the Lions.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, he was one of the ones that I thought, when I talked about receivers that would have a chance to make a roster, I think he's one of them.
I agree. I liked him a little bit too. Where'd I have him at? I know I had him. I did a lot of.
Because Tamori and Terry got. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No,
I was just saying, Tamori and Terry. He was probably the biggest guy as far as name guys, because I think Cade Johnson's a better prospect, but Terry, he got swooped up pretty quickly by the Seahawks, and so I was looking at Ricky Prohl's kid.
Yep.
He went to the Vikings.
Yep.
Yeah, and then Sage Surratt from Wake Forest. I think he got snapped up as well, and so it was just like we were running out of guys that I sort of pinpointed as guys that I think could actually not just sort of make a roster or be on, the practice squad, but that could actually make the final 53. I think Jonathan Adams, given the right situation there, probably could do that. So, yeah, that's a good place for him.
Would agree 100% with you, 150%. You know, it's interesting because you know, these calls start coming in about the fifth round. Last year I was talking with Javen White about it, and so when'd your phone start ringing? He's like in the fourth, fifth round, and he kind of had an idea then that it was likely that he wasn't going to get drafted. You kind of have an idea, you know, at that point whether or not you want to go somewhere,
Right.
you know, depending on whether or not, you know, they want to. Jamie Newman to the Eagles, Wake Forest and Georgia quarterback.
Okay.
Raiders signee. Oklahoma State's Dylan Stoner, wide receiver.
Wide receiver, yeah, kind of a sawed-off Renfro, yeah. That's interesting. He'll go in there and because yeah, he's one of those guys who does a little bit of everything. He returns kicks. He will punt returner, but yeah, it's one of those where, yeah, it'll be interesting maybe if they stash him and try to do something. But yeah, he's probably just shaking out to be a camp body with all the guys that they already have in house.
What did you call the camp bodies again?
What did I call them? I don't think I had the name.
Well,
for
no,
them.
you didn't. No, you didn't have the name. I know I forgot the name, but what did they get called again?
They're just warm bodies to me. Somebody else is the one who gave you that.
No. When the guys that just they're practice squad guys, they just come on. Is it what the hell's the name now?
Are you talking about the old school term for it, like
yes,
the taxi squad?
Not the taxi squad. I mean, I know it's called the taxi squad, but the hell's now it's gonna piss me off. Not scab.
Yeah, I'm like it's not that serious. I'm not calling nobody a scab.
No, it wasn't a scab. No, not at all. It was something to that effect, though. It was like it started with an S. I want to believe. I forget the name. Whatever. And I'm gonna remember it like in my sleep or something, and I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna text you. This is what the name was, and then,
scout team? Are we talking?
Yeah,
about?
the guys that go on the scout team. But like there's a specific name for what they were called. Like the guys that pretty much just get their ass kicked at practice. Whatever, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it'll pop into your head and then you'll hit me up.
Yeah, unless Kalani knows, since Kalani's popping back in.
Because Kalani knows what?
What was do you remember the name of they would call players that are on the practice squad?
Wait. Say that names that they would call players on the practice squad?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Darius Stills to the Raiders, defensive tackle from West Virginia. Yeah, there's guys that go to the practice squad.
Nice. Big body to put down there. Someone to put down there.
I just like what he posted a few hours ago. He put, "Ain't no way all these DTs better than me."
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Oh man,
I like guys that come in with chips on their shoulder.
Yeah. Give me somebody with
we got a delay with Kalani.
He said taxi squad. That's what I'm saying. I'm lost in the sauce as to what this alternative name is.
Is it slaps? No. I'm gonna text you guys it once it comes to me. You guys can get some text from me.
Hey, was Tyler Vaughn picked up by anybody?
Not yet. Nope.
Wow. Him and I think you say Elijah Griffin. I think that's how you say his name. The corner from USC.
Warren G's son. Yep. Neither one of them got drafted.
Yeah, Warren this is crazy.
Yeah, I'm just sitting. I know what for those that are watching it. Naquan Jones to the Titans, or Naquan Jones to the Titans.
Wow.
I liked him a little bit. I thought he could have had some juice.
Yeah.
I'm just, man, this is a shame Bouchel got picked up.
Chiefs, right?
Yeah. Yep. I could see him being the backup there for a long time.
Yeah, he could be their Chase Daniel again. Yeah. You know.
It's funny. I heard Chase Daniels on Sirius XM NFL channel, and hearing him talk about how his career changed and what made it change and all that, it was very interesting. And really bouncing around, but then going to what really helped him was going down to New Orleans. Working with the guys down there, and then heading up north to Kansas City.
Right.
He's made so much money. Like, he's gun and ski masked his whole life, his whole career, and God bless him for it. Gun and ski masked the check.
Yeah. Is there anybody else that you have, other than maybe your guy from Notre Dame, that you're intrigued by, who hasn't already been snapped up?
Tyler Vaughns is a guy I really, really, really liked. I think Tyler is special. I think he's a very good route runner. This is a guy who tested crazy, and I'm not surprised he wasn't drafted. Josh Imahato, I can't pronounce his last name. He was former USC, and then he transferred to Illinois. Imatarbo Ohihi. He's a guy that he tested so well that it makes you want to look and say, he could, this guy could, could be something. Looking at corners, Lawrence Woods from Truman State.
Okay.
I liked him a lot. Actually, I thought, I gave him a draftable grade. Mac McCain III from North Carolina A&T. I liked him as well. Another corner. And Quinterio Cole from Alcorn State. And Tyreek Thompson. Those are the guys that I had like my eye on. I thought that they had to do some things. So, but guys, that's it. That's it for this year's show. 7 hours and 45 minutes long today. A marathon. CJ, Kalani, you guys kicked ass 3 days. Appreciate you guys. I'm ready to eat this last, bit of full my bull or whatever that's called. I don't know whatever it's called.
Full of bull.
Full of bull. I'm fried in the brain right now. So, guys, thank you so much. Thank everybody for joining us here at Franchise Sports Media. We appreciate you guys. Go ahead and read this man's articles right here, the Raider Realist. When this guy starts writing again for us, Kalani will have some really good MMA coverage. So you could probably get into some NFL and other sports as well. Oh, he's gonna
you got UFC on ESPN tonight, so excuses on why you guys can't watch it. There's boxing going on Fox. There is combat sports going on tonight. So we just watched the NFL draft. Football's out the door. Let's see some fights going on, baby. Let's go.
Guys, I'm Joe Arrigo. For everybody that's been a part of the show, all the cast, all the crew, thank you so much for doing us. We appreciate your comments, you joining us, and be safe out there. Have a great one.
Take it easy.